is public facing. It would really surprise me. It might get past a preliminary hearing. They have to have it. If they, I just looked it up. If the defendant's in custody, 14 days. If the defendant's not in custody, 21 days. After the preliminary hearing phase, then the the government has to provide discovery, and they've got to turn over certain information so that the defendant's attorneys can look at the evidence and consider whether or not they have evidence that would support each and every element of the crime. And if they don't have the evidence, then the attorneys will file a motion to dismiss on that the evidence is lacking for one or more of the elements of the crime. And again, they've got to prove intent with this. 86-47. What the hell does that mean? 86. Somebody. It's an old term. Means throw the guy out, throw the bum out. And saying distasteful things for a comedian. Yeah, a lot of comedians say distasteful things. Did you like Don Rickles or Buddy Hackett or any number of other
Kathy Griffin cut off Trump's head at a dog.
Yeah, that was that, but that was
really disgusting.
It's disgusting, but it's not a threat, and it's within her rights to do that. It might have been in bad taste. Most people would say so, but that's not a threat. Maybe she should be indicted. Was that within 5 years? May have been. I don't know. I didn't look it up. But it just doesn't. I don't think this is going to pass the laugh test in front of a federal judge when they try to prove intent. And they're not going to be able to call Mr. Comey as on cross-examination because he's got the right to remain silent. So they have to put on evidence as to each and every element of the case. And then they've got to turn over discovery, and then defense counsel gets a chance to look at, and the defendant, who's a lawyer, gets a chance to look at what the evidence proves. And I think this thing will get tossed either at the preliminary hearing or on a motion. And, it seems to be, part of Trump's MO of vindictive behavior. That's how I read it. You can disagree with me, that's fine.
Do you see this as an attack on the First Amendment, and what about the Kimmel situation?
Well, first of all, I didn't watch the Kimmel joke, but if Kimmel said something rude or offensive, that's his right. Did he threaten anybody? No. And should the president be dictating, who gets fired from different networks? Should he be meddling?
He didn't call for it, but the question at hand is whether, if in fact there's a cause and effect here, which they're denying, the FCC ought to be investigating the ABC-owned television stations for violation of DEI, anti-DEI laws.
It demands Daenerys' unconditional
With respect to what?
If she refuses,
They're
Miss
claiming
Ellen's going to die
the
here
FCC
Kitover, you're a rational man.
Oh, so I flatter myself.
prematurely,
We have a
and
chance
it's
here.
not
Perhaps a
based
last
on
chance to avoid
schedule.
carnage.
now
Yes.
Help me.
investigating,
I don't
but
want
now
to see the city
investigating
burn. I don't want
whether
to hear the screams of
six
children burning alive.
television
Well,
stations
it's not
that are
impressive.
owned by ABC
I don't want to
should
hear
be
it.
stripped of their
Help me save this city.
Why would I
license
know your mouthpiece for our queen?
for violation
Your queen.
of the
Safi
prohibition
is queen
of
of the Seven Kingdoms.
DEI policies
subject.
that has been instilled by this
You
administration.
These are
understand
privately
this,
owned
help her
stations, are they
understand.
We
not?
understand
You're not
nothing
allowed
for
to hire
some.
the people
Your
you want.
queen's
You're not
last
allowed to
dragon
hire
is
black
vulnerable.
people, gay
Your
people,
army is a
women.
battle-weary and
Well,
What the hell's
depleted.
going on?
Well,
All ours.
I'm
Been
asking whether
reinforced
this
with
is
the golden
an
cup.
attack if in fact there's a cause and effect here.
Well,
You
first of
know,
all,
if it's because of Kimmel that they're doing this, not whether they have a case against them or not, or a right to do it. If in fact they feel that they're violating the regulations prohibiting DEI.
I show them the numbers, the charts, the whole truth right here on this remote. It does not impede talking about game shows.
Whether this is, if in fact because of what Kimmel joked,
I mean, if that can be proven to be their motivation because of the Kimmel joke, yeah, that would be a suppression of free speech and the freedom to tell a bad joke, to tell a distasteful joke, to say distasteful things. Distasteful things are not threats. They, some people think they're funny, some people think they're not. Some people think Trump's threats of violence are funny. Trump threatens violence all the time. You know, he's repeatedly done this on camera. So you don't need to, you can just play. I found a stream of his videos on Twitter. With all the things where he's talking about, oh, shoot him, shoot this one, shoot that one. Yeah, that's good. They'll be dead. Things along those lines. So Trump, the calls, the rhetorical calls for violence come out of the mouth of Donald J. Trump. And he's done this repeatedly. He did this at one of his rallies where somebody was heckling him, and he said, throw the bum out, beat them up. I forget if it was in, I think it was in his, I can't remember, I think it was in his first term or in his first run for the presidency.
This is what the heart of the Kabbalah is.
He acts like a mafia boss in the way he issues his calls to beat people up and throw them out. And I believe this was at a public event, but it doesn't even matter. Trump calls for violence many times, and there's videotape that proves it. So. Does it suppress free speech to screw around with the people that regulate broadcasting because you don't like what people say? Of course, that would be a roundabout way to suppress free speech. But you have to prove that was the intent. And I think it's just a waste of the time of the agency and a waste of the taxpayer money to do this. It's just warrantless.
So to refresh your memory, it was not at a rally. It happened numerous times. And I will acknowledge that I just used AI to find these citations. Cedar Rapids, Iowa rally on February the 1st, 2016. Trump told supporters to knock the crap out of anyone getting ready to throw a tomato and promised to pay their legal bills. February 22nd, 2016, at a Las Vegas rally, Trump said of a protester being escorted out, "I'd like to punch him in the face." He lamented that in the good old days, such people would be carried out on a stretcher. Following an incident where a Black Lives Matter protester was assaulted at an Alabama rally in November 2015, Trump stated the next day, maybe he should have been roughed up. More recently, at a Coachella, California rally on October 12th, 2024, this is from Time magazine. Trump reacted to a woman heckling him by saying she should go back home to mommy and that she gets the hell knocked out of her by her parents. So, yeah, you're right, except it wasn't just one time. It was.
Yeah, the videos that I saw about the
preliminary hearing, they have to have it.
About the calls for people to tone back down, the calls for violence, played numerous clips of Trump in various circumstances calling for violence. So, that is his MO. That's what he thinks a commander-in-chief, somebody that represents the people of the United States of America, all the people, that's what he thinks is appropriate behavior. So it's ridiculous for him to take umbrage at a lot of things but hypocrisy is nothing new.
Thank you, William. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 o'clock New York Times, so until 5 o'clock New York Times.
All right, no.
What did I say when I came off mute?
Because what?
There was no cue. There was no cue, and I said no one's calling.
Adjudicate.
Don't. Sorry, Dia, PTR.
Listen.
Look at my.
I see where she asked to be in the queue.
One second.
Yeah,
One
right
second.
after, right
One
after
second.
you wrote,
One
right after
second,
you
guys.
wrote
One
for
second.
Kitover,
One second. One second. 1 second. When I asked Dawn.
I'm disappointed.
Yes, but.
Go ahead, Nate.
I don't understand why y'all going so hard for me to not speak.
When I asked Dawn,
Carry on.
Go ahead,
Dawn, what is the queue? About 5 or 10 minutes.
Come on, stop me.
wait, he could mute us? We
Yeah,
can't do
that's
this?
fine.
Can I please say something?
I think that, you characterizing it as hoops when it was me trying to be as clear as possible, from a legal standpoint, how this was perfectly acceptable, and it is acceptable to conservatives too.
I mean, if you'd have heard the first half of this room, I argued almost exactly your point. Not to the extent that I feel like they actually have any kind of case against Comey, because I don't think we'll win, and I think it's a waste of resources. But to the point that, was there a legitimate reason for this indictment to even be issued? And I went through the whole precedents and why they were able to actually get the indictment issued. I still don't think it's winnable. I don't think it's close to being winnable.
Serendipity. So ambiguous free speech is still protected under the law. You'd have to make a clear and present threat that you're going to kill the president. That is vastly different than what Comey did. Under conservatism, we would adhere to that principle, that foundational pillar that exists after the platform that all men should be judged equally under the law. That's laid. Then that pillar stands with that First Amendment. And it states that you cannot just stretch ambiguous free speech, which this
Correct.
would be, into fit a narrative that you want it to because you dislike the person.
And there are many definitions around a political rhetoric as well, not being condemnable under the protection of free speech.
Fight like hell. Fight like hell.
What they have in their favor is the Barnes case in 2003, in which they determined that all of the things that you've mentioned up to this point fall under the objective prong of the charges, but the court does consider a subjective prong of the charges, and that is it reasonable to assume that by virtue of posting what he posted, he could make the intended target feel as though they were in jeopardy from bodily harm? That is why they got the indictment, because there is this subjective component of case precedent that the Supreme Court will also use in consideration. They take the words, they take the context, they take whether or not he deleted it, which he did. They take all of this subjective bullshit into account too. And so there is this whole subjective component of, is it reasonable to assume that Trump could have felt threatened in any way, shape, or form by his post? And if that is the case, then he's not protected under free speech, according to Supreme Court precedent with I think it was Victoria and Barnes case in 2003. So
no intent.
that was the point that I made earlier.
Comey's comments were after the first assassination.
Even if the poster's intent was the case, the 2003 case said, even if the poster's intent was not to actually perform the harm themselves. And so this is the whole reason that the indictment got passed down, is this subjective prong of what the Supreme Court considers. This is why he was indicted. This is the smidge of minimal chance that this thing even makes it to court and isn't dismissed on motions based on the First Amendment right. But is this whole subjective component, because that case said even he didn't have intent to commit the harm himself. If he could reasonably assume that the posting of the picture made his target feel threatened of bodily harm or death, then he is in violation.
And all that by 4 numbers?
Hold on. I called after Deputy 3. So I don't know how many remember, but I do. I think it was Chuck Schumer who was on one of the mainstream media interviews after Trump was severely critical of the alphabet agency. Trump said he didn't believe that they were being run effectively and that they had some corruption that needed to be addressed. And Chuck Schumer, I think it was Chuck Schumer's quote was, "When you come up against the alphabet agency,
Chuck Schumer on
MSNBC. Damn, A-Check got it. You do it. What was the quote, A-Check?
He was saying if we come after this alphabet agency,
Was it worth interrupting?
they have 101 ways to come after you.
They have 6 ways to Sunday of getting back at you. They have 6 ways to Sunday. Popular American expression, it means that they will retaliate. And James Comey was part of the alphabet agency. You can make the argument that Trump felt threatened. Even though he's used to.
I think it would just be a lot easier to respect these perspectives if you guys would just say what you really want to say, which is fuck the Constitution, we want to get even, burn them all.
Wait, Stilgar, wait. I want to clarify. I do not support Comey being indicted. Okay, I do not support Comey being indicted, and I don't think that the majority. There's at least one.
I think you've made that clear. I think it's Monica now, and that are dancing around.
That was more for Sam's reference because he directed his comment straight at me at 4-digit numbers. I do not support the indictment of Comey. I don't think he's indicted. I'm simply making the case for why they were able to get the indictment in the first place.
And I don't think that he should have been indicted.
If you die on the hill of seashells, you're writing a blank check for the next Democratic administration to do this exact same thing.
So look at the court case Virginia versus Black. And this was over cross-burning. And the courts did...
That's the case. That's the precedent case.
Yeah, okay. So cross-burning can be considered a threat to intimidation or harm. Is it always the case? No. You can actually go ahead and do this, and you can set up a cross, and as long as there's not a reckless element or a conspiratorial or a threat to harm in that, or damage, obviously, to somebody's private property, then this is perfectly legal. You can do this. It's not anything different. So you have
do
right
it
here.
in somebody else's yard without.
That's illegal. That's the thing, and it's an indictment and an infringement on that. But that falls under a different, because that was articulated in that case. So at the end of this, when you look at that precedent and saying here we have to be subjected to freaking morons burning crosses. And you may not like it. I may think it's really ridiculous and it's harmful and it's intimidating and it has those. It's still protected free speech as long as it's not infringement on somebody's personal space, harm, or property. Comey can do this by every precedent. He can do it because, again, you have to prove that he was going to be reckless, conspiratorial, and direct harm to somebody that is sitting in that office, and that's not going to go over well. It's just you have a long road to do it, and this is optics at best, and shitty optics. It's not a win. It's actually a setback, which takes away the meaning of what just happened in that fucking Hilton hotel. It just strips everything away.
Well, the thing is, there's a long road of the Supreme Court overturning the decisions. We can go Black versus Board of Education, we can go versus Loving versus Virginia. I can name 100 other cases that the Supreme Court has overturned. So it's just that's what you're dealing with currently at the moment. But what makes you think? I want to ask Brad this question. What makes you think that a future Supreme Court doesn't overturn these decisions? Why are you so confident about this?
Why would they overturn it when they actually argued the
Yeah,
fact
but
that
they
it was
could overturn it. I mean, like,
they
took
could. I mean, I suppose I'd be against it.
The Dobbs decision took 50 years. It could get overturned. What makes you think you're right about it, though?
The Dobbs decision has nothing to do with this case.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the Supreme Court overturns their precedents all the time.
But I'm not discounting. Cheek, we can make all manner of premonitions into the future as to what may or may not happen with the Constitution. But the fact of the matter is it's pretty clear that at least a majority of the room feels that it would be a bastardization of the Constitution. It would be disrespectful to the First Amendment to suggest that we should indict and criminally charge and potentially jail a man over seashells?
Yeah, but why not, bro? They criminally charged President Trump. They searched his house.
Is whataboutism is exactly what the law is not supposed to engage in.
Wait. You asked me a question. They searched through his house. They did everything. They violated so many constitutional rights that he had to do. And what they did to the January 6 people committed suicide over January 6. A hoax, terrible thing that happened to these people. They became bankrupt. They lost every single thing. And then now you're trying to sit there and be like, oh, well, and now you're sitting here and be like, oh, well, you know what? It's terrible what happened, but anyway, we're going to just move on with it. No, bro. You have to make the fear of death in these people in their eyes. So people like Comey can't go ahead and put hoaxes in other people's lives. People committed suicide over January 6th, still got.
That wasn't Comey, though.
They fucking died and they're not coming back. They fucking died. Wait a second. People fucking died over. Wait. Enough. Wait a second. Just let me land. You can talk all you want.
You're stacking.
Let me go
Enough.
after you.
I don't care if I'm an American or not. All I'm gonna say
about you being an American is that you're stacking.
Enough. Stop talking. You can speak all you want. People committed suicide, false charges.
What's the noise in the
And the
world?
only reason they got reprieve is because President Trump happened to win the election. If President Trump lost the fucking election, God forbid what would have happened to those people, And you know what happened? President Biden, he's the first president in the history of the United States that did pass pardons. From like 2014 and everything and future pardon. So what the hell?
You're gonna have to wait. You've added 17 addendums to one singular point.
You're going to add to the conversation.
You're about to be done. Okay, let me explain something really clearly to you.
Don't abuse your vote fucking power.
You're filibustering.
You gotta let him speak.
Listen, you're filibustering. Look, and we can keep doing this.
Your fucking
we can keep doing
bro.
We can keep
Don't
doing
do
this.
this. Let people finish.
Sir,
All
I don't
I'm gonna
need.
say, he did. He did. He did.
Before you finish, can you pause for a moment? Let me break out a legal pad and a pen so I can write down each and every one of the points you've made so I have time to respond to them.
Enough. Stop talking.
Jesus Christ.
I've been done a long time ago. I just keep talking for no goddamn fucking.
Okay, HF, you get 60 seconds.
60.
Thank you very much.
6.
President Biden was the first ever president in the history of the United States to do preemptive pardons and everything else like that. Why? Because he knew he led a corrupt regime. People in January 6th, they died. They committed suicide. They got bankrupted. The state abused them. The United States abused these people. The United States killed these people. And they did the most horrific, fucked up shit to these people ever in the history of the United States. And then when I hear it's the Constitution, everything else like that, I don't want to hear about the fucking Constitution. They put 60% of the FBI's informants onto these people. Why? Because they wanted these
15
people to die.
seconds.
And I know a lot. And they wanted to kill themselves. All I want to say is, you killed your own people. I don't want to hear shit about abusing powers of the executive branch. And I'm done.
And let me
Andrew
go
Johnson was
out
the
to you,
first.
Sildar. Let me go out.
I heard you the first time, Alan. Thank you. So, listen. Cheek, I'm going to respond to the moment in which you careened off the highway of rationale and nothing else. Because I am not presently equipped with a pen to have heard all 15 of your grievances and address them individually. Next time, I'd prefer we do them maybe 2 at a time if you can manage. Thank you. The moment you call into question, the moment you submit any other case, any other legal proceeding in regard to this particular case, as a rationale as to why you do something or wish something to be done or why you think something should happen, unless those cases are directly related to this case by legal precedent, you are absolutely participating in whataboutism. You're explaining to me why I think we should wipe our asses with the Constitution of the United States simply for the opportunity to get even over some fucking seashells. This is a lesson in how to be succinct, Cheek. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Also serious.
Yeah, add me after this too, Stilgar.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm in a courtroom.
So people keep focusing on the fact that they were seashells. It doesn't matter. You could write someone in crayon. The correspondence that could have written it in crayon. It's not. That is irrelevant. It is the meaning of the statement that matters. Number one. Number two. Let's remember. Trump was not indicted illegally. They followed court procedures. They got a judge. They got warrants.
They got a mugshot.
All of that was done through the legal system. But Stilgar, you said it. Why don't we just admit that we want to throw away the Constitution? No. Why don't you say that you're just too afraid to use the Constitution for the reason it was intended to be used, and you're too scared of being seen as having any kind of backbone at all? Why don't we just say that? And to the other charge of, well, this isn't what conservatives are really about. Well, if the quote real conservatives are too much of a pussy to actually use the Constitution to their advantage, well, I think it's time for them to retire their badges and go sit in an old age home like everyone's always telling me I should do, and sit this one out and let the real men show them how it's done.
Using it is one thing, misusing it.
Hold on, I'm after this one, Marshall. I'm gonna pack this up.
Viking, I got it.
No, I got
Guys, we had a little bit of a queue going. I am going to give Alan's submission the responsiveness by not responding to it at all, and I'm gonna hand it to Viking. Thanks.
Okay, so this is the problem when you have liberals that cross over into the Conservative Party and haven't been around a long time. They absolutely want to utilize the same fucking style of governance, just they want to call it under Team Red. And this is a massive problem with conservatives and Republicans. We would never agree to this. We don't agree to this. Like, I don't like what Comey said. I don't like his little fucking picture. I don't like the fucking man, period. I think he's a fucking tool. I think he's an idiot. I think he's incompetent, as evidenced by him handling the Steele dossier, by his investigation of Trump, by him orchestrating and going along with the Obama administration and being complicit without coming forth to Congress saying, hey, I know you're saying Obama here, but he's telling me to go do this, and this is against the constitutional norms. This needs to be checked. This power needs to be checked. So there's a lot of issues. But what you want to hang your hat on is none of that issues. None of those We want to do it over what Stilgar says, seashells painted or moved in an 86. You don't even know if he actually did it or if he came across the beach and they were there. You still don't know that. You don't even have those final determinations. You don't have all the facts. But you're cheering this on and saying, let the real men do it because we just want to cry about this because this one hurts my feelings. And it's funny because this is now the second time after my workday I popped into another room and there's another guy crying about Trump needs to be mindful of my feelings and how I feel on his words.
Yes, Daddy.
You can't have that. You can't sit there and say, hey, it makes me feel icky, so I don't want to have it, and I think we should use the courts, weaponize the courts, violate the First fucking Amendment, a constitutional landmark. No other nation has a First Amendment in the correct category that we have, and it's so badass that Trump today dressed up the Revolutionary Guard in full fucking uniform and put them out to the Greek. Guess who? The King of fucking England. Badass. I love that shit. That shit is amazing. That's free speech at its finest. That's great. That's bad fucking ass. But now, in order to protect that free speech, I have to accept a picture from Comey. Otherwise, your tears are going to get everybody in trouble, and we'll never have that. And once it's gone, once you put limits on it, once you start suing, once you start doing the court shit, weaponizing the courts to try to play that game, we'll lose it all. It will absolutely be gone. And why would you give up that much power to the fucking government already? I'll land there.
Are sugar babies allowed to work in the government?
Or who?
Sugar babies.
Depending on where they work, being a sugar baby is not necessarily illegal. It is distasteful.
Like a 29-year-old.
Like is grounds to get you fired. I think if somebody knows about it, but that depends on your boss.
Are you putting it on your resume, or are you just showing up there and faking it?
Are for hire? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, he's talking about that. He's talking about the government employee.
Every time I listen to Brad, I realize what conservatives have lost for like the last 40 years. We've born all statements. What are you gonna do, Brad? Like write a strongly worded letter to your congressman, no congresswoman.
I actually do advocating for fascism. It's
that's kind of what I'm hearing.
Every time I hear like so-called...
So, like, let's do this. What I can do is I can leverage money. I can activate...
But it's just like, what are you going to do? You're going to run...
Okay, so you asked me the question now for the second fucking time, so now I'm going to answer it, you stuttering fucking idiot. I'm going to say this...
Brad, he was already losing.
So again, when I look at this and you think I don't have power, that I actually organize, I move people, I fucking campaigns to a high degree of level, that I actually get calls as if I want to back local politicians. And these are issues I'll bring up at RNC convention meetings. These are messages I'll sit there and tell people like Marshall, hey, when you're going out and canvassing, this is a major fucking concern of mine. This is a problem that I have. This is something I want to be remedied. So when you go around and tell people about this, Marshall gets these things, and I can spread it across the nation faster than you can. So again, I can also turn around and use the court to go ahead and sue those that want to infringe on it. Because I can't weaponize the court after you create this. So again, you need to shut up while everybody else talks.
Let him finish speaking. Check, let him finish.
Yeah, so guys, as much as I'd like to see you call each other fat gay retards, it's not going to move either one of you closer to either one's perspective. Viking, you and I largely agree on this one. I think the fact of the matter is, it's not a lack of information. It's not a lack of information. It's clearly a fundamental disagreement on the morals and principles surrounding this particular issue. If that's our Cheek's position, I don't think either one of us are going to change it.
I don't need to, but when he asks me a question, I go to answer it, and then he just keeps his like fucking gurgling fucking gooseneck fucking going on. Then again, you can't expect me to...
Brad, actually,
If you keep this up, you'll basically be banging symbols together, and he'll be cranking the.
Yeah, but I'm not worried about some know-nothing from Australia.
Hi, Monica.
Yeah, Marshall, you're the same back.
Who loves to have an opinion on politics, yet doesn't deal with it. It's okay.
You're just like, oh,
Marshall, hey, check, I know you're petty. It's alright.
long memory, Marshall. You're the same.
All right, we're giving the floor to Marshall.
Yeah, Marshall, I think you're particularly adept at addressing these sorts of issues.
He's particularly retarded.
I definitely want to hear your input on this.
What was the chief contention of the argument?
Well,
as I understand it, we're talking about Comey.
Yes,
and
and the indictment today.
So from what I hear from talking to lawyer and judge friends of mine is that it's not going to hold up under review. That it's going nowhere, right? That it's more political than it is actually lawful, which, I mean, says something about abusing the system in the first place, right? If you're going to abuse the Justice Department to politically go after somebody, then it doesn't really matter. I'm also kind of with Brad on this. How do we know Jim Comey didn't just walk up on that image, right? The tendency to punish over perceived political slights, or what look like perceived political slights from a national point of view, I don't think are very healthy to the government and the Constitution. It shows that the rules don't really apply when the elites and the participants of government stop believing that the rules apply. Then they do weird, strange shit that ends in some sort of dictatorial, fascistic kind of end. You can play the game, but you can't play the game so hard you break it. And it's definitely possible to break the Constitution. And selectively applying it is exactly one of the ways in history in which those things then become null and void.
The Constitution is turning 250 years old this year, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think so far, if I'm tracking correctly, Ann and Achik are the only ones who think that this is a good thing.
100% is a good thing. Marshall doesn't. Marshall,
Achik, hang on, Achik. Well, yeah, Alan left the room though. I have a question for you. If you believe this is deserving of adjudication, what do you suppose the punishment should be?
I don't know what the punishment should be, but obviously a grand jury of the citizens in DC, a liberal city, where you have no chance as a conservative, in DC, was the one that educated this. Why the hell did you not mention that the whole entire time? He got indicted in DC, Washington DC, with his fellow.
Yes, because that's where the Justice Department files its claims.
You don't have a backbone enough. Stop talking.
So wait a minute, Achik, you don't have a position on what
There's a reason they did it in DC, and I don't know what the punishment should be, but they should make an example out of Comey, because what they did to President Trump should never happen to another president, or should never happen to another person ever. They went through.
Literally, we had a grand jury indict Trump in Georgia, and people cheered it on and argued against it.
1 second, bro.
They said the same fucking guy said it's impractical.
Wait a second. These people in J6 killed themselves, Brad. What part of that don't you fucking get?
So, Achik, do you generally...
They went after them for fucking nonsense and absolute terrible things.
So the answer is to violate the Constitution further?
And right now, you have Comey.
He's not going to be movable on
that.
No, there's no point in addressing it. Listen, Achik, hold on. Slow down a little bit.
It was a grand jury in fucking DC. It was a grand jury in fucking Alabama to be like, oh, maybe it's terrible. Like, it's not the best thing ever. But it was a grand jury in fucking Washington, DC. Even his own peers thought they need a trial to happen to him. Fuck that guy.
Listen, grand juries can indict a ham sandwich. Have you ever heard that American saying, Achik?
Yeah, but hang on a second. Okay. So, let me make sure I'm following the logic here, okay? Based on the lawfare and the misbehavior of the previous administration in the direction of conservatives, you think the solution to that problem is to take a bigger bite of that apple to make that point, right? We're in a bar fight.
No.
I've picked up a pool stick, and your solution is to pick up a pool stick, and you think
No. I don't want a pull stick. I don't want terrible things to happen. I just want certain people to be held accountable. One of them is Jim Comey. He's one of the worst of the worst. Terrible.
Okay, but Achik, the question that I'm trying to ask you here is: you think this is what will stop this? This will put an end to all the madness if we make an example out of James Comey. And
because they're gonna feel
Achik, you're gonna have a really hard time responding to my proposition in when it's not in its totality. Yeah.
I just want to say, I want to make Jim Comey an example. Everybody else, I don't really give a fuck about.
Well, right. Presumably, you want to make an example of them because you're under the impression that this is going to cease this behavior from the other side.
Yes, it is going to cease behavior because they have to know there's fucking consequences for their actions. You know, when you're like a kid,
I think that's speaking like a kid. I think that's a tremendously naive position. You think that the left isn't going to turn around? You think the left isn't going to turn around?
Every single person that is a Democrat there, you want them to do the exact same thing as it is the conservatives? Why the hell did you think President Biden pardoned people from
what makes you think they won't do it to conservatives?
I don't want that.
This is
all I want. Wait a second, Brad.
No, you keep babbling on and saying fucking weird shit. January 6th had nothing to do with it. You argued on January 6th that Trump saying we gotta go fight like hell was free speech and incite the riot. And now you're going to say this has to do it. No, you don't stop talking. You're a fucking moron that comments on public fucking policies in the United States without understanding. It's just ridiculous.
Brad, can I make a polite recommendation? Let's not interrupt Achik while he's reestablishing.
Fucking stuttering gooseneck, fucking Frankenstein sounding motherfucker.
Right, enough. All I want is for this bullshit to fucking end. That's it. And that's
you don't live here.
Enough, Brad. I don't give a damn.
Let's let him land.
Fucking hey, go back to Somalia and fight for your own democracy.
Let's not let him land.
Enough, bro. Fucking hell. All I want is for this bullshit to fucking end. Finally, you know? Just let it. And one of the best to let it end, Jim Comey, the trial of peace. I don't think Jim Comey is gonna go to jail. I don't think he's gonna go to prison. I don't think he's gonna spend any time with that. But they have to know that they can't do that in the future or everybody else. And that's it, really. That's all I was trying to say for like the last 10 fucking seconds. But you don't shut the fuck up.
Achik, help me understand how indicting Comey prevents this from happening all over again in the reverse when Democrats take power again.
It doesn't, and that's the problem.
So you want to make an example of somebody in hopes to prevent this sort of behavior from perpetuating, rather than just deciding,
I know.
Hey, why don't we? Achik, brother, look, okay. So you can accuse me of mod abusing all you like, but that's about the 11th time that you interrupted me in the middle of a sentence that I waited until you were done to start. Okay, I've yielded to you more than half a dozen times at this point.
Hi, Monica.
I think, as the kids say, you need to calm your fucking tits. All right. Yeah. When you say I want to make an example of somebody to accomplish a goal, and then immediately say you don't expect to accomplish that goal, all the while the thing that you're putting at risk, the chips you're pressing onto the table and saying I'm all in, is the Constitution of the United States, and that's just preposterous.
Stilgard, the issue I have is that we all stood, well, maybe not you, maybe some other people said it incited a riot, but Trump's words, we got to go to the Capitol and fight like hell. That phrase alone was weaponized. And dipshits like that guy sat there and said, it's free speech, it can't be taken literally. He didn't mean it. The context matters. You can't prove that he meant to incite an insurrection. It's not an insurrection. And I agree, it was protected free speech. It didn't mean to go up there and like hang the fucking members of the House. It didn't mean to go up there and do anything. It didn't mean to go break into the doors and invade the Capitol, destroy it, shit on fucking desks, take computers, take things that really shouldn't, even if you broke in, shouldn't have done it. It also didn't mean that, hey, we should violate constitutional rights. There's a multitude of issues that happened at January 6th. Fucking beating the shit out of a fucking Capitol Police officer with the American flag pole is not fucking free speech. And I don't give a fuck if that retard killed himself. I don't give a fuck if he did it. He deserved it. Because again, he violated not only the sanctity of our Constitution, but decided that he was going to go attack the government and beat some poor schmuck who makes 35 fucking K a year, who was just sitting there trying to say, hey, you can't come in here and trash the fucking Capitol building. But he beat him with the American flag, which really pisses me off to begin with. But now I have to worry with some stupid weird argument from some fucking foreigner who doesn't understand how our government works. Now you want me to sit there and say I gotta feel sorry for him and that we should forgive him. It's dumb. It's dumb. No. You talked enough. So this whole idea that now I have to codify that, oh yes, James Comey should go, then by same mention, you would have to literally, you'd have to prosecute Donald Trump. You'd have to put him in jail. Whatever the consequences were of fucking Comey out of this, if you manage to even get it there, would be the same for Donald Trump. It would be the same for fucking Mark Levin, who's it, Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, fucking, what's his name? The guy who says frogs are gay all the time. All the guys. Yeah, you would have to say Charlie
It's an eye for an eye argument, and that's the problem. The civilized world doesn't handle their problems that way. So,
no,
I mean,
it's either the rule of law or we don't have law.
But Brad, the problem here is we've described our position ad nauseum. It's not going to move him. I think when he's saying things like, I want to make an example of him, but I also expect nothing to change and the Democrats to perpetuate the exact same behavior, I think he's invalidated his own argument without the need.
I agree with you. But what pisses me off is when we have foreigners come in here and they don't live here, they don't fucking pay taxes to us, they don't contribute anything to the American society, and then you sit there and tell us how we need to actually
But again, tat thing, the tit for tat thing isn't fun. Like, we could do the dinner for schmucks thing at any point, and calling him a retard, no matter how retarded I think this idea is, it's going to move the conversation forward.
I agree, but again, we shouldn't let foreigners who don't live or partake in our governance or our country actually comment on how we should run our laws when clearly they have their own issues in their own fucking country. And when we talk about that, they lose a gasket on it.
The problem there, Brad, is you're running headlong into an appeal to authority argument.
You really think it's so hard to become an
American? He can't have an
American?
opinion.
All I
He
gotta
certainly doesn't have
do is
influence.
have a plane ticket to fucking Alabama, and I'm an American.
Of course he can have an opinion, but it's a really annoying and ill-informed one, and one which bears, no matter what his opinion is, doesn't really affect his life. He's commenting on stuff that affect our lives, which I guess is fine, right? Like, he's entitled to it because he's on a fucking audio app and I can't stop him. But it is a little bit insulting to have somebody who is governed by different rules advocate for the essentially ripping apart of your own system because from across the ocean, he thinks that we just don't have a spine. Right? There's something about that is belittling, it's condescending, it presumes that they get this opinion without any pushback, and from what I've seen of A-Check, most of his opinion is rather anti-intellectual. It's all feelings based.
Okay, but
right?
how about this? So I guess the unpopular opinion. So I agree that I think that these charges are validated, and I mean we had a group of our peers vote on this for him to be indicted. So jury duty, a group of our peers voted for him to be indicted. So then they did due process, right? So
And it wasn't that, and I agree with you that yes, there's a grand jury, It's a similar response that was done to Donald Trump when we said, hey, this grand jury, you can indict a ham sandwich.
Yeah.
And they got it. They shopped it, and they did that whole thing. Same thing in New York City. They got it. They got their little indictment, and they got to go forward with it. And we all called it out. We said this is an abuse.
Yeah.
This is lawfare. If we decide at this moment to say, hey, this is our way we get our get back, instead of actually fighting the true fight, the moral fight, the Constitution, the rule of law fight, then we have just abandoned thing that we are, and now we're just a blur. We either have to have that framework now, even in the face, right now, the most, like, whatever shit you want to. Like, Jimmy Kimmel saying that shit, that the First Lady looks great as a widow. Like, I hate that shit. That shit's, like, and that really fucking twists me in a certain way. As a personal level.
Genuinely.
Yeah.
But the idea that I want to prosecute him? No, I do not want to abuse the law or weaponize it. Now, if he was in a bar and said that shit to my face, yeah, I'd punch him.
No, nobody's talking about that.
Nobody's talking about that. Doesn't sound emotional at all.
We were talking about the prosecution of James Comey and Jimmy Kimmel.
Can I do a room reset, guys?
Was investigated by the
Can I do a
FCC.
room reset, please? I want to abuse my powers. I want to abuse my powers because what I keep hearing is one person is talking and somebody keeps interrupting. You're not going to get your point across. And the whole point of these conversations is you're going to hear things you don't like. But wait till the person's done and then say, hey, can I speak? And then say whatever you got to say. I guarantee you that person, he's going to allow you the same respect. There's nothing more annoying than hearing 5 people talk. Please.
So I just wanted to finish that, and then...
Wow, you just did it. Vikings started talking, you interrupted him. Please, bro.
So, and do you understand the point under what we actually have to do?
Yeah.
Do you agree or disagree with that stance, or do you still hold and say maybe this one's a little murky, we should let this go?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this one is a little murky and we should let it go. But I think that obviously the process that we went through was just us. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the question at hand is, do you want to use Comey as an example? My opinion would just perpetuate this behavior into the next administration, and the one beyond that, and the one beyond that, and it turns into a race to the bottom. Or
Yeah, because at its core, it's spiteful behavior.
Do you want to set the example of not perpetuating that behavior? Looking at a pile of seashells on a beach and going, this isn't a hill worth dying. Let's lean into the First Amendment. Let's lean into the principles we've been using to fight against this kind of behavior the entire time, and stand on our 2 feet and not get our panties in a knot over some seashell.
I'm torn.
What? So let me ask you a question, Anne. Why are you torn on this particular instance as opposed to, I don't know, a lot of people have said a lot of egregious, horrendous shit about Trump. Like, what's the hang up in understanding that, number one, like if you do even a little bit of research into the 86 and how the 86 is historically used the majority of the time, yes, in the context of FBI, DOJ, CIA, they will oftentimes use 86 as a means of meaning remove, but very rarely is it used in the terminology of kill or eliminate. It's often used as, remove. So,
Right.
and I mean, that's across the board. That's like across the board. More often, it's an abbreviation for remove, which is not necessarily an implication to kill. So when you take that into consideration,
Right.
yeah.
But I think, honestly, I think that Comey's a douchebag, so I think that I have, like, a hard time saying that I think he's a complete and utter, like, despicable human, and, like, what he said.
But
Well,
you
that's
agree,
beyond me.
right? You agree, though, that, like, I don't know. I feel like as
At least
conservatives,
Dan's
we
being
have
honest.
We have a due diligence to protect free speech, even the fucking free speech we don't like.
Right.
Specifically, the free speech we don't like.
Because otherwise, we have former law enforcement officers in Tennessee getting arrested and spending 39 days in jail on $2 million bond because they put up a meme of Trump that his town didn't like, and he will just be the first of many. Like, it's gonna be a slow erosion of our First Amendment right if we sit here and bandwagon that, yeah, we think that this witch hunt for Comey is justified. The first indictment against Comey, at least that one had like some criminal merit to it. This one, none at all.
Not for 20 years.
I don't think it's just about that. I think it's about what it does to the rest of the government. It instills this incentive of tearing rather than building. Yes, in politics, as I can tell you very personally, you have to know when to knife a motherfucker, as the saying goes, and like when to build bridges. But we have done a very poor job in our country of building bridges over the last 15 or 20 years. We've done a pretty good job at ripping apart. One of the things I have learned in life is if you want to instill good behavior in something, the way to do it is by leading with good behavior and instilling better norms or rules in the agencies, like demanding hire up the people that work for you. And that instills a much more professional, much more ethical workforce. But using the Justice Department to go after Comey for...
It's retaliatory. It's retaliatory judicial abuse. The same way that they abused him with the judicial system, he's striking back.
I have a question.
Exactly. And the retaliatoriness, the thing that degrades is us all being equal in front of the eyes of the law. Because if they can do it to them, they wouldn't think twice about doing it to us.
They didn't think twice about doing it to us. It's a vicious circle.
Well, so this is what we're going to spend the next 10 years doing. Who took apples out of the basket and put oranges, and took bananas and threw grapes? Like, this shit is stupid. Like, our president that we're paying should not be wasting fucking time talking about who television networks should be employing for their talent. Like, I'm sorry, this shit is stupid. Like, this is the same fucking president that time and time again complained about Joe Biden taking away jobs. Joe Biden's taking away jobs, yet he is trying to get several hundred people in Los Angeles fired over a bad joke. Let that sink in for a second. Like, this shit is stupid. This is the same administration that has used Jet2 Holiday on their Instagram page to laugh about people getting deported. So don't you think that side was waiting to get their lick back to say what the fuck they wanted to say about the man? Come on. Like, this is stupid. We have bigger issues to worry about.
I don't think anybody in this room really majorly disagrees with you. Ben, what were you going to ask?
Well, so I'll just make this point. Like, I agree with the general sentiment that, yeah, obviously we have bigger fish to fry. Like, I also think that there's a difference between kind of going back to what Marshall was saying of using lawfare versus kind of what Adam is saying, which is going after free speech. Like, I think that there's a huge difference there. Like, if you're talking about doing ticky-tack files and using rules that are never ever used before, I think that that's very different than using the office of the president to go after your political opponents with actual no legal. Like I think that there's a difference there, right? Like, I think the president going after Jimmy Kimmel, is it Kimmel going after Jimmy Kimmel I think it's stupid. Like, I think the guy has free speech.
You're right, considering the solution is to put hundreds of people on government assistance when they lose their jobs. That is a stupid strategy for a president that wanted to put people back to work and criticize his predecessor for getting people losing jobs.
But with that being said, it's like, I'm struggling with what Marshall was saying, which is like, okay, because I'm looking at this and I'm going, okay, every single, and I'm not going to say it's Democrats first or Republicans first, every single fucking president, like, obviously there's a lot of shit that was done against Donald Trump. Like there was a lot of lawfare and all of this kind of stuff. It's like, so what is the answer? Like, if you're a Republican in this country, what is the answer? Like, when it go low, you go high. Like, how has that worked out for Republicans, right? Like, wasn't that the reason I elected in 2016? Was like,
that doesn't mean you can't knife people privately, man.
Sure,
it's just that the knifing won't be seen by anybody.
But the Democrats are not doing that. They're knifing people wide out in the open, and the Democrats are daring you to break the rules.
But Ben, do you not believe?
Just because somebody's going to jump off a bridge.
But they're saying, like, every single time that Democrats are doing this, they're like, hey, look, like, it was political malfeasance. It was political malfeasance to call your political opponents racist, and then, like, the Democrats are like, yeah, we're just gonna go after fucking Mitt Romney and say, oh, dude, he wants to put you all back in chains. Like, it was political malpractice. It wasn't politically, like, this wasn't like. Democrats do this all the time, and then what? Republicans are supposed to sit on their hands and be like, "No, we're the party of modesty. We're the party of that doesn't work in America."
But let me ask you a question. The point was brought up earlier, Mitch McConnell, and all of the shit that Mitch McConnell did using Democratic legislation to stack the Supreme Court in our favor and to predominantly have the Senate for, nearly 10 years or whatever.
I think.
Do you not believe that right is right no matter what? I mean, you either believe that right is
the judge did talk about, the judge mentioned sovereign citizens then.
Right. What I said earlier when you're not listening, I said, cite where Sean Carroll explains why these models are not arbitrarily finely tuned not to produce bullets membranes. Okay, go ahead, explain that.
In order to get into politics, you have to be a power-hungry piece of shit. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm Marshall. I'm sure you know lots of lovely people, public servants in politics. I'm saying in order to effectuate change on that level, and I'm saying, okay, so let's just take away the next executive order should be no more executive orders. Eventually, somebody's going to have to break this system and go, okay, it's the parent coming up and saying, you can't play nice with the toy, then I'm taking the toy away from you. If you can't play nice with the fucking power, then we're just going to take it away from you. I actually don't have an issue with the fact of Trump going after his political opponents the way that he does, as long as he's doing so with the letter of the law. Like, what's good is good. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. And does it make the country a better place? No, not necessarily. But the Democrats are going to continue beating you unless you get down in the mud and play dirty with them. Like, and if that's the way that this is going to break the system and finally restore, like, is it the best thing for the country? No. But, like, Republicans cannot continue to lose, and obviously they've done well recently, sure. But I'm saying that, like, it's stacking the Supreme Court. Okay, you're so desperate to interrupt me. I was going to say, don't even. But it's just. Like, I think that's the way. Like, yes, I'm also sick of the pendulum swinging back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It's monotonous. I'm a moderate conservative.
You honestly, okay, so you're all for Trump using the letter of the law to exact his judicial revenge, but over
issues that threaten to strip us from our First Amendment rights. Are you okay with that? Because I don't feel like that's what Trump is doing in this particular case with Comey. The original indictment on the collusion and shit, 10-4, I got you. That indictment was dismissed without prejudice. They could refile those charges. Instead, he chooses to go after the fucking seashell picture. Like, that's my problem, is leave the freaking free speech alone.
Again, I think it'll be adjudicated. Like, if I haven't looked at the Comey indictment fully, so I'm speaking. I'm speaking with. I haven't read it personally, but like the Don Lemon thing as an example, like going after Don Lemon for that kind of shit. Like, I have no issue with that as long as.
Me either, but that was a violation of civil rights.
Sure.
It's entirely different.
Sure, but that's my point. Is like if you're going after free speech and just like coming out there and like, I don't know. I guess this is also a president who's been shot at a couple of times and had three separate attempts on his life, right? Like, I would be shocked if he wasn't upset about the entire, like, obviously Melania is upset, but like this is nuts. Like, we need to lower the temperature. I don't know that this lowers the temperature, but like something needs to fucking happen. This is crazy. And again, going after free speech is one thing, but like, I don't know. If there's a legitimate indictment here, more power to you. Whatever.
Yeah, I think that's my problem. Is I just don't think this is not the hill to die on. This is not where I want my tax dollars being spent. I'd rather my tax dollars being spent on something legitimate, criminally wrong that he did, and I'm just not sure that this meets that threshold in any way, shape, or form.
At this point, I'm not worried about my tax dollars, considering the bullshit that our tax money gets. Like, I've given up on my tax dollars. Let me put it that way. I live in the state of Maine. My tax dollars. There's fucking potholes all over the street, and like tons of homeless people everywhere. At least the highest. Like, and I obviously know that's on a state level. But if you look up the gross, disgusting waste and amount of fraud that's in the
no doubt.
Then I'm like, okay, like these indictments are a drop in the bucket. I understand where you're coming from, but I'm also like, I don't really care.
Alrighty then, yeah.
I love that Alistair just said in the comments that the system is bankrupt, yet we employ 80,000 federal police officers. Yeah, that's what's breaking it. That's what's bankrupting this system. Come on.
I'm not saying that's what's bankrupting. I'm not saying that's what's bankrupting the system. I'm saying the system is bankrupt. And if we want to save money, we could fire maybe half of the FBI and just defer all those responsibilities to local police. We don't need all these federal agents. And in fact, the federal workforce is down 40% from when Trump took office. And that's because everybody just kicked rocks and said, fuck it, I'm going to retire. And they put their retirement paperwork in. We need competent people in these positions, and what we have is a bunch of left wokeists. In my opinion, we should purge the entire system, shut it all down, and put it all back up on one Palantir platform. You may not like that recommendation, but when $50 billion of your tax dollars are being defrauded in California through Medicaid, and the state only collects $50 billion in income, what's the fucking point? Shut it all down. It's completely corrupted. I rest my case, and I am complete.
We should don't disagree with all of that, which is crazy.
I mean, why do we need Medicare, Medicaid? Pay as you go. Oh, I got to go to the doctor. Okay, great. Now the government's going to pay for it. But we don't need this annual, quarterly, and annual budget billing system. We need pay as you go. The country's bankrupt. We need innovative financial transactions to help alleviate the stress. Hello?
Do you guys know this guy?
Hello?
Yes, this is John Kitover.
We know him. Like,
I know him from other rooms.
He's the CIA operative.
But when he's right, he's right.
Fucking Donald Trump ran against entitlement reform. Can we all remember that? Like in this last
He's
election,
right.
Nikki
He's
Haley
right.
and Ron DeSantis. Like that was Donald Trump's line of attack. was, I'm not going to touch your Social Security, Medicare. Like, that's what's bankrupting this country. It's...
My wife called me lazy because I never do the things I say I'll do. I thought it was nutritious.
Which I think both of those combined help bankrupt the system.
Some Muslims are not that extreme, that they are moderate, where the fun
Goes into a cave.
Everybody got so
there's
quiet.
a river sweeping through Egypt at this time.
Let's just bring back
It just made too much sense, Ben. I guess discussion's over.
Yeah, really.
Just withdraw. You know, it's sort of like
No,
one version of
because
the separation of church. I'm
you know
just
what,
gonna withdraw
why?
from
Because
politics.
Ben
I'm just
rules
gonna enjoy my own
everybody.
relationship
Why?
with God. And so
I moved
they're
it.
all desert.
Ben moves everybody without a mod thing.
Yeah, so I'm really good at magic.
Yeah. You both mentioned something.
I was wondering what get him now. He's drunk.
He is.
And then finally,
yeah,
he's talking
Oh,
That's
okay.
how the Quran came to be.
Wednesday where he's at.
Wait. You know what's so terrible, Ben?
It's in the future.
He is Anthony Bourdain's portrait.
Arab Seymour method.
Could you at least let him rest in peace?
Kind of wild. She
Or choose another portrait of the picture? Because you're not Anthony Bourdain.
She's 40 years old. He's
You're full of
45.
shit.
He had worked for her. And then
Change your PTR. You're not Anthony Bourdain. You'll never be Anthony Bourdain. And you'll never be half the man as this. Just change your fucking PTR.
What are you drinking tonight, buddy?
Yeah.
That was a ruthless attack, I'll tell you.
Change your PTR before you talk to me.
Jake, what are you drinking, buddy? What are you sipping?
And whenever you come up and I see Anthony Bourdain picture, I'm like, oh, he's supposed to be a real guy.
Did you do a shoey? Is that
You're
what you
like a
did?
horrible, terrible person. You know, one of the worst. So change your
Ben is
PTR.
wonderful. I love Ben. What are you talking
down in
about?
Australia,
I like Ben as a person, but
I love Ben.
You're like
It's a time honored
You
tradition.
just hate me because of my PTR. That's amazing.
we're just dealing
You're the
with,
first
we're
person
just
to
dealing with
actually
scum.
hate
That's
PTR.
all we're dealing with.
Most people think I'm a middle-aged white guy.
Bro, I don't even give a shit what the fuck you are. Just change it from Anthony Bourdain. Let the band rest in peace.
He's
I don't give a shit if you're
This is
black,
what
if
it is
you're
on
white, if
top
you're
right now.
Mexican, if you're Kosovo, if you're Jewish, if you're Irish.
I don't want
I
to
don't give a shit.
I
You're
don't
gonna
want
think I give a shit how the fuck you look like. Just change your PTR because the second people look at you, they're
Oh,
like,
God, okay.
Anthony Bourdain, he must be a good guy. But no, you're scum in half of the things that you think about. The rest of
No, he's not.
Don't take a shovel. Don't take a shovel while he's digging.
No, but the thing is, it's terrible. I don't understand why he does that. You know, it's terrible. It's changes. It's a horrible thing he's doing.
I want peace. I want problems always.
Oh my gosh.
This is what I'm saying. I don't want peace. I want problems always.
It's not my stance on politics. It's not my...
People like you actually like to say, you know,
Because of the Anthony Bourdain thing.
and serendipity and other people we can get along, but you.
I didn't hear the flip. Oh, no, he's still up. I was going to say, I'm not touching him.
I had some popcorn for lunch. My hands are a little slippery. But I have something to propose. Do you think that it's okay to have somebody like that on national television that has millions of viewers to basically influence the public to want the president of America to die? You think that that's okay to teach our youth and the vulnerable, like the people that are very easily, I don't know how to say it, easy to sway, you know what I mean? Like in their position and it could lead, has anybody thought that this could lead to violence?
They should indict Jimmy Kimmel along with Comey.
I have strong feelings about this. Do I think he has a viewership and that he can be influential? Yes, I do. But this is kind of where that whole personal accountability thing comes in. I think that the way that you combat something like that is you raise your children to be critical
Don't call me,
thinkers.
bro.
You raise your children to, investigate, ask questions, research, and to understand not falling prey. Because the thing of it is, social influencers can be a lot more dangerous than just in the political violence realm. I mean, social influencers can impact girls and their self-esteem and their body positivity. Like, you could go down a list of ways where social influencers can be detrimental to the public's health. But you know what? They exist. And they exist in a country because we guarantee the right for people to have free speech. And even when it's fucking abominable, even when it's fucking disgusting, we live in a country that guarantees us the right to be able to do it. So the onus kind of falls on us. Like, we have to be capable of using our...
Yeah, well, that's what Donald Trump is doing when he's trying to prosecute Comey. He's using his freedom of speech. He's using the law to go against those who are lawbreakers. And if you don't like Donald Trump using the law, well, obviously you don't know what the fuck the law is. Hello?
No, but I'm talking about Kimmel right now. But,
Hello?
But, so I would agree with what you're saying, but I also agree that a lot of parents these days aren't raising their children. Social media is raising their children.
You're right.
And that
And
becomes
shame on the
problematic.
parents. Shame on the parents.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But then there has to be some type of responsibility where we have to take as humans to say, oh, fuck, okay, we're allowing our children to be raised on iPads and iPhones and whatever, Androids, and television and Instagram and all that stuff. Should we have responsible speakers?
No, we should restrict social media. That's the obvious answer. I mean, like we have laws on cigarettes in this country. You got to be 18 or 21 in most places to buy cigarettes. Why do we put these laws in place? Because kids are not smart enough to make their own decisions, right? Like I agree with what you're saying, BB. Like I really, really do. But I think it has to come down to restriction of the social media companies. Like social media has been. I mean, we're talking about Jonathan Haidt earlier, and Monica and I think Serendipity. I think you were in the room as well. We're talking about Jonathan Haidt earlier. He's on this huge campaign at the moment about social media usage in kids. Like that has to be where this comes from.
Well, Ben, I think you touched on something that's so powerful, and I think it was so subtle that I don't think people really caught it. And then I would ask like people in the room, do people have a problem that there's an age restriction on smoking cigarettes?
No.
Yeah, of course I have a fucking problem with age restriction.
I check. Stop. It's annoying at this point.
You asked the fucking question.
No, I know, but it's like there's like alcohol involved with the answer. So hold on, because I think it's very important what Ben said, and I think it's if people don't have a problem with if people don't have a question. And the problem is you don't give simple answers. Sorry, bro. Just hold on for a second because there's something to be said about what Ben said.
Yeah, I wanna answer this for you.
Go ahead, dear.
Yes, I don't have a problem with there being age restrictions on smoking cigarettes. The thing of it is, it's a tangible good that you have to go to the store, you have to interact with a person to purchase and verify your identity. I think the problem comes in the virtual reality because there are too many ways to bypass verifying identity. You know, this kind of leads back to that Meta case that they just lost recently. Meta and was it Google? I think Google's the only other one that didn't settle. They just lost that case in California to that girl who essentially blamed her mental health issues on her social media addiction because somebody handed her an iPad at the age of 6 and she became addicted to YouTube. And by 11, she was addicted to Instagram. And, you know, she sued these companies, and generally they're protected by legislation that protects them from being liable due to content posted on their platforms. But the problem was they said that they didn't take enough actions to make the platforms safe to protect against children, like make them difficult for children to access. But when you have parents who are logging children in, creating accounts for them, bypassing all of the rules, I worry that this is a slippery slope, again, to curtailing our First Amendment right. And it's an entirely different ballgame when you're talking about virtual versus in person.
I think the restriction on purchasing of tobacco products is clearly not effectual, right? There was a dramatic decline in cigarette usage, but it basically tracks directly with the increase in vape usage. And now at this point, they're like Motorola's buying up companies who are developing vape detectors to be placed in like middle schools, right? There's a massive market for this. The private sector is running at full steam ahead to attack this problem. So the question is does this legislation do anything? And we've seen I think it was 5 or 6 years ago, something like that, we raised the age from 18 to 21. And now you have to be 21 to legally purchase cigarettes in this country, or any tobacco product for that matter. The sale of Zins and Snus and these sort of like nicotine pouches and vaporizers is at all-time highs amongst those under the age of 18. So it's clearly not having an effect.
Now, to follow up on that, do we think that there needs to be tougher laws on parents? Like, does the government need to step in and have more control over the children? Basically, because the parents aren't doing what they're supposed to do. Like, should the parents somehow be held to account?
The problem is as much as I'd like to see that, I don't think that would be effectual either. I think it's a cultural problem. It's a cultural problem that parents have now like outsourced 3/4 of their job to iPads, and they've kind of yielded to this blame everything around my child, not my child behavior. And I don't think there's any type of legislation that we can implement that would improve the quality of life writ large and also improve the condition of that issue. It would have to be tremendously authoritarian and make more victims of like putting parents in jail for their behavior. To the point that the juice wouldn't be worth the squeeze.
So like in Canada, they introduced a bill a couple years ago. I think it was Bill C-81. Yeah, you'd have to have a look at this, where children are basically property of the ward, right? So of the state, and basically parents don't have any rights. So little Johnny goes to school one day, and I know it's gonna sound like I'm going off like a course here, but I'm not, right?
No, I'm tracking. I think you're dead on.
Okay, so children go to school. Little Johnny goes to school, and he says, "Hey, I want boobies."
Yeah, I want to be a girl. Yeah,
I want to be a girl. He goes home and he says, "Daddy, Johnny, I want to have boobies." Daddy says, "Johnny, you're Johnny. You're a boy. Boys don't have fucking boobies. Smarten the fuck up and go back to school and be a boy." He goes back to school. He says, "My daddy says I can't have boobies." They can now legally remove that child from the home.
Yep.
Because they think that child is being endangered and they want to protect that child. So now the parents lose the rights of raising the children because they believe that the parents are endangering the child. And I think that has a lot to do with things like this, like the Jimmy Kimmel situation, the iPad situation, the smoking situation. But where's the line where it stops? Like, I think that there could be a happy medium, but I don't think it would stop. And I think it's a slippery slope, like what Serendipity was saying, and you were saying, that where does it stop? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, the issue is when we want the government to use tweezers, all they have is a hammer. And if we put this kind of control in their hands, it's largely not going to improve conditions of what we set out to improve, and it's likely to worsen conditions elsewhere. And I just think, yeah, it's a recipe for disaster. Unfortunately, it feels like a more tenable solution than hoping the culture will change. But like, unfortunately, kids are gonna have to die of popcorn lung, and you know, we're gonna have to allow them to suffer the consequences of sucking down vegetable glycerin by the gallon, and then something will change.
Yeah,
A couple of things, a couple of things. When the smoking age was raised to 21, less teenagers smoked, and I think that even though the number of vapors is increasing, I think the total teenage vapors is still lower than those that were smoking cigarettes before the age.
No, it's actually higher. It's actually higher.
Well,
the trouble is
I just looked at AI and it's telling me the opposite right now. But,
maybe in America, sorry, I know in Canada it's a big problem.
80's right based on the statistics, but the problem is like
how do you account for the kids that are certainly hiding it from their parents, certainly aren't responding to these sorts of surveys? And if you look at the private sector, there's investment going into like anti-vaping technologies. I work with public schools in a security capacity, and the demand right now for the ability to identify and address the behavioral issue of vaping in schools is like the number one topic on everybody's mind. It's more important than school bus crashes. It's more important than school shootings at this point. And you can go online right now and buy a 510 battery, which is like a commonly used variant of battery for vaporizers that looks like a fucking a highlighter, right? Like, there's products being marketed to enable children to do this. There's products being marketed to prevent them from doing this. It's definitely a problem. Right. Cigarette use is naturally going to go down when the dramatic increase of vaping happens.
Right.
And the problem is, so sorry, Edie, because I'm in the space of vaping, and I know a lot about it, and it's a fucking huge problem, because even in the States right now, I think there's only 2 or 3 vape products that are actually legal, FDA approved, right? All of these vapes that you guys see, like Craze, Aloe,
they're great.
They're illegal. But they're selling them like crazy.
So making laws, changing the legal age doesn't seem to be the way to do it, because manufacturers are still targeting these products.
No, the problem is that there's only one company or 2 companies that are manufacturing vapes in America. The rest are being manufactured in China, and they don't give a fuck what they're putting in there.
And so, but the ones that are legally doing it still will find a way to target younger people, even though there's not legal. They'll just say it's not for younger people, even though we're making it in bright colors and all this stuff, And then you have, stores are selling these things, just like with THC products. There's stores all over the place in states where it's not legal unless it's a dispensary, but they're still selling a THC product that, that they're not supposed to have because nobody does anything about it.
Well, look at Florida. They don't call it THC, they call it Delta 9.
There's stuff that's actually labeled THC in stores. So I don't know how they
THC is an umbrella category of a bunch of different molecules, and what they're essentially doing is creating these loopholes in the law to circumnavigate certain rules and make these THC analogs that are then legal for sale in this gray market capacity. The problem here is I firmly believe that is like a direct result of what we see as the government.
Right. That's I think that's the point I'm getting to. The government, and when you talk about social media, so there's still kids still can't go to see like R-rated. I don't think they call them R anymore, but there's still restrictions.
No, they're still R-rated.
No, they're R-rated.
Just the cover. Okay, but so I was like, well, then what's the problem with having that social media? But then the rest of us, adults and everybody, are going to have to put some sort of ID in when we log in, right? That's the only way to verify. Other than unless they just say, "Are you 18 or over?" Which obviously isn't going to verify unless you put some ID, which I don't think we want to do. Put an ID every time we log into social media. So the government trying to regulate these things, use the government to control these things, it's not a good solution. I don't think we want to keep giving the power to the government to do it. It has to come down to the parents. And although it's hard to do, that's the only way you're really going to do this.
But that's what I'm saying. Some of these things are doing their job.
Some of these things are the fault of the government.
Only way to. The parents need to start doing their fucking job, because you don't want to rely on the government to do it, because it's not going to work.
Some of these things are the direct fault of the government, and like the cannabis thing is it makes the argument to these other categories insofar as if the government would do what the clearly overwhelming majority of the American populace wants, which is like federally legalized cannabis like Canada did, then we wouldn't have to have all these loopholes and workarounds, because unfortunately some of these loopholes and workarounds are totally innocuous and they buy it at the head shop and they don't even get high and it's no big deal. Some of them are bath salts. Right?
Yeah.
Bath salts was the same thing. It was analogs of other compounds that were otherwise made illegal. This is like a problem of the government not appropriately regulating the market.
Can I interrupt? I hate to interrupt.
Is it marketing?
I just want to point out one thing. I want to bring everybody aware to the chat of the threat that I just got from a check, and I think that you guys should all be aware of this. BB, you're a wanker, and I hope you shit yourself in public. I think that's uncalled for.
and I think we should all stand up against
aggressive shitting yourself in public.
Shitting yourself in public.
Yeah, we don't want that. That's gonna affect other people.
Inside cheek. Inside cheek. Yeah. So
I was just going to say, Stigler, are they marketing? Part of the problem is the marketing efforts are marketing towards kids, how the advertisements look. I mean, we have that problem in my industry. It's a big problem, and there's mass torts actions and big lawsuits that have been settled because the marketing is appealing to kids. And, there's
but any marketing is appealing to a child.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter if it's geared to a 50-year-old.
I understand
That's
that.
largely what we're getting at, though, is what we're saying.
Yeah, I mean, we have it in the gambling world. It's a big problem. And
the government's lack of action in terms of vaping leads to like BB said, there's 2 or 3 vapes that exist in the country that are actually able to be legally sold, and the rest of them are operating in this weird gray marketplace. And crackdowns kind of ebb and flow at this point.
but what does the packaging look like? Like, that's my
It's not
question.
the packaging. Like people
What
are.
I'm saying, Abby, is that's what's incentivizing the sale of these products in these gray markets, making them more easily accessible to these kids.
So
Right, and they look attractive to
I
kids. I mean,
was
that's
just talking
one of
a
those
minute
trends.
ago about a vape battery that you can buy on Amazon that looks like a highlighter. It looks like a 1-to-1 highlighter.
How long are you guys going to go on about vapes? Because we haven't even gotten to COVID-19 injections, for all these youth. I mean, that Pfizer, Coca-Cola brand push. Wow, what an incredible marketing. Moderna, J&J. Oh, wow.
I think there's a misconception where people are thinking that the packaging is what attracts children. It's not. It's the flavors. It's you can get strawberry blue.
I have a genuine question. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, you added kerosene to cornflakes, and obviously nobody's actually going to do that. But there are consumer protection laws. I asked this as a genuine question. I don't have an answer to this, but like there, you see this RFK Jr. is doing a bunch of shit where he's saying you can't have all of these harmful chemicals in our food, which is like that should be like, well, no shit. But like, is there? I ask you this genuinely. Is there any recourse for that to say, hey, these chemicals are really, really harmful, and you just can't sell this in this country because this shit is just a really.
The problem is the chemicals aren't harmful until they get heated.
Okay. So.
And then it changes the molecular structure, and that's where the chemicals that are in vapes, they only become harmful once they ignite. Like once they get on the heat, the battery heats it. And it turns into the vapor. That's where the poison comes into effect. Before
To your earlier point, the whole vape market was a niche market. There was a kind of a nice little cottage industry of mom and pop shops popping up, and people who wanted to be into the vaping thing had to like wind their own coils and make their own canisters and like build these vaporizers, and they were largely like purchasing the vape juices domestically, and it was made here. Go into any gas station within a 5-mile radius of.
Now that's treating the ball numbers as like constant values for universes you might find yourself in, and then there's less of them in the naturalism, right? Which is a crude analogy because it's actually like way more complicated than that, but like it makes the point.
I mean, I have this thing in my Islam essay, which is just, I have it be numbers drawn on a piece of paper, drawn out of a hat. So I'll call it the hat argument now, but anyway, it's just the fine-tuning argument for God. For atheism.
No, we should call it the stepping in the buckets argument. And stepping in the bucket is a thing from baseball where you, instead of stepping towards the plate with your lead foot, you step away from the plate. Thank you.
Do you guys mind if we just quickly, Deepak, can you just cover, because I don't know how much time I have, can you just tell me what happened with your resolution with Zelini?
I mean, I actually, I messaged you. I mean, you asked the question, like, on that, I can answer that.
Okay, but, I mean, can you tell me, since I don't know how to read?
To be honest, like, he just thinks that, like, the boys not to him thinking that, he just thinks that, like, a Bayesian sort of analysis of epistemology is, like, not the right way to, like, describe the majority of situations, even mundane ones. I mean, partly it's based on, I mean, mostly it's just based on the fact that that's not how, that doesn't actually describe how people update their beliefs, right?
But they do. But they do. But they do.
I mean, that's not actually a super crazy thing to think, to be honest with you. That, like, you know, people are not, like, perfect Bayesian machines, and we don't actually typically
That's
read
not
them exactly like that.
Well, there's a difference between being a perfect Bayesian machine and, like, you know, doing this sort of belief update that roughly corresponds with, like, Bayesianism by analogy, right? And I think there are times when people don't even do that, right? Like when, like, you know, like all these cognitive biases, like, you know, the librarian example and stuff.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. People are irrational all the time, so it's hard to say. It's, so, like, the thing is like, typically you want to say it's a model of, like, ideal reasoning or something. Yeah.
Right, and Zeleny thinks that that's actually, there's no fact of the matter about, like, maybe I'm being too strong in what I'm saying, but maybe that's...
No, he's probably correct. I probably agree.
Bro, yeah, I'm gonna bring it back up. Whatchamacallit, yeah, I saw that God Logic one today. I thought that was pretty funny.
He just did one like 2 minutes ago. The Muslims are running, and the Muslim was begging for mercy, and his mods kicked God Logic off. They were trying to save the guy.
I saw that one too, and he was like, "Man, you agreed with what I'm saying to you about." Yeah, I was thinking about that verse.
He was the Muslim was trying to say that he was uncreated. He was a thought, and so he was uncreated.
Hello, moderators.
He was trying to say he was
I'm gonna take a nap. So
Good evening, moderators. I'm wondering if anyone can be kind enough to read the text in my PTR. Thank you.
Okay. The quest of the Holy Grail, the search for the stone of the philosophers, by whatever name we choose to call the great work, is therefore endless. Success only opens up new avenues of brilliant possibilities. Yeah, verily and amen. The task is tireless and its joys without bounds. For the whole universe and all that is in it, that in it is, what is it? What is it but the infinite playground of the crowned and conquering child, of the insatiable, the innocent, the ever-rejoicing heir of space and eternity, whose name is man, I guess. Okay. All right, dog. Cool. I hope I read it as best I could.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, like, we sit here and we talk about the God all the time, but you know, man in itself is quite remarkable. I mean, we're fully automated. It only takes on a man and a woman to bust a nut and have a great orgasm. I mean, look at Barth. He's got 4 incredible children that he loves with his heart.
He already forgot about the golden calf.
It's too early to have him in the room. He's just gonna kill the room. So, but later on, you can come up later on.
He's trying to acknowledge the creation, but not the creator. That's what got them wrong in the first place.
Too early in the room to have him. He's good like when the room is dying out.
Bro, Megatron, Alistair is actually pretty cool. You're the one that's ruined the room. You kicked me down because I disagree with you.
Me being personal.
No, you aren't. You're being very vindictive.
No, you're being disrespectful to the
Alright, things are about to get weird.
If anything, you guys will be sitting together. That's why I'm behaving myself.
Wait, because I'm scared because somebody's got a green bean? Like, I give a fuck if you're gonna kick me out of the room?
I'm not gonna kick you out.
What's that?
Bro, you are...
Here's the other thing. Here's how it started, and I think this is also a more reasonable question to ask. Is like, let's say there's a claim and you use it to like update your beliefs, right? Like, what is it that's really doing the work, quote unquote, right? Is it the claim itself, or the background information that like gives you the, you know, the reliability for the claim?
Yeah, I've explained that point to Deepak because you could just say, look, the claim in this context is like a piece of data of like, it's an observation that somebody is like testifying to you or something, or they're assenting to something or whatever. So it's like the data is like an observation of a person doing this, And the idea is like, okay, you could tell me what my background is, right? Like I could be like, in this kind of context, people are usually honest. I don't know. That's just like an easy one, like you could come up with other ones that would also make it happen.
Moderators, I'm just wondering, I know you guys will go on forever, so I'll have to just speak up. I'm wondering if somebody could read my PTR. Hello?
So, Jesus Christ. So you have that in your background, right? Before you get a claim, right? So you haven't made this observation yet of a person, testifying to something.
I never killed one Kurd.
But you killed the Shias, right?
More than I got fingers and toes.
And they let you live and suffer life. Like
Dude, they have a $50,000 fucking price tag on my head.
They let you live because you suffer like a pig.
I suffer like what kind of pig?
Like the pig you
want to throw your pearls at me?
But you granted them a martyrdom, right? Heaven. But they granted you hell and fire and suffering.
Dude, I was the medic.
That's why you sound like a fucking devil here.
He has like the best reputation. I'm telling you.
As a result of that,
Right, bro. I mean, like, dude, I'm a Georgia boy. You shoot at me, I'm gonna shoot at you. But like, I never went there to hurt anybody. I went there to be a medic. Like, it's not my fault you turned me into the old me.
You're not shit, bro. Don't talk to me.
No, I mean, I'm not shit because God is great and I make myself small.
What are you telling people if you're a medic?
Because I had a gun and people were shooting at me.
What kind of gun did you have?
An M4, a 249, 12 gauge, and an M9.
What are you doing with a 12
God is the shit. Got it?
Dude, when I wore my full battle rattle, I was 130 pounds heavy. But I would do 12 miles in on a 6-hour dismount. Like we would just walk through the city.
Yeah, I'm
kicking indoors,
I
soft knocking, hard knocking, running the shit out of shit.
Right now, I'm a skinny as fuck, and I weigh 195 pounds.
I'm 155 pounds, and I don't really give a crap.
That's not make time PCR that shit.
Bro, you act like I won't smoke a joint in your fucking face.
Why do you have a Smith & Wesson? You said you're a Georgia boy.
Because I prefer my Berettas. Like, dude, I am a Georgia boy. I have my own gun range in my own backyard. Like, dude, it's 8:30 right now, right? What if I go like 1, 2, 3?
Should we report to the FBI? What the fuck is this?
Yeah.
I love Jesus.
I love you, dude. Okay.
Why don't you recite a surah and then shoot at the gun?
I think it's when you kill Sunnis, you're allowed to have a gun in your ass in case they try to kill you back. That's gangsta.
Yeah, I told you, my friends are.
He's my friend. He's not your friend.
He's been a friend for years on this app. You just met him.
No, you haven't. No, you
Yes, I have.
I've been on here for 5 years. Everybody knows who Doc is.
Oh yeah, what up, Doc?
I could be drunk and retarded, or I could be really sober like I am now and tell you you're full of fucking shit.
No, you're not. You're not going to be shooting in front of my door.
Dude, if I wanted to get rid of you, I wouldn't even, get anywhere near your door.
Joe, Megatron is a friend. All right, you two should be friends.
Well, I'm not trying to pee on his leg and tell him it's raining.
I get that. But you guys are the same, cut from the same cloth. You're just a southern person. He's northern.
Well, that might be the inherent difference. Or a vast difference, because I'm a man and
the old American Christian wasps, essentially, and then became the new leaders of America through democracy and infiltration.
Makes sense. Well, I like how you compare current CEOs to um, like aristocrats, like kings. I mean, that's what they are technically.
Right.
In their corporate structure.
Right. They're just a free group of free market aristocrats, right? Where they have a lot of power and influence, but they have no obligation to their own country, their own people. They just have obligation to their own family capital, essentially, right? And to their corporation.
Right.
So now all the aristocrats, merchant class, and middle class owe no loyalty to their own country. And we have globalist capitalists, globalist finance, but we also have globalist consumers who want to buy cheap goods from China, right?
How's it going? Hello.
Hello.
Are you Christian, guys? Are you Christians?
Yeah, I'm Christian.
Yeah, why Jesus got crucified?
Jesus got crucified because the Jewish people were waiting for a Messiah, and Jesus said in certain terms that he was the Messiah, and the Jews didn't like that, and they were given a choice by Pontius Pilate, who was a Roman governor, and they said, would you rather crucify a criminal named Barbarous, who was a murderer, a rapist, and a thief, or would you rather crucify a person claiming to be God, who was trying to create social change in the Near East?
He got crucified.
And they chose. All right, man. I'll see you
Wait,
later.
can I ask?
Losers.
No, he's gone. You can wave him. You can add him and wave him if you want. But I don't really talk to retards. So.
That was a nice answer, bro. I mean, you were getting there.
There are different ways to see the figure of Christ. One of the things he was trying to do is bring back the custom of the Jubilee, where you forgive the debts of the lower classes that Jews used to practice, but started practicing less and more with the Pharisees. And, the Lord's Prayer is forgive the debts of those who owe money to you as if you would like to have your debts forgiven. But a lot of modern Christians changed that word from debt to sin, and they kind of missed the mark on that. So I would say a lot of Christians aren't really Christians. They're subverted Christians.
So what you're trying to say when people say Jesus died for our sins, it's Jesus died for our debt?
Our debt, correct.
What up, you? But I think that makes even less sense than sins. Or maybe because I've heard it so many times.
Right, correct. I get where you're coming from, but it's not just sins that he died for. It's also debt, and because the forgiveness of debts is what prevents indentured permanent servitude of your family for the next 1,000 years or 500 years. And the Jubilee that the Jews practiced is what was a way of preventing their own people from becoming permanent indentured servants. Whereas liberals think that there's nothing wrong with permanent indentured servitude.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the same concept in Islam there is for it with regards to interest. That is what
that came from Christianity and Judaism and Sumer and Babylon way before Islam even existed.
Wherein interest was forbidden.
Too much interest was forbidden, but instead of giving people money in welfare, what they did was they created ancient Sumer, right, which is one of the oldest civilizations. You can see this in all the Near East derivative civilizations like Babylon and so many different groups of people in that region before the Jews.
But Jews, I think they practice a lot of what is it called? The practice of
this usury or something, right?
Right, but that's what they more came to, right? That developed more when they became a minority of the Romans and then came into Europe, right? And there weren't that many jobs for them to go into, so then they went into usury, yeah. But the Catholic Church historically were against usury until they weren't, and until they weren't the power structure of Europe. And the Catholics are the last Christians to practice the Jubilee, actually, historically.
What is the Jubilee?
The Jubilee is the forgiveness of debt of the lower productive farming class so that they wouldn't be in permanent indentured servitude.
But how can a church forgive the debts of farmers when the debts are with the banks?
Well, because in those times the church had a lot more influence, so they could. And then in historical Sumer, let's go back to pre-Christianity and pre-Judaism. How did ancient Near East societies practice debt forgiveness? There was two types. One was that he would forgive the debts, and because the debts were taken, like let's say you were a poor farmer and your tools broke, and you're a poor farmer, so you can't buy it, right? You would go to a local temple, which is, or you would go to the king and the king's state and ask for a loan. Okay, and over a period of time, those loans would stack up, but you were still able to produce wheat productively because you got those loans. So every 7 years, or whenever a new king was coronated, all those debts would be forgiven, and you would have a clean slate again. And then every 50 years, the king and the religious temples would redistribute all the land in their society, so that people could go back to their homeland, and then allow for the free market again. And over those 50 years, the best farmers and the richest farmers would eventually have most of the land again. And this was a way to reset the system every 7 to 50 years, so that you would have permanent indentured servitude of like 3 to 4 or 5 generations of people being indentured servants to the same rich people.
So it was before Christianity, you're saying?
Yes, it was before, and then it was during Judaism, and then it was also during Christianity. The Catholic Church did have jubilees in the Middle Ages, actually. But they kept the practice going as a structure.
So you don't believe in the whole idea of Jesus died for our sins? Like if a Christian commits, say, a lot of crimes, say Hitler, and he's a practicing Christian, he won't go to heaven just because he's a
There's an
Christian?
element of that. Yeah, there is an element of that, but it depends how you interpret it. Does that mean that your job is to never commit sin? Probably not, because we are fallen and Jesus is sinless. So from my perspective, it's normal for humans to commit sin, but you should repent as a Christian and you should strive to do better. But I don't expect everyone to be able to become Jesus Christ on earth.
Yeah, but say somebody rapes a little kid and then they die. So they, according to you, they'll go to heaven because they're a Christian.
That's where I'm like a little bit unsure. I don't know if it's just to believe in Christ or repenting of your sins and then trying to be a better person in this material life before you get to heaven, right? And trying to actually change your life for the better. I think that process is what makes you Christian.
And what is the concept of repentance in Christianity?
Repentance is asking for forgiveness, understanding that what you did was not a good thing, that it was bad, and that you should try to change your life so that you no longer live in that type of lifestyle.
So it's not going to a confession.
That is part of that. Yeah, like that is part of it. The confessional is part of repentance, right?
So this couple, they like constantly like fighting all
So
the
but
time.
if Jesus died for your sins, then what is the point of repentance?
She chases him around town. He keeps screaming at her. It's like a fun comedy routine.
Because
I put him on YouTube last year. There they are again, getting in the same fight. He's leaving. He's like, she just cries eyes are chasing. Why are you doing this? Why are you leaving me alone? It's so crazy. Alright, everybody, this is my garden here in Chicago. Go to ChicagoMaribels.com. This one's dead. An Amazon fail, another Amazon fail. This little guy here is sprouting up quite nicely. And we're gonna try to put it in a different.
But you think Christ is God, right?
Holder, see how big we can get it to grow.
So you're becoming like
Here's
God.
another little succulent. These are all succulents. Our
Yeah,
succulents
but
over
isn't
here.
that why all religions worship their
I can't
gods,
believe
so that
it.
you are more like them than
And
those people?
there's all
No,
these
I
social
don't
media
think so.
justice
Not all
issues.
religions.
Are they still fighting?
Not all religions, but I would say
Where do
that
they go to now?
having this idea of a god above you,
He's like, I'm gonna punch you in the face.
from your perspective as an Indian,
I don't
No,
know.
I'm not a
Just
Hindu.
call it a day. Like, why does the man have to like also add to the drama? Can anyone explain that to me? Like, isn't that kind of gay?
a greater ideal.
Maybe he just doesn't like women or something. Maybe he doesn't like hot young chicks that are just like crying and want to just bang on them. And he's like, I'm gonna punch you in the face if you keep talking to me. Stop talking to me.
You could have Indian gods that
Alright, everybody, we're gonna go to the front of the house, see if we can capture it
anti-fertility gods, but
from
you
that
guys have
angle. I think he may.
fertility gods.
I told you I'm not a Hindu. I have no idea. I'm a Muslim. So, but I mean, we worship God just to like thank God or whatever, right? And just to worship Him, to let Him know that we are His servants and whatnot. Also, it helps. So there's this saying which roughly goes as, praying is like keeping the cloth of faith clean. If you don't pray, the cloth gets dirtier and dirtier.
Yeah, so I don't understand what you don't understand about Christianity when it's similar in that respect.
No, I mean, we can't be godlike. I mean, that's like the more absolute, the biggest sin that you could ever do is try to be godlike or something.
I would argue that if you truly believe in that, then you should break every commandment as much as humanly possible. You should be as dirty as humanly possible. You should be as disrespectful as humanly possible. But I don't think you would argue that, which means you more agree with me than you don't, ironically.
No, but following the commandment.
Possible, you should murder as humanly possible. But I don't see Muslims advocating for that either, right? Except in certain.
But following the commandments doesn't make you godly.
Wait, can you just agree with me like on that, or can you disagree with me on that point? Like, is the point of life to be as sinful, to be as horrible of a human being as humanly possible?
I had to figure out whether her vitals,
or we can't
whether she was really going through something.
a greater,
I gave her a little bit of like, aspirin. Actually, I gave her an Excedrin,
to that
which
degree.
is aspirin.
Okay, can you repeat what you're saying? I'm sorry, your accent. Just.
So, do you think the point of life is to be as murderous and rapist as humanly possible? To lie as
No, of course not. No.
Okay, then you are trying to be better as a fallen creature, actually. So you do agree with me, actually, that even though you say you disagree with me, actually you agree with me more than you think.
But what do you mean by a fallen creature?
People who can't be perfect.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really not interested in having a debate about Islam and Christianity, to be honest with you.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to understand what you are saying. The guy, whoever.
Read about it. Go read. There's like thousands of books on Christianity and analysis and all this stuff. You can go read those books.
Okay, fair enough, man. Don't get hyper. It's all.
Yeah, it's all right. Exactly. So go read. Yeah.
Hi, Gio. How is everyone?
Hey, how are you?
What's up,
Yeah, long time no see.
Hi, Marsha. Hi, everyone.
Hey, Samia.
What's the topic here? We're talking about Christianity, Gio?
Yeah, PPL wanted to interrogate Christianity.
No, I was just trying to understand what he was saying. The last guy that was here, he asked a question and then Gio was answering, so I just went off of that.
Yeah, hello everyone. Hi. Do you have any topics you want to talk about, Samia?
Yeah, I was in a room where we were having, it was like Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, and it was like an interfaith conversation, and like it's the style of talking I think offends people, like because in Islam we have like da'wah, and some people find it annoying because it's like a bit Jehovah Witness. So it's like some Muslims will come across defensive because I don't know, like the religion's under attack, but it's like I think it's hard to talk to people when they're like that, right? Like, what do you guys think, like from outside?
I think that's witnessed with EMPI. I think like discussion between different faiths is kind of retarded. You pick a religion and then you practice it. And then you shall see the fruits of your religion over time, right?
Yeah, it's tricky. I think with like Islamophobia or like like you get what I mean, where it turns into
But like a Christian civilization should be Islamophobic, just like Islamic society should be Christianophobic, right?
Oh, they are.
Like that's
exactly.
That's normal, right? Like the people who think that we can all live in harmony. Look at the history of the Middle East, right? The Muslims conquer, right? All of the Christian regions, right? Christian Syria, Christian Egypt, on and on and on. The Balkan areas. Did they debate? Did they convert?
Those aren't super difficult to find
That
quality.
is the normal scenario.
The reason or what is happening, the phenomena to study, I think, is misinformation. The internet and social media. It was brewing during the Obama times, right? All of this misinformation was building up, and it was right by the time Trump came. But there could have been other crazy motherfuckers, like just as crazy as Trump, who have been also come into place. So again, it's not. I don't think there's nothing really special about it.
Well, I do think there's something special about him. I think in 2016, had that field been smaller, had it been just Jeb Bush and Ted Cruz and Trump, he would have lost. The advantage Trump had was that field was massive, and he had 20% name recognition. And so it's very interesting. Which direction? One of the moments in the primary that was so interesting was Kasich is critiquing on something, and Trump just pulls out his purple numbers out of his pocket. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen in a debate. Crumble up piece of paper. This is okay. This is why I'm like in the middle of the stage, and Kasich is down there at like 2%. I'm at like 20, and he's at like 2. It was the only time I've seen a presidential candidate explain to people that your place on the stage is related to where you are.
I would speak honestly.
And I think he would have
Nevertheless, I would
but again, if it was a 3-man race,
I pledge my banners to renew
would
his
have never done that.
I will never serve the usurpers or the wealth of Volta. But there are battles to be
the
fought.
other thing he did,
And at times like this,
which I think was, so basically, I mean, the reason
that's why he's barking at the moon. You have mustered an army near us, which turning aside from our judgment and taking a course I myself deem reckless.
the second thing is,
for good or ill,
people wanted disruption.
You are a leader of men. If you declare yourself,
and COVID
the Lord will follow you. They never took you for a town
people
clerk.
panicked. And so, knowing
Your nearest intentions are good, but what we need in this moment
they wanted
is a king.
disruption again. And I think that's why, the
May I have a word
Democrats
of right?
two very, very capable people, Hillary and Harris, both were capable people. that's why he's, that's why he's won.
Well, you kind of making my point for me in terms of the time makes the man, and where Trump has an undeniable genius is he understands the attention economy. And
Chris Hayes, buddy. Chris Hayes.
No. And like people in the time, like people trying to rationalize like Trump winning and saying that he would have destroyed Jeb Bush and Ted Cruz easily. The reason he won is because he won on lies and rage, right? And he would have won with 3, 2, or 10 Republicans. And that is why he's willing to be, that's why he's able to win versus other ones. Because people are not willing to say the crazy shit that he says. And he is. That's the advantage that he has.
But
Carlos, there is a really good reason why people voted for him.
Carlos, isn't that kind of what I'm saying though, is the attention economy. He understood the old paradigm of how you run to be president could be ripped up, to Scott's point. I'm in the middle of the stage, I've got 20%, in effect you're an idiot, you're a nobody, you're on 2%, you're at the end. Like, no person running for president would have ever said such a thing. He understood that he could say that, and it would garner him more press. And also to Scott's point, I'm a traditional reader of that primary, and I think Scott's right. There were 10 potential Republican nominees running in that primary, and as I remember it, when he was winning in a crowded field, he was only getting about 30% of the vote.
He came into that primary, Richard, with 20%. He was floating into 2020. But the field was so big that that's all he needed. And his media attention and all the media kissed his ass. And, it was so interesting. I mean, I remember Joe Scarborough and Mia Brzezinski. They had that guy on every word. And at one point he said, "You guys have been like supporters." And Mia, they freaked out. They were like, "We're not supporters. We're just taking you seriously." You're absolutely right. He could not have done that in a three-person field. He just couldn't have done it. Because the money, he would have gotten blurred.
I think I don't know, I don't understand. But let me address what Russell said. You said that he understood like the attention economy. And that the problem I have is saying that Trump understood that. He doesn't understand anything.
It's not true. It's not true, my friend.
He just does stuff out of like what he thinks, but not like understanding. It's just like what like the first shit that comes to his
Clavicular or whatever his name is,
right?
clavicular
the
guy,
problem is
he slams his jawbone with a hammer to try to give himself a nice jawline.
Comedy movies in Mexico about this comedian who always ends up like in very high positions, pretending that he is very capable, and everybody thinks like he's very capable, but he doesn't know anything. But every time he does something, everybody praises him.
So this
like,
clavicular or
and it's
whatever
a comedy, and it's like what is happening. Like, are you saying that Trump actually understood that, and he made the calculation of how to win? If I say this outrageous thing, I'm just gonna get people. It's not what happened. It's just an outrageous person that happened to be in a society that lacks critical thinking, right, and lacks like understanding of what is reality and what isn't. It's a liar. It's a pathological liar, and that's all what he does. He lies. And if people can distinguish a lie from a truth, right? That's it. It's nothing about understanding how he's really like some sort of genius that controls the masses. It's just a person who's able to lie and people cannot know the difference between true and lie.
No, it's not that simple. If you look at all of the
his name. It doesn't matter if it's hotels, it doesn't matter if it's hotels, his magazines, the university, his clothing line, his like selling steaks. Every single thing President Trump has ever done in his entire life is branded on his name. And he understands the power of television because he did Oprah. He did, like 60 Minutes. He did all the old talk shows back in the day. And he kept his name in the media. He went to Playboy parties. He stood in the forefront all the time knowing how much television mattered. And then when he did reality television, his name was as big as the brand. So like he understood playing reality television to that degree. And so when he went into a presidential election cycle, he was calling in onto every single cable news station and like voicing his opinion.
And he didn't think he would win. He told Howard Stern told this, and Howard Stern used to be one of his counterparts. And basically, he told Stern this was a goof. He was just basically trying to. When he ran in 2016, he was renegotiating his appearance contract, and he wanted more money. And he thought, I'll just run for president, and that will get me, and get my brand out. And it came crazy during this huge feud, but he had no idea he would do this well.
The point is that this wasn't the first time he ran for president either. He ran as a Reform Party candidate and lost. But my point is that his weaponizing TV, which is because I work in campaigns, I've worked on the Republican side as a political consultant, and I've been at the presidential election level. He understood that he did it on media 3 times on TV, hundreds of hours of coverage by talking and saying things, outspent every single dollar that the rest of the field could spend. To Scott's point, the field was too big, so the donors are all split up. So Ted Cruz was competing for donor dollars against Kasich, and everyone was competing, splitting it up. And the problem is that they couldn't outspend the amount of TV time that President Trump got organically. So yeah, he was smart. He wasn't just lying to 100%. He branded himself. His name recognition was so much better than everyone else because he stayed to the forefront his entire career. So to label him as an idiot ignores his survival skills, and his survival skills was his name.
Exactly. So saying that he understood that being on TV every day was useful for him, as if that is something only a genius could understand or foresee, it's what baffles me. What is that? That's not what I'm arguing. Of course, everybody could understand that if the people are talking about you, it's good for you. You don't need to be a genius or some kind of guru of social interactions in media. The only thing that I'm saying is that the guy, it is an idiot. He is an idiot. The only thing that happened is that because we're in a society that lacks critical thinking, people cannot distinguish between this guy lying, right, and telling the truth. And because of that, he maintained the support through the whole thing. He came out of that stare, and the first things that he said were very, stupid stuff. And from that point, I think he was 2% or something on the polls, and it went to 14%, within a week.
Actually, this is where you're missing it. The truth is probably somewhere in the middle.
He was at 20%.
Wait,
from the whole time.
No. Before he came out of the stairs, he was not in 20%. That's not true.
The truth is probably somewhere in the middle. He's uncouth and crass, but I don't think he's some Otto von Bismarck level brilliant strategist. But there is a brilliance to some of the stuff he does, just as an emergent phenomenon. He always has been this way. Never surrender or whatever. He lies to a degree and frequency that would make any traditional politician blush, but he also, in a similar way, tells the truth about some important things, and that's really why his star began to rise. At the same time, that there was just such feckless leadership on both sides, and there was, the professional political class had failed us, the neocons had failed us, and so people were willing to take kind of an experimental treatment for what they thought was an incurable disease. And coming down the stairs, he was fucking dead on about immigration. The wall, as retarded as I thought it was, probably would have been a good idea. Like, some of his instincts are actually spot on, and then he does lie about saying other things that, like, strain credulity.
So immigrants, right? And this is from the Cato Institute, right? Undocumented immigrants are revenue positive for the country because they pay taxes and they don't consume services. So I mean, he's wrong on.
See, that's not true. These things get tortured, but no,
it is true.
But reducing everything down to just GDP misses the point. Like it's always over-indexed. Even if I would concede you that point, it's demoralizing. It's corrosive to the connective tissue of a healthy, stable cultural society when there are all these carve-outs for laws. When population centers and demographics shift beyond any kind of natural, 1 degree at a time evolution where people can be folded into the broader culture. So I would argue that those Cato Institute numbers are accurate, but even if they are, it neglects certain other things that cannot be captured just via a simple cost-benefit analysis on financial expenses.
What you're saying, Todd? Why are undocumented people from the Southern Hemisphere who are Christian, who are patriotic, why are they a drain on the culture? I don't understand.
Wasn't it self-evident? I mean, the selective pressures for assimilation have never been lower. You cannot have an atomized.
Antenna's dissolved in 1994.
What's happening?
So a medical doctor, just keep that in mind for later. Now, in 1994, hey, Darryl, I'm going to mute you real fast. A recreational up the Hudson.
I have no problem with quote-unquote immigrants, legal or illegal, but when you let 10 to 15 million people in a short period of time, that's just not a healthy thing for a society. It depresses wages, it's corrosive, again, to morale, all these things that don't get captured immediately and neatly through some, study that's funded to...
Why does it depress morale? Tell me, I don't get that.
Are you serious?
Yeah, no, I don't find. I mean, I
have millions of people illegally enter your country. This isn't Ellis Island. You cannot have the same level of mass migration when you have welfare, where immediately you can sign up for services. There were people getting flown all over the country. There were people being put up in nice hotels. Again, I don't necessarily even care, woe is me. From just a purely pragmatic standpoint, that's not a healthy foundation for a high-trust society. And it retards people's, buy-in to, work hard, follow the rules, because there's this, gross asymmetry, which is usually, again, benefiting capital far more than it is the middle class. This used to be something that was really important to the left at one point, and then it kind of flipped, but this absolutely depresses wages. I don't understand how that would not be demoralizing.
So if I can ask him a question, demoralizing, I'm genuinely curious, when you say demoralize, if you don't mind if I ask you, where are you located? And when you say it's demoralizing, can you just more specifically say for whom?
Yeah, I'm with you there. I don't feel demoralized.
Okay, but I'm not arguing on the other side here, but there is a large precedent for what he said.
if you to look at the 1840s as mass German migration to the United States and Irish, and you read the newspapers of the time, and people were worried that the specific Anglo culture of the United States was going to be lost. Ditto, you move another 50 years on from that, in the late 19th century, it was Italian migration. People were worried. The chattering classes were worried, and dare I say that large wave non-Anglo Western European migration in part led to the progressive era because wages were depressed. There's massive precedent for what Todd's saying. Where I would disagree is about people being demoralised, and I would rephrase it to say that what people have done in countries all over the world, when there's mass migration of people that don't look like them and or don't worship like them, don't talk like them, they worry about the culture of the country changing. And that's universal. That's totally universal. 1 million Syrians after the Syrian civil war went to Germany. There was a spike in far-right voting in Eastern Germany because of it, because people, rightly or wrongly, I'm not putting a value on it, were worried about so many people coming so quickly that didn't look like them, didn't have the same religion, didn't have the same cultural mores. These are age-old questions that people ask about mass migration. Dare I say it, when my folks moved to England in the early 1960s, the same thing was said.
But the difference is, like, they operate in offices outside of City Hall, often identifying corruption, waste, and abuse by the city's most
both
powerful.
explicitly and implicitly, there were much more intense selective
This is
pressures
not a religious
to
conflict.
fold yourself in.
Back New Year's in, boy.
Right, kick that retard out. There were implicitly and explicitly, Scott, just one of you guys, like, explicitly and implicitly, there was much more intense selective pressures to assimilate. Now, you can have, like, half of your, like, consciousness exist in the country that you came from.
Todd, shut your lame up, boy, shut your lame up, boy, shut your lame up, boy, shut your lame up.
This is really exciting. What a dork. Anyways, in satellite television, free, FaceTime, whatever, like, we would have to, like, pay per minute.
Have you tried using
Elder millennial older, like, remembers that you guys, like, ration longer than
That's not good. Don't put me on.
More to the point of, like, depressed wages and people being concerned about it. You see this reality play out in the southern part of the United States and the Midwest, when you have farmers and skilled labor that can't compete with the prices that are being presented by corporations and by contractors that are subcontracting to migrant labor. And you have this problem to where in the United States, like, the age of skilled labor is getting older and older and older, and people aren't taking up the jobs, because why would you go into a field when you're constantly being undercut by migrant labor who's here, who's doing jobs poorly, or sometimes doing it great, but often poorly, and they're charging less, and people are just going to choose to pay less. And you have the same thing with corporate farms, that they're not beholden by the federal government, they're not punished by the state government. They're hiring migrant labor because it's subcontracted by 7 levels. So, like, for a small farmer, eventually they lose their farm, and the quiet despair that happens in this country when people sell, like, the properties that they've done, or they sell the businesses that they've had for generations, it's happening over and over, and it's quietly happening in places that maybe you guys aren't from. But I've seen it happen to generations of people, and I'm an immigrant. Like, my family came over in 75, so, like, I'm not beholden to this, but, like, my family chose to assimilate, but I've seen what has happened.
Henry, where in the country are you?
I'm now in Philly, but I'm from Louisiana, and I spent the majority of my life in the South or the Midwest.
Where does your family come from?
But hold on, I asked Todd earlier. Todd, where in the country are you?
Why does it matter?
Well, because it impacts what your thought process is.
He's on a border.
Yeah, I'm on a border. For again, the demoralization thing is like very specific. Depresses wages. Also, people didn't vote for this. Like, for the same reason, it was depressing to see the retarded pull out of Afghanistan in the way we did, even though I wanted us completely out of that region. No one voted to go to, like, war with Iran. No one voted for mass migration. It becomes demoralizing when you realize you're, like, functionally, like, a slave, and the political class not only does not listen, and there's way too much leverage to capital post-Citizens United, and there was already too much leverage in that direction anyways.
Hi, moderators. This is Alistair. Could you put me in the queue? Thank you.
Yeah, I want to be in the queue too.
So the reason I ask is because the idea of the demoralization thing is something that, you know, it's a very specific word when you hear it, right? So I was, you know, talking
it's a word.
Scott,
like, words are specific. Like, what is it?
So if you let me finish, I'll get to it, right? So I live in New York City, born and raised in New York City, and immigrants, at least here, because someone earlier mentioned Ellis Island, right? So immigrants here have always been, you know, despite what I actually disagree with what Royfield said, because the immigrants here have always been,
Excuse me, moderators. When I say I'd like to be put in the queue, I'd also like to be acknowledged that I exist by confirming that I'm being put in a queue. Hello?
Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, kick this fag out too.
I'm a huge Kitover fan.
So what I was saying is that's why when you say demoralizing, it is a very specific word. And when you say, like, the country is being demoralized, words have meanings, right? So it's like, maybe where you are in the country.
I said it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Todd. Did you just say kick this F word? Did I hear you correctly, Todd?
No, you didn't hear anything. I said it's demoralizing. Did I say it's like...
They kicked me! They kicked me. Oh my god.
This isn't some racist thing, or just because some
We're back!
Like, speak directionally about certain things a certain way. I think it's a great folly to brace against it.
Why is
For
it that
ideological reasons. This is like raw pragmatism.
with
It is not a healthy substrate
if I
society
would
to
have
build
been on
something
North
on.
Carolina and I would have found seashells that said 8647.
Grew up in New York City. Are
I'm
you
almost
familiar with
positive,
the violent history
I would
that
probably
comes with the immigrants throughout the hundreds of years in New York? There's been so much conflict over it's not all
you're the best lawyer. You got some experience.
Man,
Why
words
is
mean
it
things,
that
right? So
when
don't
it comes to
interpret what I'm saying,
individuals,
just listen to what I'm saying. Because what I said is immigrants have been
backgrounds like
very
his,
productive
why does it take so long? We gotta go
of the
through this
history
dog
of
or
New
pony
York
show.
City.
But on
And
an
if you
average
look at,
citizen,
you know, so when you,
there's a hook, line, and sinker pretty
America,
quick.
right? Like this perspective that we're one country, it's
Did
just
it? I didn't even say one word.
we're 50
Well, I mean,
kind of
there's a
little
lot
micro
of
countries with
legal muscle he has also that he's coming out this way. And you have pressure coming with respect to emotions and
there are over
trying
100 languages spoken in New York
discount
City, right?
the,
But what happens is
the
we all get on
charges.
the subway.
And
For the
you know,
most
the
part,
average
we crowd
citizen
into the
may not
subways.
may have
buses.
legal aid
We
to help
crowd
them,
into buildings.
or you know, a public defender. I mean, this is
is
coming at it
actually,
with a lot of legal muscle.
in my experience, and
I just,
like I said,
again, you have to look at all the
raised here
particulars.
with the
I
exception
think
of
the
living
point of the indictment
Tokyo
is
for a year.
a pretty loud statement.
We're the largest city building
There's been the topic of
assassination
ever since
the second closest, we're close to 9
assassination
million
attempt is
The
just
second
with political
closest is
violence and the tolerance for
Los
it, and
Angeles,
that we have
4
laws in
million.
place about
Then
threatening
you jump down to Chicago,
our
it's 2
president
million.
and about
And we
threatening
don't,
public officials,
at least
and
for the most part, what we've
we
learned to
should
do
clamp down
is get
on
along.
those laws. And we
President
talk about it
actually
in rooms
but
where,
nothing to do with
that
point.
even in clubhouse rooms where you have people that will threaten public officials and say things that are in violation of federal law. So
Why so long with officials versus your average citizen?
Obviously, in
That's what
large
I
part,
wanna know.
immigration has led to the United States, and in large part, communities have gone on.
Why do they
What
need
I
so much
said
muscle
is
with
that
the
if you
average
go back and read about the
Samaritan?
1840s, there was a worry at one point that those early German immigrants and English would
requesting
stop
certain
being the
discovery,
first
they're
language of the
requesting
United States.
certain,
You go back to
information
the
be disclosed,
1880s,
and they're filing motions with the court. I mean, they're stalling it.
because
And that would be my gut reaction. This case, I've not paid too much attention to it, and I apologize. But just generally on the topic, I think it's ripe because
people coming
we're
from
really
nations
looking
which weren't
down
historically Western
that
European
gun barrel of
Anglo-Saxon.
political
That's the
violence
reason why it
that's
stopped.
threatening our country.
To say that,
And
it's
I
all
think
being
that the
cool by
administration's
yard
trying to
just
make a
naive
statement
in the
that it's not going to be
my
tolerated.
friend.
Threats are serious.
Thank you.
And
That is
again,
not
they
what
don't
I
have to
said.
make
Again,
law.
this
The
is like
law's
the
on the books.
what someone
It just
says and
hasn't
what you
been,
hear, right? It's
you know,
like the wife comes
prosecuted.
into the kitchen and she says, "Hey, I want to
It
take this
exists
to
in
Disney,"
our system
and
that
the thought
you
bubble
can't have
pops
these
up in the
threats to
husband's head.
you can't
What he heard was, "Hey, I want us to spend $10,000." That's not what I said at all. But what you cannot
track you down.
is that
There
each
are
one of
people
us
sitting
has
in
a
jail for threats on social media.
I was born and raised in that house. I spent my entire life in Catholic school, and I've lived in the largest city in this country for the vast majority of my life. So when we talk about things like, well, there was a fear of this and there was a fear of that, well, before suffrage, there was a fear of women would vote. There's always a fear of suffrage. I don't understand how.
But so he was indicted today on the 86-47 seashell thing. How do you counter the argument that people are saying this is sour grapes, this is petty, vindictive retribution, this is not justice, this is just the Republicans want to get their lick back from their perceived feeling that Trump has been mistreated, as well as everybody in his administration, that they had any ability to go after, like that.
How would I counter that? I would tell them we could go back to Obama going after the Republicans then and the 501c3s by conservative entities, Obama targeting them through the IRS. I mean, we could there's been targeting, there's been political targeting. I mean, clearly it happened in the Biden administration going after Trump. How many jurisdictions did they go after him?
And I think that's a very
Let's talk about
way to see it, because
it's
not just that, it's supply and demand, there's more supply, therefore there's the
just
demand.
because
Like,
they did it then, the whataboutism is that doesn't mean that we should do it now because they did it then.
And they are on productive age makes the economy move. They
seems to be the
bring
nature of the
more
beast.
money into the
Do I
economy.
think it's a good
People
thing? No.
are able
On
to
the one
sell
hand, on the other
more,
hand,
right?
the point
And
I
that
was
increases
making about
wages,
political
that
violence
increases
is
productivity,
really
that
important.
increases
And
money.
it is
So
important to
the economic factors are
and
like
when,
really complex.
When there is enough
you truly need to see what the
probable cause
experts
to
said
indict
about
when there are threats against public officials.
Okay, so this is
If we don't start doing that, again, the law is there. We don't have to pass legislation. It's there. So what was that lady's name, Kathy Griffith, when Trump was first?
100% true.
I mean,
No, like that's not true, right? Like if you hear what the economists said, right? It's like it's actually not possible. Like most immigrants will come out like the big bulk of immigrants will come out as like labor, that most people do take a
Democrat senator
Exactly. But this is what
got threatened.
but
This way, social media. The guy is sitting in jail. They just had a trial there.
they won't do it
They're
because
doing exactly
they
that.
won't do it also because they are legally in the country and they can get better jobs. The unemployment was like 4% during the Biden era. That is probably what you guys are complaining about, like not finding, like being very bad for. Okay, so this comes to my second point about saying why Trump won, which is like people really don't know what's going on here, right? They just are able to follow whatever social media or whatever knows in the internet they think of. Like, they will not.
And then the perception is
probably Henry thinks
like
that actually Donald Trump won the 2020 election
not
or
to
something.
many people.
Right?
86 means
But like
just to
if you
remove, to get rid of. So what was Comey's culpability in this seashell joke? And I really do think it was a seashell joke. He was walking on the beach, he saw seashells, he like ha ha ha, wouldn't this be funny? Because Gretchen Whitmer
I believe there is a lot of people
had in the first administration an 86-45. I think it was in right before the 2020 election. They had that code 11-4-45-86 or something like that, and nobody knew what the letters meant and the numbers meant. And then we understood, they're campaigning to remove Trump.
But Monica, wouldn't it all be an evidentiary question? It's just going to be an evidentiary question. You're going to see what did he communicate, who did he communicate it to, how did he communicate, what ancillary comments were made along with that posting. That within a vacuum may seem one way to you, but within the whole picture, it may have a completely different intent. And the point of the prosecutor on this is to try to show the mens rea, to bring out what the criminal intent was. If in fact there was criminal intent, who knows? But that's going to be a question of evidence.
Yeah, I can't argue with that at all. I do think it's super funny that the White House posted a picture of the King of England and Trump with the tagline "Two Kings." And so Comey's joke was seashells calling for the threat of removal of Donald Trump. That's the left type of humor. And then our type of humor is to troll the left with pretending Trump's a king. And so like our sense is we're very different.
Monica, the ultimate troll is we had revolutionary guards. People dressed up like revolutionary guards with the King of England there. I mean, to me that was the ultimate troll.
He's one of a kind.
So
you can say a lot about Trump, but what you cannot say is there's two of them. You can't.
But why would I make that up? Who would make something like that up?
I believe that people may respond to that.
I've been listening long enough to have input now.
Very uncompelling, given the relative.
Well, I'm just going to make an observation, like,
things like I
understand what Comer's saying about the joke, like, 86-47, thinking
during
that's a, to me, that's a question.
Inflation,
people spending more
joke,
but someone can,
more or less,
take that and get the misconception of a projection of something bad.
Disproportionately gone to capital over the last.
I would be worried about Comey, and I hope the
I
prosecutors
don't want
would
to
really focus on it. There's a lot of people that will do harmful things for motivation or getting enticed by someone. And with Comey's position that he held, by having that, like, the reality is that you want to see something like that, being the fact that as former FBI director, you would be like,
okay, so what? Well, like again, if we look at the numbers, like 4% unemployment with Henry disputes, right? He doesn't dispute the 2020 election, but he disputes the 4% unemployment during the Biden era, which is my point. Like, you just don't want to follow what is actually facts, right? But you're just saying how unemployment numbers are actually calculated to stop. what you cannot deny is what the number was actually was, right? You may say like I am a better economist and I'm gonna be taught index.
Theoretically, from the transgender ideology, that should be held accountable for their speech.
That's not my point, and I don't want to talk about it. Like, if you're an economist, if you're an economist, and you have a better way to measure the economy, write a paper, publish it, and people can read it. But that's not true. Like economists publish, like the numbers that we get, the official numbers that we get are those, right?
The reason you want to figure out how to calculate unemployment numbers so you can figure out if the stats are
so you said
accurate.
that
So if you have a large
he
number
said
of
such and
Americans
such,
who drop
that
out
it's
of the
reasonable
workforce,
that a crazy
they're not
person
going to be
who is not
measured in
acting
stats
reasonably
you use to measure the
could
economy.
take the thing that he
Which
said
means you have a whole group
and
of people
use that
who
thing
aren't
that he
working,
said as a
they're
public figure
unaccounted
to
for,
justify
who giving up on finding jobs,
some kind
which I think
of
was
violent
what Todd
action
and
or some
Henry's
kind of destructive action. That's what you said. That was
But
the
you
point
have
that
to
you made,
measure
right?
apples with
I'm
apples.
going to answer
Okay,
it
you cannot
for
have a
Stephanie.
measurement
You
of the
should have used
economy.
the word
Wait,
foreseeable,
you
the
cannot
legal
have
term
a measure of
foreseeable.
the
And
economy,
that would be the
right, being
standard
done on
that
2021 during the
Stephanie
Biden,
meant. That it
2020, the
would
Biden
have been
administration, and
foreseeable
then
and
change
doesn't
it in
have a duty
2024, right?
with
It has
respect
to be the
to
same
who he is,
kind of apples to apples
and what is his
measurement.
duty
If
of
you don't
care,
agree,
and would it have
if you don't
been
agree the
foreseeable
way
someone
it's
would
done,
lie or
right, you can come with a
triggered or
paper.
use that as a dog whistle in some way that could react to violence. Stephanie, is that what you were
did
saying?
this exact stuff.
You beat me to it, Miss
practice inside of the
Abby,
United
you're not
States
supposed to
government
offend
for decades.
people who can't
Exactly my
articulate.
point.
I know exactly what he was saying. It's just
This has been done
So that means you have to go back and not just rest simply at
spar and do the.
I didn't hear what you said because
just
you
give
two
him
were
the word
talking at the same
foreseeable.
time.
I think that's what he meant.
that stat does not capture as neatly as you think it does.
I was genuinely trying to.
Taryn needs to make that point too, like the gravity of Comey's job in office, his public profile, his knowledge of the insanity that is the left, or some parts of the left. What was his culpability and responsibility, knowing that he was sending that message out to never Trumpers and
Okay, what
derangement
statistics do
syndrome
you, what
victims?
statistic do you use?
Just a simple question. Do you think what he said was okay?
They're not smart enough to even engage with us.
Oh, really, dude? Right,
talking
okay. So
legally or are we talking morally?
like, that's, like, the fact that you say that in the conversation shows that you're
But do you think
into
morally
the
or legally?
conversation.
How do you think?
That
Do you think
coming to
legally?
the point,
It is protected
No, I know,
if
but you
you
don't
have
walk
4%
around thinking illegally. You think
unemployment,
morally.
that
right?
shows,
That's
like,
common sense,
historically, when we measure unemployment,
See, but
that shows that we had very low unemployment.
No, I didn't.
Which
I
means the
didn't.
economy,
People
when it
don't walk
comes
around
to
thinking legally all day long.
salaries, by the
I
way,
did.
another
You
metric
did?
that we can use is
When it comes to matters
salaries
that are
were
legal matters,
getting
absolutely.
increasing,
But when it
right?
comes
Increasing in
matters
salaries,
of morality,
low
no, I don't
unemployment.
think that it's a nice guy thing to do
Average American,
to go on and say something that even possibly could be construed in that way. Now,
Okay,
that said, my understanding of the term
aggregate, they
86
have been
comes from
increasing. I'm not
working in
arguing
food service in
there's
my
no
teenagers, and
people
all that
suffering
means
out
is
there and
we
they're
don't
not
have
doing
any more
well.
of that.
I'm
Don't
just
let people
talking
worry
about
about it anymore.
economic metrics that are official
No,
economic
even in the
metrics
biker
that
world,
we
like
use for
86 just
decades,
means
as
you
you
can't
said,
trust
to
them.
measure
There's
the
no good,
economy.
he's bad.
Again,
That's
if
it.
you wanna
It
use
doesn't
other
inherently mean
When it mixes somebody, that means don't ever deal with them. It's better that they're dead. That's basically what 86 is. And even in the server world, there's no more of that left.
Not that
Means
the statistic can't
that
be
it's
valuable,
finished. It's
but
done.
that you're failing to account for
Could
those
be.
who are
No,
relying
I
on
just
your
said it,
pool,
I think that
and that's a
I think that
deficit in the
is
statistics to explain
frankly
the economy.
But again,
and I think
Marshall,
that there's
you
a
have
habit
to
of
measure
clutching across
apples
the
with
aisles when it
If
comes
you
to
want to
issues
have,
that
if you want to
affect
propose
their
a
team.
different
So if
metric,
the other
let
team
me know
does
what it's
something, we
called,
need to
and we
clutch
can
our pearls, and
compare
we
it
need to
and
say
see
we need to
how
rise
the
above that,
economy
and
was
we need to
doing
say
with
that
Marshall
is
metric
wrong
that
and
wants
is
to propose.
wrong.
Unless you
To
have a
such a degree
metric,
that
you
those people ought to
have
be
no
punished.
point of saying
And
that
I
this thing
frankly
is.
think that that's retarded.
Okay, hold on. That's an interesting thread I want to pull. Is it the Republican conservative ego that are saying that, oh, well, this is not that big of a deal, we're not snowflakes like the left, we're gonna say that this is just a free speech matter and say that, yeah, he can say 86-47 if he wants, and we're tough enough to take that speech. And is that a problem? Because we've seen the left, like there's that new survey out that 25 to 30% of the extreme left or say that political violence is sometimes necessary, where 3% of the far right or extreme right wing make that same
how you would do that.
Argument.
Monica, what if Trump had a meme that said 86 word salad or 86 Paris or 86 a reference to another person? What do you think? How would you react to that?
At least,
86 was great.
Not my strong suit is history and more.
Yeah, and knowing his responsibility
the expectation
and
here.
what he's
done.
Well,
he's the
Cookie
president of the United
Monster!
States.
What if
He
he's
has a
running
standard
for
of care.
office? Take it back. He's running for office before he's president. He's running for office in this last election. And if he had 86
in a time period
Paris or
gig workers that are
86 some
driving
reference to her.
DoorDash for 40 hours a week are considered employed when they would have been working a labor union job 20, 30 years ago.
Actively running for
And had
office.
benefits and had
If
a
he's
retirement.
just Donald Trump,
The obsession with forcing Marshall or Todd to come up with a new metric that's perfect and that like will cover all these things is an unfair expectation of them because they're just making a criticism of like, yes, unemployment is 4%, but there are problems with that metric. That's like unfair for you to be like, well, then how else would you measure it?
I don't know if he would be indicted over it either.
You're just what I'm saying is, but new metrics come out all the time, right? So it's I don't think it's unfair. Again,
I just kind of want justice.
Todd's right. Marshall's
Abby,
right.
I made the argument earlier before you got in here. Hey, Dr. Jordan, I can hear you. Can I go before you, or you need to go before me?
Instead of just saying, hey, the system sucks.
Abby, I made the argument earlier. I actually had wrote a tweet about it because people on X are celebrating, and I'm like, wait a minute. Like, why are you celebrating
Yeah,
it?
what's the solution?
Realistically speaking,
It doesn't mean, I don't think it means what you think it means. So, I said the frustration of Comey doing seditionary things, Steele dossier, Russian collusion delusion, and having a seashell joke being considered prosecutable by the Justice Department is tangible. I'm very frustrated by it. I don't want vengeance or revenge. I was just hoping for justice. And then I put
I
he had done with him looking at the redwood trees, looking up and saying so many questions. And I'm just like,
Not in your face all the time.
this doesn't seem like justice to me. Go ahead, Dr. J.
It's comparing taxpayers versus
Helping you keep
But the only measurement
and staying out of your way.
I mean, the only measurement the federal government
Your
has
job, so your communities feel secure.
So like if we're trying to like encapsulate and like trying to capture people that are missing, it is looking at people who don't file taxes, and like this is an inaccurate measure because like there's plenty of people that are working off books, or they move to another country and they're like not reporting, etc., etc. So like it's imperfect, but the only way you can look is like who files taxes versus who's like an actual showing up in the census, and like looking for those people and where they're missing and where they're located, and that's like where how you find them and how you calculate them.
And hey, like you can also here, right? So
retribution isn't an illegal mindset.
I think. What you do unemployment in New York is every week you have to go in and you recertify that you're unemployed, right? You get the
I can understand
the 6 months, and then if you're unemployed longer, you get the 1 year.
Former head
and maybe
of a
what you
federal
could do is just keep
agency
incenting.
put
Human
something like
beings
that
are
up
incentive
and also
driven,
takes
right?
it down. That's a bit of
incentive.
a red
Hey,
flag.
if you're
You know, I
no
can't speak
longer
to
like
the
looking,
legality, but
and you pop into
need
this
Abby to
same
talk to that.
website
But
that
I
you
just
use
think
to register
that was.
to
It
claim your
seemed like,
unemployment every week.
to me, I
Pop
was
in and we'll
thinking,
give you $100.
oh, in my mind, if I was
Right?
the head
Just
of an
tell us where
agency,
you are.
yeah, I would take that down because
It's
I
like to
had a
some people,
reaction
fuck, the $100
to my own
isn't worth it,
reflexive thinking
or whatever the
and be
case
like,
is. But I'm
hey, that's
saying,
not right. But
the way
if your
to
boss
always
were to,
get
if
humans
your
to do
boss,
something
if your
is to
employer put something up on
incentivize them.
social media,
That's just
and then
You
took it
can
down,
theorize all these
how would
ideas
that
to
leave you
capture
feeling?
more
I think it would
information. But what is
leave
the
people
point of
feeling
going down to 4%?
uncomfortable, like
Like,
you should
are
know
you trying
better,
to
right?
defend the health
And maybe,
of the
and so
economy and the
I
middle
don't know the whole
class with
story,
that?
but that's my reflexive
exactly.
response.
Not the middle class, but the argument that the immigrants were essentially taking the jobs, right? Because historically, right, if I said comparing apples to apples, even if it's not an accurate number that you suggest, will be a correlation to what the actual unemployment is, right? So if we are doing better now, or at least during the Biden era, we were having like a low historic unemployment, that
Okay, that's what I wanted to understand. So, like, it's not an irrelevant metric, but again, it's just not capturing what you think. That's like saying
Even
the
when
health or
a celebrity puts something up,
the level of the
because
Dow
you know
or the
that they've got to be
GDP
a
somehow
little more
captures the
guarded
health of the
about
middle
what they put
class,
on
the
social
stability
media.
of
Or any public figure, not in a legal
unemployment matters.
framework, but just in a
Who's no longer showing
popular
up, who's
sense,
underutilized,
culture
who's
sense.
participating,
What we
who's
consider a
actually
quote
better off,
unquote
real
public
income
figure.
versus costs,
When they do
wages
something
versus
like
rent
that,
increases,
people
the
are
cost to
watching, and
borrow,
so
inflation.
there
you
are
have to
people
include
who
all these
really
things if
curate
you want to
what they put
discern
up
what it is you're
carefully.
saying this 4%
And when a
metric.
public official does something, it does give you
Passing reference
because I
at
had no
4%.
idea.
To construct like an actual argument that represents like reality, it's just not useful. It's not even a half truth. It's like a quarter truth at best.
I was just talking about the argument that it will depress the salaries, right? But if you want to talk of the broader economy, sure, bring all those things, right? What is consumer sentiment? What was the how much people were spending historically with respect to other years? What was GDP? By most metric except inflation, the economy was doing great during the
PTR.
right?
Well, what I was going to ask was,
It's heading in a bad direction,
Biden's
both
way
under
out
this
the door,
administration and
and when he was
Biden. Like, I don't
partying,
need to
wasn't
pick one
Comey
or the other, but
as
I
well?
think you're making this like far too simplistically. Like
On
housing
Sunday, I
costs basically
misunderstood that.
doubled
I
during
know
the
there's a
Biden
lot
era,
of
and the
people
cost
getting
of borrowing
parted,
money
you know,
doubled more or less. So
convicts, and a whole
I don't know
bunch
what the
of
fuck
bells
we're
and
talking about.
whistles.
Even if
I
wages
thought Comey
increase,
was
purchasing
partying
power
as well.
decreases, savings
Can anybody correct
dwindle,
me on that?
medical
But I
care
think
costs.
Biden made
Comey was part for sure, not by Donald Trump.
It was stave off the recession
Innocent man.
or inflate prices.
That's what I
And he chose to inflate prices. He put $1 trillion
Sure,
into the
don't
economy.
you have to commit a crime?
Now, I think it was probably the right move. I
to be
think
part
it
of
staved
it.
off the
Now,
recession.
I was just curious about that.
Daryl, what would you have advised him to do? You're an economist.
Well, it's weird, right? Because I've always made this argument that
last go round partying.
we have a population that grows faster than
other
economic output, right? If we go back to like when Bill Clinton was president, when Bill Clinton was president, I think it was 254 million people in the country. There were people who remember his presidency.
Yeah, he was going through the yellow pages when he was partying people. I just don't know.
You know, since the Great Depression, we've added 10 million people to the population every 10 years, but we don't increase economic output for every human being. Which I don't. Have any of you guys heard the term economic stressor? If you have, I'll shut up. But if you have,
Someone if
every
they
human
committed
being
a
is an
crime.
economic stressor,
You know,
right? So every human
I
being
thought you had to
needs
commit
a doctor, needs
and
a
to be
police
part of it.
department, needs a fire department, needs someone to respond. So every
Don't get me on this whole subject of party because it's the one thing if I were to change our constitution, that would be the first thing I would change is take away the power of party. Because it's
matching economic
sweeping
output for
and
the increase
it really
in
comes from
population.
at a time in
we have what,
England
11 states in this
where there
country.
was a
Scott
reason
certainly
that the
said
king
this
needed
before. We have
to
11
pardon, or
states
that the Lord
that
needed, the Lord of the
basically
manor or whatever, or
carry
the
the other
fiefdom had to
39.
pardon because they weren't
Well,
in
we need
control
to,
of
I
what
mean,
was happening
they
in the
started talking about this
courts.
on Wall Street in
And it was
2004.
just a different time
America's
in history, and
insolvent,
why we
right?
brought that
We're not
over
raising enough
into,
money
you
through
know, our
individual
system,
income tax, so we have to sell
and
debt.
embedded in the
The more
Constitution,
debt
I'm
we
not
sell, the
sure.
more interest
But
we're paying
this
out so much in
concept
interest. What we need to figure out
yeah,
how
I
to
mean,
do
I'm looking now
is
on what he
make
called it, but if I
some
recall,
of these states
it was like a blanket
that
pardon
take
for
more
any
from the federal system
potential
than put into the federal
charges
system.
that could arise
We
out
need to
of their
get some of
role,
these states
you know,
earning
in
more money.
Yeah, see,
I
I
don't know
take
if he did
serious
it
issues with
specific,
that.
like
I work with
someone
state
like Adam
government
Schiff, if
in
he did it
Louisiana,
specific to their
and the
role
GDP
in
of the state of
investigating
Louisiana
something
is
in
roughly
particular,
between
or
44
just
to 46
generally
in the rankings,
their
and
role in
the
government.
wages.
And
I
that
would
I
say
don't
anything
know the
about
answer.
and
Have to
the
look it
medium
up.
wages
Unless
are
someone else on stage
48 to
knows.
49.
And I think it has something to do with
So
statutes of
the
limitations,
problem with
right?
Louisiana
Yeah, well,
is
I mean,
that
it's
the
statutes are
majority
different on different
of
crimes.
the
But
liquefied natural
the
gas, the majority of the country's
it was
liquefied
like a
natural gas
blanket
goes through
pardon.
there. A
Let me
huge
see if I
chunk
can find
of
it.
the petroleum processing, like refineries, happen in Louisiana, and tons of the economy goes through the Mississippi, but that money never goes into the hands of people in Louisiana because all the ownerships and the corporations have moved
Perhaps
in
that's
the
the
last
attorneys,
40, 50
but he
years
did
to
it
larger
with
states.
many different
Often their
officials
headquarters have moved to
before
Texas and
Biden
their
left
headquarters have
office.
moved to New
But
York.
someone correct
So
me
you
if I'm
say
wrong
that
on this.
Louisiana
I mean,
is
shift
like
that
a
into my
free
head because I
ride
remember
in
who
the
was one of
region.
them.
I didn't say anything about Louisiana.
But my point is, like, people will put
He,
states into this bucket
It's
where
a sweeping power that is not justified.
they're dragging down the country and they're taking
He
more
did
than
his
they can
family
give.
too.
But the
Biden
reality
did his
is
family
that
also.
often
Yeah, he did his
these
brothers.
states
Didn't he do Frankie and
don't
Jimmy?
control their resources anymore, and their
Those are all
ownership
his
lives in
Hunter.
other places. They move to somewhere like Todd, where they're in Newport Beach, and their headquarters are in Silicon Valley or wherever on the coast. But like all the work and all the natural resources that are being extracted are happening in a place where people are poor. And it drives me crazy.
So then what you're
Like when
saying
it happens,
is,
like
hold on, so what you're saying, this is me asking.
That would be the
right?
just
So what
for
you're
it,
saying
but it's a
is,
preemptive pardon,
Louisiana's
right?
economy is natural gas. Is that what
pardons
you're
are
saying?
good
I'm really asking you a question.
It's
if
more
they
than
did something that they
petroleum,
legitimately
it is
needed to be tried for.
tourism, it is the trade down the Mississippi, the ports.
Even if it
Like,
had the
there's
appearance of
tons of money
potentially
that
being
goes through
political.
Louisiana.
So,
It's
they did something
midway in
legitimately
the
bad, they
rankings
ought to be
of
able to charge
I mean, the
GDP
most
for
famous
states in the
one,
U.S.
Big
But we're
Brigham,
49th
is Nixon.
typically in wages,
Right.
and it's
So,
because
I mean, that was a
the money
preemptive pardon.
outflows out of that
You and I
state.
are on the same page.
And so, like,
Right.
people are like,
I just,
oh, Louisiana's a
again,
drag on the
I've
economy,
argued this
but
before.
really
I
it's
just
not.
think it's
just that the
one
people
of the
there aren't
worst
being
things
paid
in our
because the
Constitution.
corporations are taking the money.
And I
so
think our founders were brilliant, but I don't really think they thought that one out.
Yes, I grew up in a refinery
And
town.
it's been abused
Are you
by all
unaware
sides.
of like the refineries in Louisiana and the
And
liquefied
as
natural gas
culture
and like the things that
evolves,
happen offshore there?
I
Like
think so
it is
too.
I am
one of the
aware,
biggest
yes.
energy producers in our entire country.
Because
So
there was a point in time that it probably was
Like
being
I've
used.
already told you, the ownership, like the oil companies and the energy companies
Well,
are now,
first of all,
like, I'll
be
give you an
clear
example.
that
Freeport
it's a
McMoran.
federal
It used to be
pardon,
based
so
in,
it's not
in
for any state
Louisiana.
crimes.
Now it's based in
So
Austin,
that's
Texas.
really
Like
important
that
to
happened
make
in
that
our
distinction.
lifetime. A lot of these like
And it's
Chevron
not
had
for
bought up
future
all the
acts,
oil
it's for
companies
past
that used like
acts.
Amoco and all these companies that used to be doing business in Louisiana. They got bought out
But
by
if-
companies based in Texas. So then you look at Texas, or they've been
Yes, that's
bought up
exactly
by
why.
conglomerates
So like
based out
that
of New
Trump
York,
went
and
crazy
then you're just
again
like,
because
oh,
any party is
Louisiana
like
doesn't do
50,000
nothing. But the
people.
reality is those
Does he-
companies
can
were
he be
sold
challenged on
by
that?
baby boomers and generations before.
Not under the Constitution. It's a sweeping power pardon. I'm telling you, if I were to do a new amendment to the Constitution, that would be my amendment.
Well, it seems that the caveat is that both Biden and Trump
Did they move the refinery? No, there's a job that was what I'm
in ways that benefit them ultimately, and so I don't know how
the taxes of the wealth that people talk about, like, oh, ExxonMobil made X number of dollars and their headquarters are XYZ, or many of the plastic companies that are based in major cities, but they're actually being made in Louisiana. Then you're just like, oh, Louisiana doesn't do anything, but that's because the majority of the wealth that comes out of Louisiana are going to other places.
dedicated to
That's the
Okay,
point.
so where's the labor is what I'm trying, maybe I wasn't asking it
non-relatives,
correctly. Where's the labor?
Labor has
people who are
been,
incarcerated
we've talked about
or
this
your
ad
commuting
nauseum for the last
sentences or
hour. Labor
liberating
has,
people from
wages have
incarceration.
stagnated for the last
Federal
40
crimes,
years
or
since
is that
Reagan. It's Reagan's
is that
fault.
not,
Basically,
or
like
is
labor
that
has
too
stagnated
restrictive?
for that long, so like all capital
Or,
has
I
been
mean, you're
flowing
saying get
upward.
rid of
That's
that
why
even.
the top 1%
I'm just
of our
saying
country keep on
it
getting wealthier and
doesn't
wealthier.
it made sense
That's where
in
the
its
money's
time
going.
in English history when the crown
My dad just
was
retired
not
from a petrochem
monitoring
company
and
in
aware
Louisiana.
of
You know,
what
my friends are
the
still working at petrochem companies in
magistrates were
Louisiana.
doing
But like
in
the
the different
petrochem company that my dad used to work
fiefdoms
for
around
got bought out
England.
by a German
Made
company and then
sense.
got bought out
Go
by an Indian
read,
company.
I don't know,
And then
Grok
like
or
if you're trying to
Google,
measure
just
like
read the
the wealth
history
out of
of
Louisiana,
Pardon
it's
and
like
where it came from.
it's not there.
It doesn't make
because
sense.
the money's outflowing to a
You know,
foreign country, but now it's like I think
our legislative,
the Zell's
excuse me,
based
our
out of
executive
God, I don't
branch
even know anymore. I've lost track.
is
But
aware of what
that's,
our judicial
that's the
branch
problem.
is doing.
Sometimes when you label these states
And we
as
have a justice
net
department,
drags,
and it
you're
just
not looking at the
doesn't.
resources that come out of the
Historically,
state
it
that
made
generate
sense,
wealth
but
for
to me, I don't see
for
it
ownership
today.
elsewhere.
Someone argue with me and tell me that I'm wrong.
So I can see certain contexts where it could make sense in one-off situations with people who were convicted of criminal charges, but the criminal charges that they were convicted of are no longer
I mean, Daryl,
popular.
let's say, Daryl, you're one of the smartest guys I know.
Or if there's a murder conviction and the murder conviction had evidence that was very disputable, but because the limitations of the system, the person ran out of appeals. I know that there exist other means for them to do that, but having the president have the ability to commute the sentence is not necessarily an inherently bad thing. But if you have presidential
if we want to talk about bringing back
powers
like
to issue
manufacturing,
pardons like that, or to issue clemency or whatever the hell you call it,
China is
I
the
think
world's manufacturer.
there need
right?
to, at a minimum, be restrictions. For example, not being able to pardon members of your immediate family, and not being able to pardon members of your administration for crimes that they may have committed through through the course of their capacity as a member of the administration. There have to be some levels of checks on it because it has proven itself not to be balanced.
I disagree with you because if new evidence came out in a case, you could seek a new trial. You can motion the court based on new evidence. Our legal system enables one to go through the process when a circumstance like that comes out. Look at who Biden not only pardoned but commuted. He commuted 37, was it 27 or 37 death row? I mean, people that were cop killers, children killers, that he commuted off of death row their sentences because he didn't believe in the death penalty. So, so you'd have to also look at commutations as well, and then governors have pardon powers as well. I mean, then it's on a state level different, but I mean, just generally you would maybe you need to fine tune the legal process of appeal and with respect to something like new evidence.
But I mean, I'm disagreeing with the death penalty because of its religious principles. That can be a whole case in itself.
What was his reason? Did he ever give his reason?
He's a Catholic. The Catholics don't believe in the death penalty. It's inadmissible according to it attacks human dignity.
Is that the position of it? I didn't know that. That's the position of the Catholic Church?
No,
Yeah, the Catholic Church.
Wait, there happens to be a Catholic on stage. Joe, is
No, it's not. No, it's not. The Pope may be personally against it, but he didn't rule infallibly that this is a doctrine of the church and he must believe it. It's not true.
Joe, in 2018,
about everything.
Pope Francis ordered a revision to the Catechism.
It is not a sin to kill somebody in the course of a crime,
Marshall,
it is
you're
okay
mine.
for Catholics to believe in
I
capital
know, but I
punishment.
invited him in.
Abortion, a different story. But capital punishment, yes, you can.
But in 2018, Pope Francis ordered a revision to the Catechism in paragraph 2267 to formally state that the death penalty is inadmissible in all cases.
Title of the room is Donald Trump.
That's got nothing to do with your faith. No, it's got nothing to do with your faith. I can believe in the death penalty. And I agree.
Sure. I am saying that the church itself, currently the catechism says that it is inadmissible. And so because it says that, it is reasonable for any Catholic to take that position. While Catholics are, of course, welcome to have their own opinions.
Excellent, good, we agree on that. Excellent. Abortion is a different thing. I mean, and the way he characterized it, the way I thought Matthew was taking it, was, well, the Catholics believe in the death penalty, just like they believe in abortion according to the church. Of course, there's plenty of Catholics that are pro-life. Pro-abortion.
It is true, though, that the church itself is actively working to end the death penalty.
I think Susie
Yes, that's true. Yes, absolutely it is.
Really running the show right
So, like, while Catholics, sorry, excuse me, I'll amend my statement. While Catholics on an individual basis maintain the right to have whatever opinions they hold in earnest,
she has kept below
the church itself does have these opinions, and different Catholics place different levels of importance on what the church says, but the church says it, and so
and you're right, there might be some Jared
a very easy handwave for Biden to commute as many death row people as he wants, and so that it's simply a matter of his religious belief.
This is a great fight, Brigham. I'm glad that we ended it in a resolute way, and we're all happy. And I agree with you. And back to your regularly scheduled programming on Comey.
So, I think we have to decide if he really is
presidential ability to commute sentences thing for the last little bit. We talked about Comey probably about half an hour.
When I just got here, I thought that
I struggle to understand the argument
to Comey
that
getting,
he's just the fucking greatest thinker. And then at the same time, you're calling for the 25th Amendment. It can't.
Anyway, I'll go back to listening. I
So it's like,
jump in
like,
right
which
off
one
the
is
bat.
it? Is he crazy? Or is he crazy as a fox?
No, I know.
Which one is it? Yeah,
Yes, and I should have spoken more precisely and not said Catholics or the Catholics, and specified that specifically I'm referring to the RCC as an institution.
I don't know if you play poker, right? Like, sometimes you win hands, and I think that's how Trump is. Like, if he loses more hands, he wins by far.
No harm, no foul.
But he wins some big hands.
I'm a big fan of Catholics.
And I don't think it's
as individuals and as an institution, I'm a big fan of
skill.
So am I.
I just think once in a while.
Doesn't the Catholic Church accept the Old Testament? Am I missing something there?
It's
like
for me, right? It's like so I've got a former CIA buddy who lives in New York.
I don't know. I'm not a Catholic, so I don't know how
CIA they're not just like
I can speak to
sometimes you gotta
the CIA
you gotta defend the wolf away from the herd of sheep.
And so yeah, they're in everything, right? And so it's
there's
like
a difference between the government says that we can and should execute these people, and God says that it's okay because these people are deemed enemies.
That he's running things. He's like, because everyone,
we have a whole
everyone said that this conflict with Iran was not winnable.
It's very popular.
Everyone said,
and it's actually
every analyst said that. You know what? You know what size their army is? No. I looked this up. I couldn't believe it. They have
it is my understanding.
Yeah, army. I thought you said armor. Yeah.
The perspective of Christians with regard to the Old Testament is that those are events of the past, and that Christ, as their interpretation of the word Messiah,
No, I'm sure they're Keystone Counties.
has
a lot of them, but They have
made it so
bigger
that
room than we
Mosaic
do.
law no longer necessarily
Yeah,
applies.
it's, you know,
Yeah, but he's also fulfilled the promise
so
of
does
the
North
Old
Korea,
Testament,
China.
and then
Like,
that's why
Russia's
we're to the
larger,
New
so
Testament.
armed
But yeah,
forces
that's
like they
was
do.
a very good explanation, better than mine.
It's kind of like who, you know, so.
Sorry, I'm also trying to like cross-thread the different
this whole thing
branches of
about
Abraham.
the Strait of Hormuz, right?
The
Every
religion or
analyst
the
said, hey, if we do this, they're going to shut down the strait.
So going back to
And then
pardons,
we do it, he does the press
you follow
conference, and
now
he said, I never
why-
thought they would have shut
can
down
you
the strait. That
still give me a
can't be
reason
true.
where
Because every
it would be
analyst,
necessary to
I
have
mean,
that power.
they've been saying that not only military analysts, but economic analysts have been saying this since the early 2000s, right?
Great.
Leave this little piece
And
of the world alone.
I'm mostly
because
arguing
they're
for
gonna
the
go-
sake
they're
of
gonna go
argument
and try
because
to
I
shut down the
already
Strait of Hormuz.
showed my hand and indicated
So
that I
it
agree with you.
becomes
I
a
think that we
question of-
probably should,
And again,
at a
like,
minimum,
you know, a
restrict
month
the
ago,
fuck out of that power.
someone went
Excuse
into
my
the
French.
futures market
But,
and they put a $2 billion.
I think that
short
there are
on oil.
arguments to be
He
made
comes
where
out
it
and he
has
says, we've got a
practical
deal. And
uses
this is all
at the
public
very
record,
least.
right?
But
Someone
yeah,
made
they do all the
$60
clauses. I
million
mean, sorry for interrupting. I mean, I
and it's
agree with you,
happened
Miss
3
Abby.
times in Marshall.
I think
we talked about
blanket
this in
pardons
the
and other
right? So it's like,
pardon in general has been
someone
abused on
is
both
making
sides of the
money,
aisle. Like,
and I
you
think,
know, they have benefit
wouldn't put it past him that
on
he's
the
a part
civilian
of
side,
whatever the scheme
like war fighters that were
if you look at
were
what just
criminally
happened, right?
charged.
So
And they
China
were
is
pardoned, and
backfilling oil,
and so it really
future
beneficial. I mean,
payments
it's
to
gonna be
Iran,
hard
right?
to
So I
really
think
put a
it
good
was
clause in
the
there
Ferguson
to
Institute. Was it Ferguson? Someone made it,
to
they were like, how
justify
long?
not
The
being
idea was that
abused.
we're
Sorry
going to
for
starve
interrupting you,
Iran.
Bridget.
How long can Iran do
I mean,
this,
you
right?
could have
But China
legislation.
has been
Assume you
future,
don't
has
have that
been
power.
making
You could
payments
have legislation
against
that could
future
come into
deliveries
play
of oil.
that
So right now,
would
the idea is that Iran is probably
reverse
sitting on $30
sentences
billion
of certain
in their,
people
I forgot
that
what
were
the
convicted,
their
or
capital
of
fund.
people
So
convicted under
they were
what
saying that
was deemed a
before,
crime
where
at that time, and now it's not
they
a
thought
crime.
Iran would
So that
like maybe
those
have a
sentences
month
are
money
vacated,
before they
or
really started suffering.
what's the
They
what's the
now
words not
think
coming into my
Iran
head
can
when
hold out for
you're,
another 18 months
I'm
financially.
sorry, what?
Because China is
Not
paying
commuted,
what
but
they always
when
do.
they go
The
away
Chinese
completely,
pay the
when
long
they're
game.
Expired.
And they are
yes,
they have been
thank you.
making future payments.
And you could have circumstances like that where you'd have legislation that would cover it.
It was Friday.
And I understand if something was considered criminal and then over time has become, accepted, that might make sense. You could cover it with legislation. I don't know. I just think we're really limited pardon power in those circumstances.
Another one
If this
that
goes on for another
occurred to
3
me
weeks,
just now
like the fertilizer supply in this
is
country,
just the very
it's going to hurt
simple
us for 3
fact
years.
that law is general
I
and
don't
justice
think
is
that
particular.
Donald Trump is the guy who is taking in all of this
I think
information
that
and making
holds true.
decisions based
Congress
on it.
writes broad
Someone else
statutes
is
and
making
prosecutors
these
charge
decisions, and
under
he's either going along
imperfect incentives,
or
and then
they're
judges
just putting him
sentence
in the
within a
chair
framework that may
and making
later
these
look
decisions.
excessive,
What do you think,
outdated, or
Marshall?
unjust.
I would argue a broad statute is, if it's overbroad, it's unconstitutional, it's gonna get challenged. So you can't write too broadly.
You've heard me
Sure,
rail against, like,
but some of them still
you have
are.
authority. I don't like it if it's Republican. I don't like it if it's
Well, you
Democrat.
know,
Takes power
it's not
away.
criminal, but in the
It's-
civil
but I
realm,
do
you've
wanna
got
pass
Chevron,
that-
and
y'all-
Chevron
y'all,
is
I do have a
exactly
question
why
for
that
you.
happened.
What
It
genocide
was
is he
overly
funding?
broad and gave the APA too much leverage,
I saw that.
latitude,
I'm
rather.
curious.
Yeah. I feel like a commutation allows the constitutional system to acknowledge that the conviction may stand, but the punishment has become too harsh. Which I think is important in areas with mandatory minimum sentences or
Like a pot, some people are charged with pot crimes and now pot's legal.
yes,
So you could do that by statute.
true. You could, but statute is also notoriously more difficult to do, and sometimes you've got a situation that's a little bit more urgent than
I
that.
don't know. I broke this down the other day. U.S. like
I know of a pardon. I'll tell you a story. Someone I know.
Yeah.
He's a famous person
something
here in
like
Vegas.
funding Israel
So he owned,
a year,
or his family
is
now are
between
the heirs
$20
to
and
this. He owned the
$25 a year.
newspaper in town and other
a high year,
big,
it's between
you know,
90 and
industries and very, very
$120.
prominent developers,
Really,
etc.
like, per year.
So in the
So you're really
40s,
paying
after
nothing
World War
for this.
II,
We then
he
paid
was
for
involved in getting
Ukraine,
arms
Egypt,
over
and a
to
couple other
Israel
places.
for the War of
And
Independence.
that amounts
And
to
there
like
was a
1%
lot of
of
people
overall
involved
federal
with
spending.
smuggling parts of airplanes
Right, it's just
through
not like it does
Czechoslovakia,
not
through
make up a
Panama, through
significant
certain
amount of money
countries,
we devote to that.
and getting, you know, the
Most of the
fuselage
money
along
that
with
we
the
actually
actual
give to
airplane
Ukraine is
parts to
Russian
build out
money, and that's why I
airplanes
don't
to
know if
form
you
an
saw
air
last
force,
week,
and also getting
they
guns
actually
over there
lifted,
to help them
you know,
fight the War of
the
Independence.
administration lifted
Because
some of the
he was
Russian
here in
sanctions
this
because
particular
before this,
geographic area
most
has
of
some
the
ties,
we had
ties
kind of
to
seized,
organized crime. He was able to access
we seized a lot of
and
fucking money from the
mobilize
Russians.
weapons
And this is the
and
money that
get
we were
literally
kind of giving to
boatloads of
Ukraine
weapons
to fight the war.
various
And
crazy
so when
routes
people would say
around the
we're giving
world,
Ukraine
in
all
different
this money, it
countries.
wasn't
I
actually
think they
true.
even went
We were
through
giving the
Africa up
Ukrainians the Russian
to
money.
smuggle into Israel.
And that's why
War of Independence
Putin
happens. Obviously, the rest is
trying
history.
so
They become a
hard to get the
country.
sanctions
He
lifted.
was
Yes,
convicted
yes. And
back
I think
then
just last week
of
we actually
arms smuggling.
lifted some of the sanctions,
And
which is weird because they're going to use
many,
this
many
money to
years
go
later,
kill Ukrainians.
his
It's
son happened to be roommates with Bill Clinton in, was it law school or college? One of the two. And Clinton pardoned this man and took away his crimes. It was like, you know, 60 years later or whatever. But it was a pardon. It just made me think of someone I know that was pardoned and where the climate had changed. And,
we don't have a deal, but the damage is kind
you
of
know,
already done. Someone's made
what it was a crime back then.
Something
viewed
doesn't make
differently.
sense unless it does.
Well, I feel like
I don't know if that makes any sense.
I feel like
that story, but
Hamilton's defense in Federalist number 74 is also a gun, which is, if I recall correctly, the criminal codes are necessarily severe. However, without some easy access to mercy, justice can become cruel. And then thus be against the general principle of, not invoking cruel and unusual punishments. So, it boils down to the idea that a legal system needs to have a deliberately non-judicial mechanism for mercy because courts are bound by law as written.
15th cousin to King Charles. If you go ask an AI how likely you are to be 15th cousin with anybody on Earth, that likelihood is about 100%.
There are convictions that can occur that maybe people disagree with, maybe the president personally disagrees with, and it can be benevolent.
I mean, at some point, I've always wanted to live in Buckingham Palace. He says,
hypothetical that I think
I probably 15th cousin with him as well. The post, I have another post in my PTR, the one that he posted like 2 days ago, is him comparing, I don't know, some statue, I guess, that's important to Americans
takes it upon themselves
under Obama and under him. If you look very closely, in his own post that he shared,
do a little bit of vigilantism after their child was
perfectly identical. Which means
assaulted.
it's a lie. It's AI generated. So that's 2 days and 2 stupid posts. And then if you go back 3 days ago, that's not true. If you go back about a week and a half ago, Donald Trump posted an ad on his own social media for stake.com crypto gambling.
But there's
so if you're not gambling your money on stake.com, are you even American?
On death row.
And on that note,
just based on
it's funny though, right? Because they said when Biden left the White House, his net worth increased by
deeply unpopular situation
right?
because of the situation.
In Trump's first term, they said when he left the White House, he and his family's net worth increased.
I can think of enough one-offs.
Okay, so stay with that one. Someone else can chime in. I don't have to be doing all the talking here, but you could mitigate that in front of a jury. You can mitigate what the criminal intent was at the time, and whether and what the provocation, and did it mitigate some of the crime. I mean, it doesn't mean because there's a statute and you committed a murder or an act of violence that through the process of a jury or a trial, some of that wouldn't come out and might justify, not justify the act, but mitigate is the optimal word. So I don't know if I agree with you, but I'm sure I'm boring people with this. So.
I would
agencies.
Go ahead.
You can then blame in your elections for doing dumb shit.
I would say that in your example, Brigham,
it's a
there is an alternative to pardon.
Right?
The judge has the power,
So much
even
of
if
fraud.
the jury is going
Because
to
it's
convict.
like easier to get
Even
reelected.
a directed verdict that says, hey, jury,
Don't
thanks for
have
showing
control
up. I'm making a decision that is not the same as yours. And I'm
ask the hard questions on
so there
court
are
and on
ways for them
executive.
to
Like
not
Congress
have to
is
pay the price of the crime. They actually did, but there are circumstances that the law can't deal with, but the judge can.
We are independent.
I know.
Set aside the verdict.
What
Historically,
but Abby,
yeah,
as
you know, maybe you'd
have
have
you
conservative
ever
justices
known
and liberal justices,
other
but
attorneys to
it
provide
tended
ineffective
to be
counsel?
about the law and the Constitution,
Are you
right?
serious with that
And so
question?
it's
Right?
Yeah, of course.
Right. And have you ever known judges to get things wrong?
Who's gotten things wrong?
Judges things wrong.
Every minute.
Right. And do juries occasionally get things wrong?
Yes.
Right.
But that doesn't change
And
our
on-
system, and that the system is a system that
It is
works
it
and
works.
functions. It's gonna
Yes.
have inaccuracies, but if you have ineffective counsel, there are ways to redress that wrong. You can go
Yes.
back to court and petition for a new trial if you had ineffective counsel. If the judge was biased, you
Yes.
appeal. You have a process of appeal. If a verdict is also appealable, if information was not vetted properly through the jury process. I mean, we have within our system, embedded in our system, the ability to question those wrongs and to redress those wrongs.
Like this.
I'm sorry, guys. Could someone else? Where's mine?
I have a question. I do have a question.
Clearly was a boxer for too long, and he's got brainwashed. That's where the actual
I know, guys. I don't
hard
mean
part
to.
of the frontal cortex
I'm gonna watch
is
all the
also
TV while you
amplifies
do it.
and you
Yeah,
become
I
the
actually
unaware.
I like you, Abby. I like you talk. It's fun. What if for presidential pardons that it wasn't a sole executory executive thing where they could decide they want to, but they have to get it signed off by someone else. They has to be countersigned. I don't know who exactly would do that.
system
if it's
is,
a person or if it's a body.
A system
Would
that
that make it better?
works and
Because
functions.
if they make the choice of who gets put up, but they don't get the final choice of whether they get the pardon or not.
So like it goes to the Speaker of the House or something like that?
I was thinking that was actually my first thing, but I was thinking maybe it'd be better if it was somebody that was nonpartisan, or I mean they could be in a party with them.
Like a Chief Justice?
Yes, the Chief Justice could do it. That would be the best because they're actually supposed to be nonpartisan.
You still have to amend the Constitution to do that.
I was looking for a workaround. That was not good. Okay, forget that one.
You know, if we're doing a constitutional amendment anyway, perhaps it has to be agreed on by multiple parties. Maybe it needs to be both somebody who is the representative from all three branches. That might be good.
You know, a lot of people who believe in this minimum basic income, George Bush and Trump issued checks to every American. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? So what I'm trying to say is, even though we're $40 trillion in debt, we can't necessarily delete it. But what we can do is just issue checks to Americans and that means you have to be in the social. Hello.
It is fantastic to hear that you continue to be
Hello.
John, you're in the
where
matrix.
it's possible.
Yeah, I can't hear you, John. You're gonna have to leave and come back.
Representative.
Fucking guy, because he's usually got some good shit to say, but I couldn't hear him.
Please don't do that.
Hello. Hello.
What brought this pardon thing on? What was the genesis of this?
The pardon thing? Because we were
Yeah.
talking about Comey
Okay.
and talking about whether he was pardoned when Biden went and pardoned everybody. We were talking about all the people in government that Biden pardoned. I was talking about that, and the question was whether Comey was in the grouping of the Adam Schiff and all the people that were pardoned under Biden. That's how it came.
Yeah, okay, but that wouldn't cover his seashell 4786 thing, because that happened after Biden was no longer
Correct.
president. So that doesn't help him, even if he was. Was he on the list? Was he pardoned?
I don't know. I never got to check.
I don't know. But it won't help him with the problem he's got right now.
I mean, so what? Are you saying you don't want governors to have the right to pardon either?
Pardon? Were you asking me or are you asking Abby?
Either.
What's the question again?
You don't want governors to have the right to pardon either?
I actually, on the sense on this thing, I actually like the idea of pardon but it's mostly, I'm not usually emotional about stuff, but I just want to make sure that if I ever needed it, I want to be able to do it, and I don't want to give it up.
Right.
Were you thinking like when the guy's on death row and they call the governor like right before they pull the switch, like that kind of thing?
No.
Like in the movies?
No, I'm thinking that.
I'm asking serendipity that.
No, I mean, governors have the right to pardon.
Right, but don't they always call the governor? Do you remember the scene like with Jim Cagney, like in the chair, call the governor, right?
Yeah, but that's because it's a state crime.
Well, that's what she's asking. She's asking that question.
Yeah.
I like that. I actually, that kind of goes along with my emotional argument. Other than that, I'm in agreement with you, and I think Brigham was in agreement with you too. It's just too easily abused because there aren't really any standards of who you pick.
Yeah, I think that Joe and I are probably more aligned on the issue than Abby and I are, but I broadly agree with Abby.
You know what seems odd to me is that when they wrote the Constitution, they tried to get rid of all of the, especially Bill of Rights, afterwards they tried to get rid of sort of all the bad habits of the monarchy system. And the one thing they left was this notion of giving pardons. It's sort of like this king. The one sort of thing left for the president, you could say for governors, is this king thing. I wish it was done at the sort of House of Representative level, where it would be based on sort of the will of the people, the representatives of the people, as opposed to a single person, which has no check.
Well, Yakov, I'm just glad that they didn't keep the other side of that coin. Off with his head. I'm glad they didn't keep that part.
No, I mean, if you look at the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, all, everything up to pretty much the Ninth Amendment, they're all big to rectify things that we didn't like that the British did. And,
No, you made a very cogent argument. I made a really bad joke.
Sorry, I didn't catch the. I have a hard time with humor, but I don't know. I just don't understand why we have this sole thing left over from a king, which is the ability to.
It's not in the bill. I mean, it's in Article 2. No, it's not in the.
Yeah, I know it's in the Constitution.
But my point was where it came from, and the whole climate of England at the time, and why they had pardons, and it made sense historically. It just it's changed now. Our executive branch is aware of what our judicial branch is doing. In those days, that was the fear that the monarchy didn't know what the magistrates were doing.
I think that would have been a better. If I was writing the base constitution, I would have put it with the House.
Well, I think it's valuable to keep. It's not so much with heinous crimes where people are killed or maimed or hurt really badly. I think it's more with white-collar crimes because the courts do even a worse job with that. Because if they don't understand financial crime, most judges, and certainly most juries, and there you can have a miscarriage of justice, and it can look like rich guy got richer, put him in jail, and he really didn't deserve it, but there was enough evidence to convict, and somebody actually says, you know what, this guy really didn't deserve to be in jail for this financial crime. Let's get a pardon for him, either at the state or the federal level.
I agree with that too.
Hey, I got a question for Abby. Can you hear me, Abby?
Is he in the Matrix?
No, you're in the Matrix again.
Hello? Hello? It says Representative Ro Khanna says that Benjamin Netanyahu in the Situation Room is a betrayal of the American people. Do you agree or disagree?
It was the gal on the app that was in the Situation Room. What's her name? Victoria. Were they in the Situation Room together?
I'm not sure. I think Victoria's Situation Room could be on the 23rd floor of the psychiatric holding facility.
I don't like Ro Khanna. I don't follow him. Sorry.
So Ro Khanna was hanging around with girls from Victoria's Secret? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, this with Victoria Ro Khanna in the Situation Room.
Yeah, I'm voting for Khanna and Thomas Massey in 2028.
Boy, do you see there's a really good guy running against Massey. He's a war hero, veteran, like wonderful, smart guy.
Abby, he won't even show up to debate Massey. Massey is destroying him, but, you know, obviously this guy has billionaires backing him, but come on, Abby. I mean, one guy's...
He's got a lot of people behind him. He's
not
very popular.
I mean, all the statistics that Massey puts out shows that Massey's going to win. I very much doubt that this guy's going to beat Massey, and it's going to make Massey so much more powerful than he already is. I mean, you got to realize that Massey and Ro Khanna have made over 50 people.
Did anyone look at the polling in that district?
Massey and Ro Khanna have been very successful. They have brought down over 50 people. 50 people have had to retire because of Massey and Ro Khanna's Epstein file release. Hello?
Who has polling in that district? No, Necro? Can you pull it up?
I haven't looked at it. All I know is that Thomas Massey has always been his own man, so I don't see how this.
He's got a very apt opponent. Let me see if I can pull up some recent polls.
Yeah, I will be stunned if there's any person in this district that will like Massey more. Or that likes them more than Massey.
I'm 182 points away from being 1% karma.
You know, let me ask you, Jay, do you think karma is reciprocal, or do you think karma is just action and doing in itself? That there is no cause and effect from karma? Do you think people misidentify, don't translate karma correctly?
Karma comes from the gods through the app.
So what you're saying is Reid Hoffman's plantation, we're all just plantation workers serving Reid Hoffman. Okay.
You know, I actually looked up Alistair Raleigh. I like who he was. I didn't really like you prior to that.
Oh, you hated me?
His name is Ed Gallerin, and the primary is, this is in the primary, and it's May 19th.
So wait, let's go back to the fact that Albert hates me, but now he likes the poetry.
Yeah, no, I like who you're putting up. I don't necessarily hate you. I just think, you know, I see why you do what you do, but I don't actually enjoy how you do it.
Oh, I see. You mean you don't like my mockery of people on this app who are worthy of mockery?
Well, I think you mock everybody. I don't think
It's not true. I don't mock everybody. Some people I actually appreciate and listen, and they provide incredible analysis and thoughtful insight that I had never heard elsewhere. I'm an information addict. Hello?
Well, I'll talk more for you than John. I'll say more things going forward so that you can enjoy it.
Thanks, Joe. Just stop wearing makeup, and everything will work out. Am I gonna get kicked?
I like how you don't choose to reveal your age, Joe, because you said you don't want people to think you're too young.
It's true. I don't want people to judge me for my age. It's not a good thing. I mean, they're going to wait for me to grow up or think when I've gotten to a certain age that they can listen to me, and I don't think I need to do that. It's unnecessary.
I was sure he was talking about me.
Can we get back on topic and talk about this corrupt police officer, Goomba James Comey, one of the most corrupt law enforcement officials in American history? Hello?
He's not a Goomba. The mafia would not take him. He's not even Italian.
I mean, listen, his daughter, she didn't even have to file with the National Merit Board. She's going straight to trial. And I have personally also filed an EEOC complaint against federal employees for violence at the workplace, sexual harassment, etc. But what I'm trying to say is that James Comey is so corrupt that thank God Trump fired AG Bondi, and now we got a real man who's going to take down a corrupt cop, because James Comey deserves to go to jail, and I can't wait for him to go to jail. And I will have a party, and we will celebrate here on Clubhouse when James Comey reports to jail. Hello?
He ain't going to jail because of the shells. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, there's a hell of a lot more than shells. Apparently you people forgot about Russiagate. And I live in Chicago, Illinois.
That's not what the indictment is about.
Oh, really? Well, the indictment expands as soon as we get him in some cuffs and his disgusting daughter. These people are traitors, they're criminals, and I can't wait for him to go to jail.
Dude, you're not wrong, but they gotta get an indictment on that shit. That's what the original indictment was about.
Oh, the original indictment! It's just the shells!
The shells are actually a better case than you might think, but I still think it's about 50-50. And 50-50 works really good for the defendant.
Okay, just because you think it's shells, and I'm going to now run a query, and we're going to get an extract of the key points from the indictment. Please hold.
Yes, you do that real quick.
No, take
I'll
your
wait.
time. Take your time and get it right.
I'll wait. It has absolutely zero to do with Russiagate.
Deputy, I've spoken more today in this room than I spoke in the last.
I know you have. You came in as a hot Catholic. Anne's still wrong about this indictment, but we love her anyway.
I just looked at the polling on Massey.
Yeah, I mean, I just like...
For an incumbent to be under 50% makes it competitive. So we'll see. He's got the edge on it, but it's definitely competitive now.
Yeah,
it's like 14% undecided in that district, something like that.
Okay, so I got the extract from the Comey indictment.
I looked it up. Yeah, Massey's below 50%, but yeah.
Okay, are you ready for the Comey indictment? Because it has nothing to do with shells. That's just the fake news. Are you ready? Do you want to know the charging language for count one? Or no? Too much? Okay, this is charging language for count one. False statements. 18 U.S.C. 101A2. On or about September 30th, 2020, in the Eastern District of Virginia, the scumbag, defendant James Comey Jr., did willfully and knowingly make a materially false, fictitious, and fraudulent statement in a matter within the jurisdiction of the legislative branch of the government of the U.S. by falsely stating to a U.S. Senator during a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing that he, James B. Comey Jr., the scumbag, had not authorized someone else at the FBI to be an anonymous source in news reports regarding an FBI investigation concerning Person 1. Charging statement number 2, explanation why the statement was allegedly false. That statement was false. Because as James B. Comey Jr. then and there knew, he in fact had authorized person number 3 to serve as an anonymous source in news reporting regarding an FBI investigation concerning person 1. Number 3, violation clause for count 1, all in violation of 18 U.S.C. 100. Number 4, charging language for count 2, obstruction of a congressional proceeding, 18 U.S.C. 1505. On or about September 30, 2020, in the Eastern District of Virginia, the defendant scumbag James B. Comey Jr. did corruptly endeavor to influence, obstruct, and impede the due and proper exercise of the power of inquiry under which an investigation was being had before the Senate Judiciary Committee by making false and misleading statements before that committee. All in violation of 18 U.S.C. Violation clause for count 2. The full indictment is only 2 pages. Anyways, that's it. So, nothing about shells. Hello?
That's the old indictment.
What?
Doesn't 86 have multiple definitions?
Yeah, we talked about that a bit.
Sorry. Got into it a few minutes ago.
The new indictment is that he knowingly and willfully made a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States.
Maybe he just wanted him removed from office. Like, this is crazy.
So, go back to your indictment search, please, sir.
Okay, I'm putting in a new one. Tell me the top 10 extracts from the latest James Comey indictment.
Dated April 26th, 2026.
4.26.26. It came out 2 days ago?
Or maybe, hold on, maybe I have the wrong, maybe it's the 8th,
Okay,
28th. It was the 28th, sorry.
And I'm tagging Comey on X. It's going to be exciting. Here we go.
I fully support Comey, like them going after Comey. They should go after Bondi too, though.
Here it is, I got it.
Yep. Thomas Massey says he's going to go after
What
Bondi.
charges would you bring against her?
Count 1, on May 15th, 2025, at the Eastern District of North Carolina, James Brian Comey knowingly and willfully made a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States, and that he publicly posted a photograph on the internet, social media site Instagram, which depicted seashells. Oh, look, seashells is in the fucking indictment. Just like I said, arranged in a pattern making out 8647, which a reasonable recipient who is familiar with the circumstances would interpret as a serious expression of an intent to do harm to the President of the United States in violation of Title 18 United States Code, Section 871A, Count 2, on or about May 15, 2025, in the Eastern District of North Carolina, the defendant, James Brian Comey Jr., knowingly and willfully did transmit interstate and foreign commerce a communication contained a threat to kill the President, Donald J. Trump, specifically by publicly posting a photograph on the internet social media site Instagram, which depicted seashells arranged in a pattern making out 8647, which a reasonable recipient who is familiar with the circumstances would interpret as a serious expression of intent to do harm to President Trump. Any more questions?
Could you read it faster next time?
Yeah, I have the actual indictment, and I'm looking. Right.
As well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So this is amazing. It really does deal with making threats to the president. And the fact that he's the head of the fucking FBI making sigil death threat, homicidal ideation statements about killing our president, I can't wait for this motherfucker to go to jail. He's going to fucking jail, man.
Now it's all about the motherfucking seashells.
Guys, there's 2 separate indictments. Like, read. They're 2 completely separate
That's
indictments.
what I said. There was an old indictment that was dismissed without prejudice, and this is a new indictment, and they are completely different. I have no problem with the original indictment. I have every problem in the world with this new indictment.
You think people should be allowed to threaten the president?
I think we have a situation of free speech being targeted here because there is a lot of discrepancy about what 86 means. And the most general reference for 86 is remove, not eliminate or kill.
So your concerns are free speech? Are you delusional? Your concern is for free speech? Ah! That's not your concern. It's not free speech. That's not what you're concerned about.
This law's been on the books for over 100 years, and James Comey should have to defend himself if that's what it is.
Abby, how do they prove intent that he intended to kill him versus intended to
You look at the
remove him?
circumstances, you look at what, I mean, that's how you present evidence. You have to obviously discover and see other social media posts. You have to see whether there were emails or texts or anything that would express the intent for harm. I mean, you have to build your case. I mean, that's what they're going to have to do. And if they
why not own it? If you have a massive case of TDS, which it sounds like you do, then you're biased. They did a survey of Democrats after the assassination attempt, and fully 1/3 of them were upset that the assassin wasn't able to kill Trump. So chances are 30% of Democrats on this call want Trump dead, which means you have massive TDS, but you also are biased in your view towards things, and just own it. It's okay. We're on Clubhouse. Nobody knows who you are.
I'm explaining how evidence works in a criminal trial. What does that have to do with TDS? It's totally irrelevant to what he just asked me. I'm a Republican.
Abby's the furthest thing from TDS.
So what you're saying is
TDS. I was just explaining how they would prove, how you would prove this. You have to show the mens rea of some type that there was an intent, or if you look at it, and I was trying to look at it almost from a negligence standpoint on what would be foreseeable, because that's what we were talking about before. Is he still in here?
No, I wasn't talking about you, of course. I'm saying that, like in general, so many Democrats are so crazy right now with their brain not fully functioning that they have TDS so badly that they're so biased that they can't even have a conversation with them. And of course not you, Abby, but I'm talking about some of the others. There's a couple I heard on here would just sound like, like no matter what, it's Trump's fault, Trump's a criminal, Trump's a bad guy. So Comey, of course, is innocent because, he's on their team. And it's just such a boring...
There's nobody on this stage right now that's a Democrat. We're all Trump supporters.
Necro,
sorry.
And Necro wants to indict Bondi, so I'm reading what you would be indicting her for, Necro. So can you be specific on what criminal act? The indictment would mean criminal.
Sorry, can you say that again?
So explain to me how you would put together your indictment that you're suggesting on Bondi.
I think there's a legitimate case that she violated the Epstein Transparency Act by not releasing by the deadline. And of course, also her leaking the names of the victims against orders.
Okay, but let's talk about what the Transparency Act, and what was her reason at the time that what was released was there national security reasons? What was the reason that was given?
Well, that was the thing. He, never got it right.
Is there criminal statutes behind the Epstein Act?
Yeah, that's where I'm trying to understand.
I don't think there's criminal statutes applied, bro.
No, there is. It's law. It's actually law that was passed, and by not performing according to the statutes and the laws, they actually violated the law. AG Pam Bondi, who Trump fired because she's a failure.
That'd be a violation. It wouldn't be put her in jail, correct? I think they're trying to say put her in jail.
It takes a future AG to bring those charges.
Well, she didn't. You'd have to look at is there an abusive process? Or I'm trying to understand what criminal act.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So I'm struggling with that.
You have to look at the actual Epstein Transparency Act and then determine. Again, it's a future AG that will have to bring these charges. Again, this is all just. This is Abby. It's just prosecutorial, objective. It's the future government if they want to do something.
Is there abuse process?
It's not abusive process. It's the fact that it's going to be, it's political. If somebody wants to bring charges against her in the future, that's what it's going to be. If she gets a pardon, she gets a pardon.
Under what criminal?
Again, it'll have to be political.
I'm missing what I'm asking.
What would they charge her
So
with?
do you wanna try this?
They wouldn't charge her. It opens her up for liability to be sued by the victims, but it wouldn't be. There's not a criminal statute behind it.
No, it's under the retard act. So I'm a retard, Trump hating, scumbag, and that's what it is. Why we try to take it serious?
Yeah, I'm not. I think
She was removed. She
got immunity.
when she was fired.
She has immunity for the stuff with anybody that's named in there.
But Mark, the Epstein Transparency Act,
The DOJ, not her personally.
there were serious repercussions from this act. Over 50 people resigned their positions, and one of them was a Pritzker. So there were a lot of people that got fucked up by this release, and they had to resign their positions and resign in disgrace, completely separated, no pensions, all kinds of consequences from being in these files. And those people have suffered.
She did get fired.
I'm talking about the perps who were hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein, not AG Bondi. Hello? Did anybody spend any fucking time going through these files? Am I the only one that looked through the files? Hello?
I don't know why you're screeching like a banshee. You know you get mic time on the stage.
Stop projecting, Monica.
I'd like to invite everybody to Love Bomb Serendipity, the hostess with the mostest in this public space. Please share some love with her. We are combating negative karma, and she deserves every bit of laughter and love we can provide her. Also, welcome Bima to the stage. Nice to see you.
Serendipity is the best mod on the app. I just want to say that. It's like my favorite mod. Alright, so just going through this, if you want to look at whether she was in contempt of Congress, is that where you're going with it? Like, I'm trying to understand where the obstruction of justice comes in, because that's where she would have to be criminally obstructing justice in the violence.
Like I said, I think there's legitimate grounds. But I am not the person who's done an extensive investigation, so I can't charge her. So.
You can't charge anybody.
Well, I don't know if...
Yeah, because I'm not a prosecutor, I'm not a DA, so I can't charge her.
Well, they're bringing charges against Dr. Fauci's laboratory assistant, who was helpful in bringing the COVID-19 vax disaster to America and the rest of the world.
Do you have proof on that, like an article?
Yeah, let me put it in the link. There's also this thing called Google, and you can also try to search for what I'm talking about. Hello?
Is he in the Matrix again?
Yes.
Yeah, leave the room again and come back.
I know there's a lot of buyer's remorse for those who got vaccinated. You made a bad decision, you were lied to, and that's okay. I feel for you. I hear your suffering.
Mark, how's it going? In a minute.
It's going good.
I hear you're suffering.
What do you think is the real reason why UAE left OPEC? Is it just a fight with Saudi and UAE and?
I think they're going to open up those lines, Mark. I think that the whole shipping line, they're going to, the intent originally before October 7th that the Saudis had to try to build a line almost going all the way through to the port of Haifa, like in that direction, and everything got screwed up after the 7th. But I think the UAE may be looking at that transportation route. They talked about putting a rail line in. I think it opens up trade going in that direction. I don't know. What do you think?
That's why I'm asking. I'm not sure, but it does seem like maybe it's a little spat between Saudi and Riyadh, and UAE. And where maybe Saudi's sort of growing colder on Israel and UAE is obviously warmer. I mean, I don't know.
Well, they have been warm, but I don't know. Can we just not to the Middle East right now? I know, no offense, Mark, but like we were on something here.
Yeah,
It was staying domestic tonight a little bit. So can we just go back to, where's Necro? Is he still here?
No, he just went to the gym. He's going out on a date with a tranny tonight.
I'm still trying to figure out how.
Abby, what is it about Thomas Massey that you hate so much? I know he doesn't want to fund Israel and he's a schmuck, but like,
I don't like that what he does with the Republican Party. I mean, what don't I like about him?
Wasn't he trying to
major Republican proposals that come down to a hair of votes, and he can't vote with the party, including important fiscal, just various different types of legislation that he just on principle opposes, and it's problematic for the party, and so that's why I don't like him.
Didn't he wasn't he gonna work with who's that dipshit? Connor, yeah, to increase the number of fucking number of H1B1 immigrants that will come in from fucking India.
Yeah.
I don't mind parts of him. I understand he's more libertarian, which I can stand him to a degree, but he's I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck he's doing, to be honest.
Well, maybe you should go to his X account. You could go to his Instagram account. You could go to his YouTube account. You can read his content. He puts out a lot of content, and all this ad hominem projection. It just, you guys aren't critiquing his content, his thoughts, his opinions, his economic philosophy, his legal philosophy. I mean, you guys have said nothing specific other than I just like him.
Fuck about his legal philosophy. I care that he's a member of the Republican caucus and he fucks them over. That's what I care about. I'm sorry, but one dude in Kentucky is not, to me, should not be determinative of whether legislation can get through, and he purposely goes against his own caucus on a regular basis. I mean, just look at his voting pattern.
Well, yeah, that's kind of why I like him. He is both parties, though.
I mean, I appreciated that part. I'm somebody who did not care about the Epstein files. It's just fucking retarded people fixated on it. But, to be fair, the president did release them and he's running, so it's okay, well, yeah, now you...
No, we don't do with this is enough.
Okay, this is Trump America. This is Alistair. I have a vow now. I won't actually spend any time in any rooms with Pepe anymore if he's speaking. I don't want to hear his voice anymore. And that's that.
Yeah, that's definitely try that again. And so, I ended up talking to the cops, which was a bad thing, right? Because we got a ticket out of the deal. And, that was about it.
They let you off, but they just didn't do anything.
Yeah, a pipe and a grinder in my car, and I had not been smoking, but it smelled like weed. And the cop pulled me over and confiscated my pipe and grinder and was like, "You're lucky that you didn't have any weed." And the thing I've thought about to this day was if there was weed loaded in.
Accountability and accountability is number 2.
And the cop didn't look. And so I got away with it. But those incidents are few and far between, 7 and 10 years ago. Don't do that stuff anymore.
One time when I was in undergrad, we were smoking in my friend's car, on campus, because we had gone out to now for the day, and we had come back, and we were before we head back to our dorms, let's smoke up, right? And so we were smoking in his car. This is before weed was legalized in California. So this is in 2015. And so they were smoking in the car, and for some reason, LAPD gang unit pulls
but they still lead in 3-2.
Not make most people want to go out and kill the fucking president. I mean, that's just somebody that he's somebody who I don't think is it's likely an issue with him in general.
My baby Mariam is here. My baby. Oh, my beautiful baby is here.
So random. Well, I mean, I have views that are like not popular and like I don't like I've never planned to go out and like start like beating up people or alone doing a terrorist attack. I mean, it's fucking crazy. But people that do that, and I think they have all throughout time. And I think like when people try to, this is kind of, I don't like seeing the right use this whole, what they call stochastic terrorism argument, where even saying not so nice things about will lead people to kill people, and it's just dehumanizing. I mean, it can be at times, but for the most part, like, no, we don't. I don't think we should be like a bunch of leftists and
No, I don't know. What's your point again?
You're saying that it's a problem, the rhetoric is propagandized. So in other words, what is the solution? That we end up basically clamping down on the speech that you feel would have led to Donald Trump, somebody trying to execute him?
No, make sure that we provide information that's accurate to the people so they know that Trump is not a pedophile.
Okay, so how do you but then that means you have to stop people who say he's a pedophile.
No, I don't have to stop it. I have to mock it. I have to tell them it's stupid. I have to tell them that they're only seeing part of a story and they're swallowing hook, line, and sinker, and it's a huge problem.
But there's people who will turn around and say that you're brainwashed and you're stupid maggot. You know, that's what the term deal with.
And
they're not just somebody incites violence to commit murder.
Careful where you go with that, because again, Trump said, let's go to the Capitol and fight like hell, and you were vociferous then. It's not whataboutism. It would be a prime case in point in which you would give leverage and power to the other side to be able. Okay, so I didn't finish my point because you interrupted me because you're sensitive and you don't understand Jesus Christ.
I just to your point, Mark, I just don't understand, like, why people see the right essentially say that Trump making comments on social media about wiping out a civilization is just hyperbolic and not really that big a deal, and that in turn a very ambiguous post because of what the meaning of 86 could potentially represent is something that's worthy of us arming and sending our federal prosecutors after a person. And yet, like, we all wanted to make excuses when Trump talked about, wiping out a civilization, because we know he's hyperbolic. We know he says outrageous things. We make excuses for his outrageousness all the time. And yet, by the same token, oh my God, file charges against Gretchen, what's her face, when she wore the little pin that included 86, was it 8645 or 8647? I mean, she did exactly the same thing.
So serendipity, can I give you context, maybe help you with this? Serendipity, this, I'm gonna go back to like early days on Clubhouse, trying to do this to people. We actually have a standard. I mean, whatever happens to Comey, it's still gonna go through the Brandenburg test. Thank you. Who said that?
Me,
Was that Pepe?
I learned it from
Pepe
you.
gets, yes, okay, so Brandenburg test, two-prong test. The speech must be intended to cause immediate illegal activity.
Correct.
And the speech must be likely to cause immediate illegal activity. Those are the prongs. It has to be intended and it has to be imminent that it's going to happen and intended for that to happen. That's our test. Thank you, Pepe. God, why didn't you become a lawyer? You picked up on this. I know you know that.
But Abby, the same lesson would be said, because now if a Republican in the future says go fight like hell and something happens off of it, they could be held if we allow this to happen.
Well, let's talk about, but this test got tested over and over in the courts many times. It actually got loosened more than when Brandenburg happened. And Brandenburg was a Ku Klux Klansman who stood up in front of a bunch of Klansmen. And the question was, did he incite the violence? Did he have the intent to have them go take down the black community? And was there a likelihood they would do it? And the court said no, that it wasn't incitement. So, and again, it became even more and more harder to prove incitement over the years. So in this scenario, it's interesting what you say, serendipity, because ultimately it's going to go back to if his intent was to dog whistle or to get people to react to it, knowing that there's a strong possibility that there would be the reaction, then it's going to be tested under that test. It's our law. I mean, and you guys can Google it. Where's my co-counsel Pepe? You go Google what happened in the case law post Brandenburg, that how we look at whether that dog whistle is going to bring imminent harm and the likelihood of it. All right, now
No, Pepe, add that to your bio, bro. That's on the resume.
Yeah, he's
good.
Pepe. It's my understanding that's why you can use vague threats. Like, for example, kill Whitey, total N-word dad, gas the you-know-who's. Now, horrible language, the social consequences will be severe for saying that publicly, but okay, let's just use the last example, gas the Jews, all right?
Because that means you're doing something you don't need to be doing. If you're ashamed of who you are and what you're doing, stop doing it. Point blank. You worry about somebody going to tell your business. Sometimes young men, these ain't all the way there. And that's it.
Universe, are you here?
Hello, my baby Maria, my darling.
She has no background in DC. So what are you talking about?
Stop. What, Henry?
I was just going to say, I appreciate the explanation, Walter, because I was also worried that moving her out of her current position where she is being so successful, would that create a gap that couldn't be filled? It sounds like that's probably true. So I appreciate the clarity. Maybe some other time we could talk about Vivek. Man, that was the only other thing I wanted to talk about, but I'm taking up too much time.
Vivek, listen to me. I've been following his campaign. I don't know what he's doing.
He came through town. You know where I live, don't mention it, but he came through town a week or so ago, and I went and saw him. I didn't get a chance to talk to him or get a picture or anything, but I was standing there with one of the local mayors, and we were having a good. It was a nice little time. He came to a local Italian restaurant that's like 80 years old, and it was nice. But we didn't have much time to like talk to him or anything like that. But yeah. I just was curious. I didn't know if you have a sense of the campaign.
The problem I have with Vivek's campaign is that
Vivek's campaign is being run by consultants instead of him. And what he should be doing to win in Ohio is running the exact same race that he ran for president, and he would win.
Yes,
so I don't know
why isn't he doing that?
I have no idea.
Oh, man, they gotta hire you. Well, they gotta hire you and Chris and whoever the hell else.
Listen, I'm not allowed to be hired as a political consultant because, to be hired as a political consultant, you can only lose by a small margin. That's the only way that it works. Political consultants only get hired if you lose all the time. You can't have any good ideas. You can't have any real guerrilla marketing experience. You can't have any real opposition research experience. To be a Republican consultant these days, you have to figure out how to charge $350,000 a month and do almost nothing. And that's the only way you get there.
Walter, you're a charming person, so please don't go work for Vivek Gomes.
I just wish I came up in this era of Democrat operatives where you can get paternity leave for like 4 months and get paid.
I know.
You can get it, you got the good life, you know what I mean? Like, back in the day, we had to grind for that stuff, and oh man, I don't even understand today, but these cats are making major money off these NGOs and nonprofit.
I guess on the left side, that is probably true. They have a lot of money from they get a ton of money from the NGO side. On the right side, it's whoever can send the most useless fucking mailers. We got to send 80 million mailers, and they're all $17 each, and I get to keep $14 of that $17, and nobody looks at them. No one's seen them. No one cares about them. They show up in the mail, people throw them right in the fucking trash. I mean, these are the dumbest people in the world to me. I mean, the amount of money. I was sitting in this room years ago. This was I was in a private event at the Willard at a fundraising event with Club for Growth, and I was sitting there listening to these people, and they were about to raise, I think, $16 million for a candidate I was talking to. And I went around the room and I started getting to this last guy, and he said, "So, how much are you guys spending on mailers?" And suddenly the room went silent. And I said, "Which one of you owns the mailer company?" And the guy on the left side said, "Well, I mean, it's not my company, it's my brother." And I was like, hold on there. Wait, what now? Your brother? And he did this. They were not happy with me. I was not invited back. This is the reality of the scenario, okay? These people, this is what they do. This is how they make their money. They raise a bunch of money, and then they all take their cut off the top, and it's a fat cat society, and it's really obnoxious, and I cannot stand it. If we wanted to win, you don't need to do that. You don't need to use freaking mailers anymore, okay? Mailers don't do anything. If you spent the amount of money on mailers that you did on YouTube banners and YouTube ads and X ads and everything else ads, you would do 10 times better. But these people, they don't have any concept of the new wave of how you actually advertise. I mean, the concept of a mailer is so stupid in the first place. Essentially, this is the way I think about a mailer. A mailer is like impression, like an impression on X, right? You see it for 2 seconds, and then you throw it in the garbage. What's the difference between a mailer and something you see on X? Something you see on X that advertises to you, you can pull it up, and you can see it 6, 10, 15, 20 times a day. If you're paying it right, if you're advertising and doing it properly and actually spending the money on it, that impression will be many, many times. But a mailer is once, okay? And then you see it, and you put it into the garbage can because you go, "Oh, look, yay." It's like the stupid freaking... The goddamn text messages, dude. These things are so annoying.
I would want to be a Democrat organizer on the left to do community organizing.
I don't throw it away. I got so much mail from Winsome Earl Sears, right? And my husband used to be the personal trainer for her like 3 years back, and I kept all the mail, okay? And when I saw her, I gave her assistant all the mail. I was like, "Please vote for Winsome Earl Sears." My mom, she got so much to her house, like so much to her rental property, and I was like, "Here's all the mail. I'm just gonna give all of it to you. Take your mail back."
You want to know why Winsome lost? They spent all their fucking money on mailers. That's
yes. Exactly.
Oh my lord, dude.
Hey,
listen to me. If there's any politicians in this room or any hopeful politicians, if you ever meet a consultant that tells you, "Yes, we need to spend $800,000 on mailers this month and this quarter," fire them immediately, okay? Fire them the next day. Fire them the next hour. In fact, the moment it leaves their lips, fire them instantly. That should be the first thing you do. Yeah, but of course, no one will hire me as a consultant for these types of things. I only like winning. So, unfortunately, I'm not allowed to win. You can't have good ideas as a consultant.
Oh, bro, you're out of business on the GOP, though, man. From what I've heard from you two, bro, these cats are dedicated to not winning. Like, they can't wait to not win.
They are absolutely hell-bent on fucking losing. That's right.
Well, and part of the reason why is not a majority, but many of these big consultants, they have these franking contracts with people in frank contracts and people in Congress where our taxpayer dollars pay for mailers and all these different things. You can talk about Axiom Strategies and some others out there, and so that's just part of what they do, and it's crazy. I don't know, man. If you're not doing IP targeting and other types of geo-targeting and micro-targeting down and getting in front of people, having those all kinds of other creative ways. In today's world, you're not doing right.
Guerrilla marketing is the only way to win now. And the reason for that is because the attention economy has gotten so competitive that why the hell would I pay any attention to you? Like, really? I mean, seriously, if you're trying to get someone's attention, if you're really trying to get somebody to actually pay attention to what you're doing, what you're saying, you have 7 seconds to get that person's attention. And if you don't get that 7 seconds, they will never care about you ever again. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. It makes that much effort. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just got one more point I forgot to mention. I added the YouTube link to O'Keefe Media Group, which reveals hidden camera video with Glenn Prager from the DOJ, who handled the first round of Epstein victims on hidden camera video, saying he is that Jeffrey Epstein was an informant and an asset for the CIA. So that is confirmed.
Yeah, I mean, dude, listen to me. If people think this is just like some hunky-dory random thing that, it's just some random dude, guys, you just get out from underneath the rock, okay? It's obviously an intelligence operation. Otherwise, we would have found out a lot more about it. Okay, but I got to go, guys. This was a great show this evening. Thank you guys, everybody who came to the show tonight. This is the Political Theater. I'm Walter Kerr. Make sure you guys follow all of my speakers up here on stage. Chris, Jared, AB was up here this evening. Henry, Zen, Sunlight, 10th Mountain. Make sure you guys follow all these people. These are good people. They got good content. Make sure you guys come back. We will be back on tomorrow night. Well, wait a minute here. I got to go to Michigan tomorrow. Maybe. If I get into the hotel early enough tomorrow, I will be on tomorrow night at 9. So we will be back as soon as we can. There's a press conference, by the way. Thursday morning, there was a press conference up in Michigan. And we're going to be going over the fraud. That is with the State Senator Nesbitt. So that'll be at 9:15 on Thursday morning. So there's a press conference talking about the fraud and stuff. That's the most recent articles. If you guys have been following the work that I've been doing, that's what that's going to be covering. So we're going to be covering that on that. And I think we should be on for the rest of the week. I don't know. I got to double check some travel stuff because I might be going down to D.C. Friday. Someone invited me to an event. They want me to go, and I'm going to try and make it. So we'll see. But anyway, guys, we'll be back. Hopefully, we'll be back on tomorrow night. I don't know why I wouldn't be able to be back on tomorrow night. So we'll see you guys tomorrow night for more of the Political Theater. 9 p.m. weeknights, guys. We will see you guys as soon as we can, and we will see you guys next time.
I didn't come. I mean, I had a little bit of experience, but I didn't have a whole lot. But throughout my years being in, I'm pretty well off for myself. Done well, and I'm trying to finish this contract and just, go to the next chapter. But we did kind of hijack this guy's room, though.
No, we didn't. Hey, Universe, is that you, John?
Yeah. Hello?
It looks like you, John.
Hello?
Hello?
That's my call sign. Hello? That's my security password. If you ever need to walk across the perimeter, you just say hello.
John, the guy in the top of the room, his name is Sir Seek. Because he's a captain and he's active duty in the U.S. military.
You're making this far too simplistically.
And Seek, Sir Seek, the guy at Universe, he went through the Citadel to be an officer.
Oh, nice.
You know, so I mean, I've been on this app for like 5 years ish. You know, but like, dude, I think like you and John would actually be kind of cohorts in crime.
Oh yeah.
You know, because like I said, he went to the Citadel.
Well, I don't participate in crime anymore. I'm strictly involved in politics now.
Yeah, well, that's because you lost your fucking congressional fucking run.
So you need ROTC or you need OCS?
I did ROTC.
He went to the Citadel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you do ROTC at the Citadel. Everybody does ROTC.
University?
Yeah, military university, yeah.
Yeah, that's John. That's who you're talking to.
Oh, yeah.
You want to talk about a commission, you do that.
What do you think would happen if a black
It's
man ran
good
for
to
president
see
this
all
year?
the veterans out here, man. I'm not there yet.
The results would be a landslide, and he would be under it. Slappy, what do you expect to do about unemployment? The same thing I've always done. Go down every Tuesday and sign up. Slappy White, do you think being vice president...
Why the hell would I pay any attention to you? Like, really? Maybe he's Andy. What they call me? Pepe.
I like to accuse other people of committing ad hominem projection. But then when I say that other people are committing ad hominem, is that me committing ad hominem projection against an ad hominem projector? Is it a...
Together, you know, my pussy's damaged, my pussy's damaged, my pussy's damaged. So we all banded together to try to create one big pussy, and they thought it would be stronger. It wasn't. It's still
Criminal activity again. Don't go after this ridiculous 8647 shit. Make it substantive, make it stick, make it matter.
Yeah, that's one of the problems I have too. I think this is shallow and superficial. I don't think it's good enough when we have evidence of him doing seditiony things. Propping up the Russian collusion delusion, making the Steele dossier seem vital and important instead of gossip and innuendo. It's very frustrating. Hey, Evie.
I think it was a crime when he opened the investigation against Michael Flynn.
Me too. It's very hard to swallow. Roger Stone, Michael Flynn, Sidney Powell, all the people that supported Trump were targeted and lost it.
It was a political intended to tie them up and bankrupt them. So in this instance, while people can argue and he'll have to argue what he was meaning when he was using the term 86. What's wrong with him taking his own medicine? Like, I don't see it is politics. It's not like the Democrats are going to, they would have eased up on their lawfare until this indictment came out. They were literally promising to go after every Trump official when the House gets back in office and investigate, or when Democrats take majority of the House. and they're going to investigate every single Trump official. So, like, they're already promising lawfare against Trump. Shouldn't Trump fight fire with fire? Like, I see.
Joe, I agree with
I'm
you.
gonna go after Pepe.
I 100% agree with you. I'm somebody who believes that when President Trump is in office, a lot of people need to go to jail. The way they went after Trump and those around him, they had to play dirty, and I don't know how else to do it. Like, I personally do not really give a shit about Comey. You know, I'm not the one who brought this up, but you know, we kind of the conversation started before Comey. It was about radicalization of the shooter, but when it comes to the people that were going after Trump, yeah, I do think something drastic needs to happen to them because they will just keep on doing it. How else do you stop it?
Well, what you could have,
Hold on,
what we
I
could
said
have
I
done.
would go after Pepe, please. So 2 points. Abby, I back channeled you a PolitiFact that said that the odds of the Senate being retained by the Republicans has gone up. I think the Southern Poverty Law Center scandal is having an effect, and we should push that and amplify that. And that goes back to the propaganda message. We have evidence that people are being manipulated and told that white supremacy is the #1 threat to our country, and we know better. So we should educate on that. And the second point is, Joe, we are tossing out odds about how likely is it that with this charge, Comey will be convicted and found guilty. The highest percentage the stage gave us was 5%. What's yours?
Talking to me? I'm
Yes.
sorry, I was.
Yes, sir. How you doing? Good to hear you.
I was getting a cup. No, I don't think it's likely, given the state of clearly in this room right here, if Republicans are thinking it's a bad thing, Comey better get a bunch of clubhouse Republicans on his jury to not convict him.
Well, the thing of it is,
Generally speaking, one of the big things I think is being missed here is from one of the biggest complaints is Trump's first term was he promised in his 2016 election that he was going to lock Hillary up and spend a steady build up. And then after going through 2020, after going through 2020,
and I'll go on mute after Joe.
and in the years under Joe Biden, it's actually polling very, very strong with Republicans, according to big data polling, and I can look at where it is now, that many of Trump's MAGA supporters wanted indictments, and they want convictions as well. And maybe they don't have the goods, but there was a lot of rattling of the chains a year ago by supporters saying, where are the convictions? Where are the indictments? Why aren't they going after Trump? And I think it actually hurts Trump's chances more with his base, and it is red meat. This is to get the base up. This is to get the some enthusiasm that Trump's sorely lacking with his Iran war.
Okay, and my concern is we should go after people which we have the evidence to indict, convict, and jail them. And if we're going to put up these charges that have little chance of convicting and jailing them, we're wasting our time and our credibility. And I get that MAGA's mad that more people aren't in jail. And also, I don't think this is it. And so I'm frustrated because I want justice too. But this is smacking of vengeance and revenge.
This is not on our priority list.
Ahead,
Putting James Comey in jail is not our priority.
Our best shot at Comey would have been in 2018 and 2017. That would have been under the purview of Sessions, which he was a twit, and the DOJ was flustered. We had
illegal wiretapping, misuse of a FISA court, omission and tampering of evidence to fit a narrative to go ahead and get those. That all occurred under Comey. Now, whether you could have pinned that to Comey, that would have been a different thing. But he still violated the Hatch Act. He also interfered with an election process in which that does carry criminal charges under it. So he could have we could have prosecuted him. They didn't do that with Comey. I don't know why. It's a short thing, but Comey could have done it. The Flynn debacle, as was mentioned, yes, it should have absolutely been reviewed and probably could have been over the pardon. And we could have probably found out that there was some mishandling of evidence and misalignment of that. The problem is, what are you going to pin her with? She survived Benghazi. Like, all the evidence that people have, you have to prove that she's criminally liable. I hate to tell you this, but I can't stand that cunt, and she is the worst person on this planet in terms of our political system, but they get away with it. Like, they're clean. There's nothing that sticks to them. There's nothing you can really pin on the Clintons. I mean, shit, the guy lied under oath in front of the American people and they re-elected him. The power dynamics there are you have to sometimes say, hey, there's really not much I can go ahead. After those hearings, Hillary's stock went up. And everybody knows it was her and that administration that left me and others to go ahead and die. Like that's just a simple fact. Quelled that shit. Her administration did it. Uma Abedin, Anthony Weiner. You can't tell me that was the first time that they had child pornography on their on their computers. The servers, the destruction of evidence. You had the crimes there, but they exonerated her. They couldn't make it stick. So, I mean, it's not just what you know, it's what you can prove. And you have to look at that through that lens. And if you're going to go down that pathway, we better go. And if we are going to do that, then we better find some fucking damn good prosecutors. We better find some Republican lawyers that can go on there and not just do CNN or Fox News sound bites and sound good on TV, but they have to be fucking dead on. And if we can't do that, then we don't have anybody to blame but ourselves. And Trump made a mistake. Sessions was the worst person to pick. That fucked him up from the beginning. He should have picked somebody a lot better. I don't know who it should have been, but I would have probably put Ted Cruz in. I would have gave it to him and said, here you go, unleash it. And Ted Cruz would have been a dog with a bone at that time, especially because he wanted blood and he wanted vengeance. And he would have went and got it. He would have found a law. But you know what? We didn't do that. Our side wasn't smart in that area. The Democrats threw everything they could at Trump, and he didn't get unscathed, but the man came back more powerful and destroyed the blue wall, destroyed every swing fucking district there we had. He took it over, and we have the power right now. This is just a distraction. We had the narrative for like 2 seconds, and now this is going to blanket it, and everybody's going to be cheering it, and it just gave leverage to the Democrats when we should say, hey, the political violence, your voice is being silenced. We could have rolled with that. We didn't have to do this. This shit was stupid. That AG just dropped the ball on us, and there was so many more fish we could have gone after, so many others, and we're letting them slip through our fingers over stupid shit.
Yeah, no one in this room, but we live in a world where we talk to people outside of this room on Clubhouse where they believe an impeachment of a president means it kicks him out of office. They're not even familiar with that the Senate has to convict them. I think we live in a world today in America where these headlines and these buzz lines play a factor and make effect. It's a momentum game. And I think it was hurting Trump more to not have anything. I don't think a trial on Comey will even be heard prior to the midterm election. I'd like to see a series of indictments come out over the next 6 months, regardless if they hold any water or not. These people in the DOJ work for us. This is one of the biggest complaints against Bondi, was why was nothing moving forward? Well, some of this stuff was working forward. I think now it's just starting to actually come to the news cycle. because I believe they were working on this grand jury for quite a while prior to this, even when Bondi was still in office. So I don't know. This is the machinations of what has occurred over the last year from some of the base demanding some of this stuff. Well, the guy from Rasmussen Reports, he went right into Trump and told him back in the fall, Mark Mitchell's his name, and said, look, your base wants indictments. Your base wants convictions. And at least according to his account, it was like, oh, okay, they want indictments. They want convictions. So we'll see. We'll see. Was doing nothing better and putting us in a better position than doing something about it. And I'm on the side that says do something about it regardless of the outcome.
All right, if that was the case, so take a look at the impeachments against Trump, the prosecutions from New York City, the release of his tax returns, creating fucking new state laws, manipulating a law to turn a misdemeanor into a federal crime, and then charge him, 31 times with the same fucking crime. Then you go, all right, we've got this. Then you got the Georgia, what was her name? Stacey Abrams? Not Abrams. The girl that was, yeah, whatever her name is. Yeah, she's, Willis. Fanny. She's in a hotbed of water right now, and she's like trying to survive the next day. They tried to do it in Florida, and the Democrats lost on it, which gave power to Trump. I'm not necessarily saying we shouldn't have done anything. I'm saying we didn't have the people that were really going to go after it. We put the wrong people in play, and I'm kind of grateful to Trump right now because he didn't necessarily go after Hillary, because that would have been front page and it would have been a failure. It would have been a failure, another failure, and who knows how this election cycle that just passed would have turned out if Trump, under 2016 with COVID, shit that was happening, started prosecuting everybody and lose. That would have been an epic loss on our side, and it would have hurt us much more down ticket, and we wouldn't have had the powers to basically shift a lot of things. And I still don't like Mitch McConnell, but hats off to him for securing the courts and making sure a lot of provisions down ticket, down ballot actually worked in our favor to help propel up and to help us have that sweep of a victory. And played it right. He set us up. Now it's up to our team to hold on to that, and we're going to hold the Senate, and we have a chance. We're probably not going to win a major majority in the House, but it's still a coin flip. We can still take 3-4 seats over and still have power, and it would be an epic win for Trump to be able to finish out his term, being able to do a lot of the things he promised, and maybe somehow we get a better win and set up the next administration that could be a Republican, whether it's Vance, Rubio, or somebody else. We could have a shot, and if they do good, we've got 12 years at least. We've got 12, guys. We have a shot for it, a good shot, not just like some imagination, but an actual good shot. I just don't think throwing shitty fucking prosecutions that all the media is going to cover and not cover any of the other shit. We're just giving too much fodder to the other side to use against us.
It's a good point. It did when the Democrats did it to Trump, they weren't effective. They never got any conviction on Trump other than the civil. They never got any conviction on Roger Stone or
I rise to wish a very special Attorney General Garland.
Steve Bannon.
Steve Bannon.
They got conviction, Steve Bannon.
Oh, they did. That's right. They did get a conviction.
Yeah, but he kind of set himself up. You can't do that whole Sandy Hook thing.
Wait, that's Alex Jones.
No, Steve Bannon was the one.
Oh, yeah, Steve Bannon. I'm sorry. I was thinking Alex
Was he
Jones.
in contempt of Congress? Bannon?
Oh, he was contempt of Congress. That's right.
Yeah, Bannon was contempt of Congress. But I mean, that's a nothing. Like, that's not a big win.
Did what, 5 months?
They were also going after him a while back for raising private funds to build the wall back in the first term.
That's
Do you remember
right.
that?
Yeah.
shit, I don't. Man, there's been so many of them. I can't. He's kind of a slime ball.
I think, he's gotten worse.
But you're right. I mean, Brad, good point. It wasn't effective for the Democrats, so why do we think it would be effective this time around? And I don't know. That's the quagmire the MAGA base is in. They're demanding revenge, and it didn't work for the Democrats, at least for winning the presidency. So, how effective is it really in the long run, other than costing a shit ton of money and time and effort and pulling people out of the game? Hopefully, maybe going after Comey satisfies the base and not going after a figure like Barack Obama, that would really rally the base of the left. Because it would. Going after Hillary or going after Barack would definitely bring the left some momentum. So,
That's a fancy piece of wood.
But I mean, if we take that point, like again, if Trump succeeds, like let's say he gets the straight, all the Iran thing falls our way, we start, boom, it starts working out great. Okay, done, settled, over with. And he follows through and he's managed to hit $21 trillion in investment. Now, we won't see that in this term, but we have a shot to see it in the next term. We definitely will start to feel it about midterm after the next administration. That'll trickle down. And he puts that on there. I mean, can you imagine if it's all under conservatives, it's control, and we can actually fund and start doing things and start targeting issues that we have been complaining about for a long time, that we're going to have an economy that's booming under 12 years of stewardship under conservatives. It would take literally 50 years for the Democrats to break that shit. And not that they won't spend us into oblivion, but we really could hold something there, and Trump can walk away with something that will last, I don't know, another 250 years. He'll be able to support this country with those investments. Again, it's a big if he hits 21 trillion, because that's a hard goal. That economic boom for the U.S. will cement us for 150 years. That's a lot of power to give to a guy and then give it to the next administration, hand it off. And the American economy is steamrolling along. We're all doing a lot better. And he's conquered out, a bunch of bullshit. Venezuela's cured. Cuba looks like it'll be cured. Iran's going to be cured. Kim Jong-un I don't even know what's going on in North Korea. Nobody does, because he's been quiet. The only thing left is Russia and Ukraine. And quite frankly, no one gives a fuck about either of those two countries in reality. It's just a political oppo. We really do. And Europe is finally starting to pay up a little bit more. And he may take Greenland. Who knows? But I mean, fuck. If he does it, hats off to him. He'll be one of the greatest presidents, if not top 3 of all time.
Ready for Mount Rushmore?
What that $18 to $21 trillion investment, like, what is it? It's AI. So part of that is going to be AI transition, because there's, obviously they're going to take over some of the workforce and everything else. So there's going to be, I remember Elon was saying something about universal basic income, which they might have to put that into action. I mean, I don't like the idea of it, but it's one of those things where it might, I mean, it might very well, mean that we go to that, but so it's mainly going to be the AI transition.
Mine is the head of the man, and thy insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the entire. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Mine the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of all to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the 611 are the voices. Abracadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sold with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophets and typhon. By the sign I invoke it. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke it. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the bond of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. E minor, the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 other voices. Abraham. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, O.P.P., O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. fingers I invoke thee. Father, the one of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Hey, mine heart, the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made a whole to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master board, draw the flaming sword, crown, giant conquering lord, Aro, Avenger, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is that sword of revenge, let it strike, at thy bidding, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abra-dabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign even of none save it be thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of the hawk. Six and the rose and cross of life. every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be Mine is the head of the hawk, Abrahadabra! I bear the rose and cross of life and and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abrahadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be Mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be abracadabra. much stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet.
You'll have all the channels. Just depends on how you.
That they quite can be very long. Quite cockpit and bang the long the coast to one bang.
Starbucks, and that's because it's from Seattle. Everywhere else you go, you can get jalapenos at McDonald's down here. It's kind of wild.
Jalapenos aren't even that spicy. That's the
No, that's right. That's entry level peppers, and you know, if you send one jar to New York or Pennsylvania, you got to send an SDS. You're gonna have people showing up in plastic suits surrounding the jar and saying, "What the fuck is this stuff?" But it just turns out how you get started.
What's the hottest pepper? Is it the Asian peppers or the jalapeno?
Well, they have like so. You have to look this up because for the last like a decade or so, you have hybrids where they basically ended up like there's the Carolina Reaper. There's all of these weird ones where it is like if you were to look at like habanero, which is this more common pepper, which is much spicier than jalapeno. This is like literally these peppers start getting hundreds of times hotter, and it literally people they get ulcers where they burn a hole in their stomach trying to digest this stuff. It's
Are they hotter than Szechuan? Than like the really hot Chinese?
That's not been my
yeah.
Really? Do you think that's the case? Because I've had my face burned off over in Asia eating those little shits.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in really like pain in Asia.
Yeah, they have it's like I don't know, kind of like marijuana, like how you have these really strong strands that people end up producing these hybrids, and you have much stronger peppers now. You can look it up. They have was it the Scoville scale? I forget what it's called, but it is you have peppers that are just like insanely spicy. And I haven't had those.
But Jebediah, I also have my first selfie with an alligator, and I tried to grab it. I missed him because he went into the brush. My first rattlesnake. I tried to pull him out, and haven't quite there. I've hiked Cap Rock.
Oh yeah. Were you trying to grab a rattlesnake?
Oh yeah, rattlesnakes are overrated, man. I mean, it's the copperheads you got to worry about. Rattlesnakes are the big pussies of the reptiles, actually. I mean, if you step on one, you got a problem. But if they see you coming, they're going to run mostly.
No, that's true. But here in Arizona, where they're like pretty common. They're a lot faster. They're a lot faster than like for example the vipers in Asia.
Yeah.
And they are generally when you get bit, it's because you did not see it and you put your hand near it or your foot went near it. That's basically how it happens. It doesn't. Obviously, nobody wants to get bit by one.
I actually just saw one, and I was like, oh. I wanted to get him out of the brush so I could see it, so I tried to grab his tail, but there was like this pylon, and then there was this rock and some brush, and he slid in there, and I wasn't going to put my hand too far in and try to grab him. So I let him go, but I damn near close. I'm going to get one, and then I'm going to hold the selfie with me holding a rattlesnake. They're bigger than I thought, though.
You don't see those fuckers can leap, though. Like, that's the scary part of it. Like, rattlesnakes are not... I don't even know what the strongest rattlesnakes are in the United States. You have like I don't think it's here in the Sonoran Desert. I think actually in the Mojave Desert they have the strongest. And
We have them here. Like, well, I mean, we can get
but
yeah,
like,
in Mojave, and then you have the
you said it
cottonmouth.
right. You said it right the right time. Like, I live in Georgia, but when I went, no, but we have a lot of shit ton of diamondbacks around here. Like, and we have water moccasins. Like, can I finish without you interrupting?
Jesus Christ, you fucking retard.
You're a retard that's interrupting me. But like when I was in like Fort Leonard Wood in Missouri, you were talking about like copperheads. I had to dig an over under when I was like in the field, and I was in my sleeping bag, which we call a fart sack. And then when I was in my fart sack, I woke up and there was a fucking copperhead.
Okay. Well, I believe again in Canada. I mean, you have convinced me that Canada would not, would be like the movie Red Dawn, like y'all would fight.
Oh yeah, like make no mistake about it. People would definitely fight. I mean, would they like it? No, and I mean, especially, and I mean, does anyone want to get? And like, I remember when this whole thing started when Trump threatened Canada. I wasn't the only person that was just like, "Are you fucking? Excuse my language. Are you fucking kidding me?" Because the thought of fighting Americans, as much as we may have like our friendly rivalry, especially hockey and certain stuff like that, whatever. It's like having fights with your cousins. In a way, like we all share the same continent. We've been through wars together. We've exchanged and we're trade a lot together. It doesn't. No one would feel good about fighting Americans.
That is not true.
Because we lose when we're not. It's not. You just don't want to do that. It's like fighting a family. Why would you want to fight with your family and feel good about that? Like, the thought of it is just. I don't even know if we'd want to. I don't even know if anyone would have like the stomach for it because it's just so weird. There's so many interactions that we have together that we have. I mean, a lot of Canadians have properties in America and vice versa, and go to vacation all the time. It'd be super weird to be actual foes.
Hey Marlene, I have a
Donald
question
Trump wants to. I was gonna say for Donald Trump to say to take us out of NATO, that is just dumb. And if you have Republicans that back that idea, what in the hell? That's like a long standing coalition, I guess. So it's embarrassing. We need to keep NATO together. And Donald Trump talks about so and so paying their fair share and all this kind of stuff. Look. At the end of the day, sure, people are paying their fair share now, I guess, the way he says it. But my God, we shouldn't even be in any of this kind of stuff as far as wars and this, what right now. This is just really embarrassing. And I think, what is this, 3 or 4 days, this war may be illegal. Lisa talked about that. So illegal things, Donald Trump doesn't care. So let's see if this holds, and when the time comes, let's see if the war ends under, an illegal, circumstance. I don't know what y'all think. Do you think that the war will end after, Congress, whoever declares this to be illegal, or will Donald Trump be able to continue doing this regardless of what is passed?
I wanted to ask my question still. I don't have an answer for that, but I did want to answer the question, Marlene. Marlene, do you have like an AMSR microphone, like or something like for this one? Because I want to ask you, like, how does it feel to wake up with universal health care and like speak slowly, like, and sort of say it in like a sexy voice, if you would?
Well, I will try to speak in a sexy voice.
But what does it feel like to have universal health care though? Like, I mean, really?
Honestly, the fact that you, as a country, as successful with the amount of millionaires, billionaires that you have, and leaders of the quote-unquote leaders of the free world, the fact that you don't have universal health care is barbaric to me. Frankly, it is absolutely barbaric and nonsensical because I've seen a breakdown of a person that had medical services in America, and the fact that you guys charge down to the gloves that the doctor uses, and that's literally whether you have money or not could be the difference between you live or die is crazy to me. Absolutely crazy to me. I mean, I understand. I understand. Sorry, go ahead. Okay.
The only thing I'm gonna say is it depends on the state.
Oh, I'm sure, but I say that it shouldn't depend on the state. That's my point either. I mean, I get that there's little differences between states, etc. And obviously, like, if you're like, I assume that if you get shot and it's an emergency, that you will be serviced. You'll just end up having the debt to, I mean, the point of, I don't even want to imagine, out of your, to your next generation, to do that. So I don't, I mean, that's just crazy. And I wonder sometimes, what do you all pay your taxes for? If it's not to take care of yourselves, what in the world are you paying your taxes to do? Because no one, I mean, sure, let's just be very clear. Canada is not perfect, and especially since this, in the last decade or so, of this adaptation of privatization, which unfortunately came from you all. I mean, we agree fucking politicians, mainly on the right, I'll say it straight goods because they're corrupt as fuck. They've taken that idea from privatization and stealing public funds to fund private care. That was an idea taken from America because, again, they're just all corrupt and they get money out of it. It's not because that is the fundamental way. And eventually there's going to be a huge pushback on it because the boomers are now getting old and they're needing care, and we're literally having a crisis right now in our healthcare. But outside of the recent issues, fundamentally, no one's going broke or poor from going to the hospital. It doesn't matter what you have, that is basically covered. And if you have like a good job, you'll even have additional coverage that covers a lot of that, if not all of it. So the most that we pay for is prescriptions. And even some of that, depending on what your drug plan is, will be covered completely. So there's no one, the only time yes, there can be for certain special things, there could be a wait for a few months, but if you have the money, sure, you can privatize that and go and spend that right there and probably even get reimbursed. But the fact that you all do not have universal health care, and also you have maternity times of like 2 weeks, we go a year. Like, maternity was a year, and there's paternity leave too. So it's like, that is crazy to me that you all live like that, and you must probably have to choose between, am I going to go to the hospital or the doctor, or going to just suss it out? Which is crazy. Like, I mean, you shouldn't wonder whether or not you're able to go to a doctor to take care of your health, and whether the government that you pay and you vote to put there is going to cover that. Because what other function, other than taking care of the people, by the people, for the people, are they there for? Like, it's crazy. You guys should have already post-tested and burnt the whole shit down at this point.
Let me jump in real quick on that too. So to the point about, because that's the reason why I asked you, so really, and you got to it about like how it feels to just like be able to know you can go to the doctor and you don't have to like work. So for us and for a lot of people, like these people in these rooms, most everybody in here, if you can be on Clubhouse, you're probably working or you're doing okay or whatever, or you have insurance. There are a lot of people now that have lost their health insurance, these healthcare subsidies that they talk about, and all the companies in this country have something called Cobra, and Cobra is super expensive when you like have to go on your own. Now, like we have this like sort of healthcare, the Obamacare essentially, you can go in and still, but you're still paying for this healthcare. People talk about the healthcare costs are going up. A lot of like Trump support, all these people talking about that. Saying that to say that Lindsey Graham, I literally watched him say out of his heterosexual ass face today that he took the ballroom. They're asking, I think, for $380 million for the ballroom, and Lindsey Graham said, well, we're just gonna go ahead and the amount of money that it costs for us to run this war. I think it was like, what is it, like $1 billion or something fucking, I don't know. It's like this money, it gets to where like the numbers like fucking monopoly money. But saying that to say that people, so for y'all to have universal health care, we don't, and we're literally watching people just burning through our money, and people literally out here are like suffering behind it. So that's why I was just asking, just to wonder like how it feels to be able to just, if you have something wrong, you just go and just get it taken care of, and not have to worry like going into debt.
And Michael, just go ahead and do it, brother. Let's move to Canada.
We'd be glad to have him. And honestly, I don't know how you guys do it. I have no idea how you Americans have not burned shit down. In fact, I'd burn that damn ballroom downtown.
The question I think everybody on 420, when's the
I'm sorry, but there's no freaking way. I think you guys, to me, America right now under Trump is having a let them eat cake moment, which is just.
When is the Michael Marlene wedding?
Okay, Omari, I want to respond to Omari real quick. So Omari, Omari tries to minimize shit and feels like I'm doing too much, and he's minimizing. So the shit I'm saying is real shit. So I'm not moving to Canada because I've got family here and we bled and died on this motherfucking soil. So I'm just saying that we need to get, I'm just saying, we need to get our fucking healthcare fixed. So what I want to happen is that there'll be somebody like a Maxwell Frost, there's gonna be younger or the people coming up like your kids or whatever, like my kids, like they're coming up, they're gonna go ahead and push for this shit to get us to where we need to be, because like to Marlene's point, all the taxes we pay in this country are watching our money being squandered for everything, and there are literally people that can't take care of themselves financially, they literally can't medically take care of themselves, and yet Lindsey Graham got on there, and like I said, he's gonna up it $20 million over like what the estimate was, because you know it's gonna take a little bit more to go.
All I'm saying, go ahead and get that AM radio host.
I think all the protests
what I'm saying, what I'm saying, Omar, is that people really die on shit. So if you wanna play around or whatever, that's cool. Just like you did the Trump video where you show Trump has black friends. If you wanna move the narrative like that, that's fine, Omar. But I'm saying people literally are really suffering out here for this shit.
All I'm saying, there's a little brown sugar in Canada, and it's not maple, it's brown.
It's not a joke, brother. It's like, but if you want to joke,
that's fine. Got free health care.
That's fine. That's fine. Hey, may your family never have to deal with this bullshit or whatever the rest of us have to deal with. So I guess you living outside the bubble, so that's good, man. You good. Your proximity to whiteness, I guess, saves you from that.
Yes, sir. That's right.
Your proximity to whiteness saves you.
So we don't have that issue. We like Canada.
So anyway,
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, it just, Omar, like I say, just meant, again, people in this country are dying, and I'm just saying, just Omar with this bullshit or whatever, it's just annoying as fuck. But again, I don't know. Like I said, trying to make a serious point, and Omar is just being like a dickhead or whatever, but it's all good.
I mean, I think if all the protests that you guys should have, I'm not trying to minimize the importance of the other ones that have been conducted so far. But I honestly think that if there's anything that you guys should be on the streets about nonstop, is the fact that you don't have universal health care. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, a country such as yours, the size of yours, and with the amount of amount of rich people and the amount of resources should not be operating less than a third world country, because that's exactly what it is. I mean, you shouldn't be also worried about putting yourself into generational debt because you got sick. That's not something you did to yourself. If you get cancer, you should not have to worry about whether you can pay for your cancer treatments or your child's treatments or what happens to a kid. That's barbaric, and I just don't understand why that hasn't been the number one. The fact that you guys got insurance was a big deal, which is again kind of crazy to me. It's because you guys couldn't go quite to universal route.
So Marlene, check this out. So California tried to do it, and you can look at it a few years ago. It was billions of dollars. It was so expensive. It wasn't even something that they could do.
Of course it's expensive, but you hold on. So Michael, let me exactly. I was just about to say that because we say that, but you find out that you're spending $2 billion a day on war, and do someone else do the math? You guys have been over war for the last 30 days. don't tell me you guys don't have the money, because when you guys need the money for bullshit like this, America finds it pretty damn quickly and pretty damn easily. I mean, millions of dollars should not be poured into into missiles. And especially, it's not like you're, and I say this respectfully, but most of the time you're not even defending yourselves. You're going out of your own borders to go to involve yourself in some sort of foreign conflict in order to steal some other shit or help some other person, like, advance, it's so stupid. At least take care of your own first. I don't understand.
Let's call America first, baby.
And we're the greatest, and we love America. You know, I mean, we're number one. But yet you have your brother or sister that can't afford their damn medication.
Huh?
That is crazy. And you guys recently gave tax breaks to some of the richest people.
You can't afford a vaccine. I mean, you're crazy.
Private jet. Yet a child who's under the poverty level can't get a fucking free lunch, and that is totally normal in America.
Oh my God!
That is crazy. The fact that you all just sat there and just like, oh yeah, it's fine. It's like, that's crazy. I'm good. That's crazy. I go to bed knowing just fine that people who are unsure or can actually go into the hospital and they're not going to reject it. No one's asking them for a bill or shit. They're only asking like, hey,
Hello?
listen, that's it.
Hello?
I could not. I couldn't be. So as fine as you American brothers are, there's no way I could live in America.
No way,
for
brother.
So many different reasons.
No fucking way. Not without universal health care. I could never do it. I could never do it. How could you do this to yourself?
Is usually at the expense of other people, because that's exactly what it is. It's not like people are just making their money and they're doing their thing. No, it's literally at the expense of the general public. When the general public is poor. You guys are even like poor. Wait till the bills come in on after this war, plus the tax breaks that are being given.
She ain't lying.
Big beautiful bill. My God.
My God.
I don't understand how that should be protested. That should be protested on a daily basis. If you guys really want change, that is the number one aim that I would, as a citizen, if I was you, because that's crazy. People are going to get older, people get sick, and people, especially if you don't have any regulations regards to your safety in the workplaces and the quality of food, all that stuff, that makes people sick. And if you cannot, sick people cannot enjoy money. Because you can have money, but if you don't have your health, you have nothing. And if your whole populace is getting sick, that affects your economy, that affects the workforce. So all of it's connected, and taking care of each other and making sure that your generations are taken care of for the future is for the betterment of the country. You can't talk about, oh, it's going to cost us this much. Actually, it's going to cost you way more in the long run. But that's just my opinion. I learned.
So to that point, also, they talked about the SNAP benefits. So people also, we don't have medical, but then we can't eat. So there's a story of this woman that literally talked about she was crying when she went for a physical. She lost 40 pounds in a year. She talked about being at $375 per month for her SNAP benefits for her food. And she talked about the cuts, where they cut it down to $75 after Trump did what he did with his bill. And then she said the shit went down to $25 per month for food. So this an elderly woman who's having issues. I can't remember if she was disabled, but her went from $375 down to $25. They're literally killing people. This whole thing we did with USAID, where we just out of these countries, we're killing people, but then because we're pulling money out of these programs like Russell Watt and all this shit they did with Doge and Elon Musk and all these cuts they did. But meanwhile, like to the point that we're all talking about, this war that Trump, he thought it was going to be quick, whatever, but it's like we're burning off all this money. We're just shitting out money. And meanwhile, this woman is on $25 a month trying to eat. So the priorities are what they are. But when I was asking the question about Canada, I was generally being serious because I don't think I've ever asked a Canadian what it feels like just to be able to go to the doctor and worry about shit.
They have waiting lists, but their waiting lists sometimes are not as long as England.
It depends on what, if we're talking about something special, like say like a rotary cuff or some sort of like something that's
Non-emergent.
rare. Yeah, I think non-emergent, like kind of like not especially like it's like cosmetic, like say like breast reduction, and that's because only a few doctors do it. It's not because
breast reduction in 2026.
I am.
So let me.
You getting titty reduction? You huge.
So the waiting list here in America is that, and it's happened to my family. The waiting list is that my legs, my
I agree with that.
with soaking Epsom salt and then die of a fucking heart attack. Our waiting list is that we don't have the money to go take care of shit. So like black people, we
That the people that I have blocked are the only people that I wouldn't want listening to me, right? Or they're the only people that I, would not want listening. So you're welcome. I mean, like, you're welcome to be anon. I'm not angry anymore. I don't know why I had to remember that, but it's a good, it's a relief, because if you block people that you don't want listening to you, they can't make it into your room if you're a mod, which is wonderful.
Oh my
And there
god.
are these 3 ladies that are demons, that are on this, and I really mean it. Listen, when I say that they're demons, I'm not exaggerating. One of them today, I swear to you, was, now I didn't hear it directly, I heard it secondarily, but credible source. They were praising and admiring the devil. And I thought to myself, oh, wow, that fits perfectly. Oh, there's John Kitover. Yeah. I'm telling everybody, John, do you know Uma? John, I think you should know Uma. I think everybody should know Uma. I really want Uma to be my neighbor. Won't you be my neighbor?
Why? What's so special about Umma?
I think she's just fascinating, and she's fun, and she's funny, and I feel like she's crazy like me. And I think
Well, you're
we'll just
crazy?
get into, I think we could probably even each other out really well.
Wait, why do you think you're
And,
crazy?
I think we just have such a fun time. What?
Why do you think you're crazy?
Yeah, I know. John, what are you doing?
What do you mean, what am I
What have you
doing?
been up to? I've been seeing some videos come through, some notifications. Oh, look, and then there's John smiling in the camera.
Yeah, here's me.
You're just sitting
Anything
there.
goes.
What? So, do you know what I'm sad about? I was just
What?
reading this art. Apparently, this woman, and it's frustrating, and it gives me a good reality check. There was this woman, this hero, this savior, that apparently there was this fight that was going on at this bar, and this woman had run into the bar and said, help me, somebody's beating me up. And then she had left, and one of the women that were in the bar, who has kids and everything, she went out to check on her, and her and her friend was getting beat up by this guy. She interfered. The guy ended up pulling a gun and killed her. And she died. And do you know how many times I've gotten involved in broken up fights? So many times. Like that's I mean, so many times.
So what you're saying is, in hindsight, you're thinking to yourself, you know what? I shouldn't have even have gotten involved. That's what you're thinking.
No, that's not. What I was thinking is that I need to do it much more. What is the word? Intelligently. Like I have to be really certain of what's happening, and if I'm not armed, I mean, like I need to keep my distance. I don't think I can get involved.
Mm-hmm.
As involved as
Well, today a couple walked past my house today, and she was screaming, "Why don't do this?" And he's like, "Just leave me alone. I'm gonna punch you in the face. Leave me alone." And I swear to God, last year, just about the same time, it was the same fucking drama. And I put them on YouTube. I'm like, this is the second time I've recorded this couple It's so crazy
You
because
recorded them?
yeah, I put them on my YouTube account.
Oh my god.
It's the only weapon we have. I'm not gonna call the police, but at least I got a little social justice.
Oh, for being disturbed.
Yeah, they do this all the time. It's like take your drama, keep it inside your house. What you think people? You think people want to hear you guys? Shut the fuck up.
Oh, you're pretty funny. Do you know what? You are funny, and do you know what else you're annoying?
Yes, do
And
you?
then there's like a percentage of you that's also lovable, and there's also like a credible influential, like incredible influencer, I guess you could say.
Well, do you know?
Right, but that's a small
Do
percentage.
you know what a highly? Do you know what a highly annoying person is versus an extremely annoying person?
What's that?
Basically, an extremely annoying person is highly argumentative, but a highly annoying person is just totally obnoxious without even being argumentative.
Oh, wait a second. So a highly. Say that one more time.
I mean, I'm just kind of making it up on the
So
spot.
if you're highly, do you think I'm highly argumentative? People.
Oh yeah.
Some people say I'm argumentative. Do you think?
Oh, you are very high on the index.
No, I disagree.
See, Uma is a highly annoying person and an extremely annoying person. She's both.
Yes, give it all to me, bitch.
You see what I mean, Viva? She gets it.
Woman has my neighbor.
What is his name? Do you know this person for real? Speak to it before?
Yeah, Alistair. Yeah, his name's John. He's very popular on the app.
Then I added him already.
I'm not popular on this app, Bima. FYI, you know, it's a big universe, and you can go into rooms with like hundreds of people.
Infinite universe, just not only English.
I'm a nobody on this app.
Universe doesn't speak English only, gentlemen.
Are those begonias in your PTR, Uma?
Wait, what? I don't know. Don't talk to me.
I gotta tell you something, Uma. So, a couple days ago, I had gone out. By the way, those flowers are absolutely gorgeous. I had gone out inside, and I was just laying on my grass, and it's so interesting because I couldn't see visibly standing up any purple at all on the grass, none. But then as I laid down in the grass and I put my head on my chin because I was laying on my stomach, I saw this little teeny purple flower, and it was so small. And then the most sweet thing happened. These ants came, and they were just like, they were so drawn to this little flower, and they were like touching the flower, like walking by and like touching it, like checking on it, you know, like going by. I don't know if they were using it as like a marker to like find their way to and fro or whatever, but it was the cutest little thing. And I thought, wow, look, they love the color purple. I was just telling everybody that I just bought a whole bunch of purple flowers because my property doesn't have enough purple. So I just got a bunch of lavender and just of purple flowers. But Oma, tell me something. What type of neighbor are you? Would you be my neighbor?
The invisible one.
You know what type of neighbor John is. John is the type of neighbor that's going to record you and then put you on YouTube. John, you're the worst type of neighbor. I would effing hate you.
Well, I'm a good neighbor. I clean up the whole street for everybody. I do all kinds of work for people. I don't ask. I don't ask for any praise or thank. I just do. I don't expect any kind of compliment. I just do because it's the right thing to do. Hello?
Put your neighbors. Listen, John. Tell us what type of neighbor you are outside of recording your neighbor and exposing their weak low spots so everybody.
Yeah, no problem. I'm a good neighbor. I keep the sewer caps clean. I shovel, I brush, I clean.
Shit.
Bullshit. I clean all the time. I go around with a bucket and a picker and I pick up all the garbage all over the place that these fucking animals throw all around the street. I clean up. And my mom is so obsessively compulsive. One day she was like, "Come on, let's go clean." My mom walked us like 3 blocks to the main highway, and my mom for 2 hours was cleaning the fucking highway. I was like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
That's actually really sweet. Okay, but I don't know if you do that.
I'll send you the pictures. I'll send you the pictures, and you would be amazed at my garden.
Because I believe your mother does
No, my work,
you do it.
my cleaning here in Chicago. And I have a big garden. You don't know this about me, but every day when everybody is around here talking all day long about everything, I go outside and I work in my garden. And you're gonna be amazed at how beautiful it is. And you're not gonna believe the flowers, the vegetables I'm growing. I'm becoming self-sustainable. I'll be able to save hundreds of dollars eating my own vegetables and my own. Hello? Listen, Necro is one of my top political campaign contributors. My mom called me the other day. She said, "I'm worried about you, Johnny. You're on this stupid internet all the time talking and debating, but you're getting a gut and you're not going to the gym. And, I'm worried about your mental health." I'm like, "But Mom, have you heard the people that I talk to? Are you worried about any of them?" "I don't care about them. They're not my son. I care about my son." Hello?
I love your mom, but I mean, I don't know how. Tell us about your dad, because maybe you take a lot after your dad. What happened there?
Well, anything goes. You know what they say. My dad disowned me, and I barely talk to him. And he lives down. Yeah, my dad goes to Mar-a-Lago. He's a member of the yacht club down there. He's a big trumper, and he. Hello.
Oh, I was here first. Be my one and talk to me first.
Yeah, I do want to talk to Uma. Uma, tell me some fun stuff, because I just think that you're so interesting.
Oh, when John is not around, I would do that.
Oh, it's private. If you would like, I can just leave and come back. Would you like? I can give you 10 minutes of privacy. I'll just come right back. How does that sound, Uma?
Just go away forever.
Did you tell me to go away forever?
I'm not your mom. Go talk to your mom.
Yeah, BMI, did you hear my question?
A new question?
No, I was wanting to just send you where you're in Snatched.
Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I'll have to go and check.
Basically, I was, for a while, I was the lone dissenter. For a while, as the only person who wasn't a Trump supporter in the room. But I don't know. It's like I mean, it doesn't bother me if anyone supports Trump, but I wish they had better judgment. But in general, I never would think that you support Trump at all, or do you?
Let me ask you a question. Do you think, because it's a good question and I'll definitely answer, could I ask you a question first before I answer?
Sure.
Or would you like, okay, thank you. Do you think that it's impractical to take someone that is supposed to be like the president of the United States and then judge them in totality, like a net negative or positive versus the specific policies? Because I mean, and this is my thought, right? Every human being, we can find really shitty things that they do, and then we can find really cool things that they do, and then I don't know. I'm really not sure the answer to this question, but the reason I ask is because there's definitely things that I am happy about that he's done. And there's also things that I'm really unhappy about. And so when I'm asked something like, do you support Trump? It's like, I support people doing good things. And I support people who don't do good things. But I don't know of one human being
that I could point to say that they do only good things or only bad things. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I have different standards. Like, most people see presidents as the lesser of two evils. I think that that's a shitty way to look at the system because, I mean, I didn't vote in 2020. If I give an example, I didn't vote in 2020 because I didn't like how there was the cover-up of Joe Biden with all the rape allegations that were made against him. And I couldn't vote for Trump either specifically. So like, to me, it's like, I think specifically the idea is specifically like, it doesn't matter who this person is, the fact that they could have potentially have committed rape because they are still voting in line with what I want overall specifically, and it essentially allows our leaders to be deplorable characters specifically, which I think is disgusting.
So you think we should?
May I ask a question? Do you think that like, when you vote for your president in America, and like, do you want him to be your president or do you want him to be your pope?
None of the above.
Yeah, I want them to be my leader.
It didn't even occur to me, and I'm not saying that this is analogous to Trump's experience, but this is what I can conjure up. It was shocking to him, the kinds of things that I had to deal with to navigate that system. So that's all that I can kind of pull from as an example.
Even Rothschilds are fucked up.
At a much more, at a much bigger scale than he's dealt with. It's probably nauseating, and that's probably one of the things.
So yeah, I mean, overall, I would say that, like, I mean,
because why wouldn't
like, I can say, like, I agree with some of his positions, but I still can literally, like, say I don't support them at all. Like, Joe Biden is a person who I really like the economy, but I couldn't say that I supported him as a person. Again, it's not so much of a hatred or anything like that. It's just specifically, overall, I wasn't really Joe Biden.
That's what I imagine
with
goes through
it was
his head,
just
and it
how it
makes
was
sense.
being covered up.
Do I
Because
like
I
it?
don't
No,
believe
I
that
haven't changed necessarily. I don't
he was
love
competent
Donald Trump,
enough,
but I
is what I
do
think.
certainly try to empathize with his plight.
You know who could have been a Spider-Man? Woodrow Wilson.
But then again, I don't think that Trump is competent enough to
Sorry,
act.
not to say Woodrow Wilson was much in the same way.
Yeah.
He took a lot of
I don't think
prerogatives.
he's competent in a lot of
And that
stuff
was
he
because he
says.
was an
Like, when he talks
academic,
about
right?
how
And he
in
saw
his
it as
administration they had
he
H2O
probably looked at
or things like that,
the
as if
government
that's
bureaucracy
significant.
very differently, just like
I think on another president would probably be on record saying, "Oh man, it would be God." I have a question.
Well, I just want to know, like, so would you say, like, overall, as far as Trump goes, if you say that you support that,
I have a question for you.
no, I just want to know if you
Yeah,
maybe she ran away once the reasonableness started.
Yeah, so I just want to know, like, when you say
like, how old are you?
No, I think it was
I'm
because I
27.
came in.
But so Abby, let me ask you
Why?
this: like, who?
Why is my age important? Why is my age important?
Who is your?
That is not important at all. But you're
No
trying
question.
so hard.
I want you to. Oh my gosh, Uma, look at this flower.
No, it's Glenn
It's called the Loveliness Dianthus. This is the funniest looking thing.
Like, absolutely.
It's so like
Everything
raggedy.
about
I
him,
just have to buy seeds.
from, you know, on a purely statuesque, you know, Lincoln-esque kind of style. His auditory skills, his policies are spot on. He was a popular governor. He managed his state well. I mean, he just hits on all cylinders.
I just think we need smart Republicans to have their voices heard more. Like, I don't hear a lot from the GOP intelligence.
And he was a one-term governor, right? Because
They only allow one-term governors
which
there.
I think is so interesting.
Why he's not in the cabinet now or in some position, I mean, I'm surprised Trump hasn't found a place for him within the government unless he doesn't want it. And I don't know if he would throw his hat in the ring, But if you're asking me who would be the perfect candidate, or even in a VP spot, I mean, I hope he gets activated.
Do you think Rubio's brand is? I think Rubio is probably one of the best political animals in the Republican Party, but I think
He's little Marco. I think he'd be so much better than Vance or DeSantis. How do you all?
But I think this war is going to tarnish him. I think first off, we'll have Trump fatigue. And the fact that he was Secretary of State in an unpopular war, I think his brand is kind of. I mean, I think maybe 2032 he could reboot, but I think for 2028, I think Rubio is he's just damaged goods right now.
Scott, we had Vance campaigning for Orban, so it's like there's some egg on the.
Yeah, Vance belonged nowhere near that shit. I don't know why the president sent him. It was dumb.
I would love, if I saw Rubio in a debate with Gavin Newsom, he'd rip him a new one. Rubio would destroy in a debate Newsom. I mean, it couldn't even come close.
Well, I mean, what Kamala taught us, right, was that I don't think it's nothing to win statewide office in California. I think it's an accomplishment. It does not make you a viable national candidate. And so I think people that think that anybody from California would be a formidable national candidate as a Democrat are clinically insane. because California is just so far different than the country. I like California. I love it out there. I think it's great. But I just don't think. I mean, Harris showed us like what that statewide brand. As a Democrat, now as a Republican, it's different. If you win statewide as a Republican in California, you've, as a minority, won the majority, right? And so I think like Reagan, Nixon, I mean, these people that can do that are singular impressive people. But I don't have any confidence or respect for a Democrat just because they won statewide in the most liberal state in the country. I don't think that's again, it's not an accomplishment, but it's not going to be.
Or if I ask you if you stop beating your wife.
Stop talking. Let the woman talk.
Do you know what the coolest thing of this? This is my favorite site to buy seeds. It's called Gurney's. Gurney, and one of the coolest things about the site is, you know how you have your grow zones, right? Once you put your grow zone in the website, and you could look at whatever you're looking at, it'll tell you, oh look, this grows in your zone, or nope, your SOL, you know what I mean? So you have an idea of what is perfect for your zone, and you don't have to like go and check, blah, 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 blah. And it's just so wonderful.
Hey, is that like from my Willie?
Hello?
The trans man. And
Uma stays forever.
Is this a grow zone? Anything goes here. Anything. Uma's part of the grow zone. Oh, anything goes here. Anything. It's a grow zone. It's a grow zone. Hello?
Yeah, you do.
Ooh. He's back. He's back and better than before.
He's back.
He's unstoppable, this one.
Uma, there's hope for you. Necro love fucking tranny.
Ooh.
Necro does like fucking tranny.
Listen,
ooh, juicy.
First of all, we
anything goes.
This is Rich.
Anything goes.
The worst part about Rich is that he has thousands of accounts, or at least hundreds.
Unstoppable.
Oh, wonderful.
Unlimited power.
www.temp-number.com.
Bro, you got 100,000 trains on your fucking website?
Unlimited power.
just like Mila, I would just like to say that Pro is like the worst human being I've ever met in my entire life.
Pro is wonderful. I love
He's
Pro.
a horrific person.
Why? Why would you say
He's
such
terrible.
a horrible thing? Why?
He's a mass serial killer.
Yeah, that's horrible to say,
He
Rich.
is.
Rich, you make
He
it.
wants to kill all the Jews.
Rich.
Go.
I don't believe he ever said that.
Kill all the Jews, you said?
Yeah.
Well, Bima said that she would join Hezbollah. Bima said that she would join Hezbollah. Bima said she would join Hezbollah and fight to the death with the terrorist Muslims if they were trying to destroy her house.
Thank you, Rich. At least Rich is
If I lived in Lebanon, I would probably fight for president.
Shame on your mommy.
If I had my family killed, blah, blah, blah.
At my property taken. My property taken and stolen.
Gross. Another Catholic Zionist. Bro, ew.
No, I just dickhead, bro.
Why would you want to be associated with A-Check, bro?
A-Check? What's wrong with A-Check?
Horrible.
I love A-Check.
Wait.
Yes, that's what A-Check does. He's adorable. He's a great character.
And Beeman, thank you for saying
Steiny's like the second worst person I've ever met on here.
Uma's my favorite. Uma is my favorite. I want Uma to be my neighbor.
You want Tranny next door?
Me and Uma would have so much fun.
Bima, do you remember when I roasted a Chuck?
Oh yeah, I don't remember that.
When I gave him that quote from the show House.
Never forget that. Oh man, it was epic, bro.
Who is Hella? Hella, do I know you?
Hello.
Hi, Hella. Do I know you? You're new.
You're black. She wants to fuck you, Hella.
What is wrong with this one?
She wants a black dick. Look at her.
What is wrong with this man?
Hey, Rich, the people making jokes about gay people are the people.
Oh, he's like Somali or Ethiopian, so I don't know if that counts.
No, I was just trying to throw you off the top of
I think he's Ethiopian or Eritrean. He has the Ethiopian look, though. Yeah, he's Ethiopian. Yeah, man, that's on point. No. How do you say it? No.
I want to talk about what Uma wants to talk about.
It sounds like animal. It sounds like the Muppets when they say how are you in Amharic. They're like banana.
I was gonna say that.
Yeah, banana. It's something like that. It's like nanananin or something.
Chevy, look at my PPI.
I can't remember how.
Oh,
sorry. Yeah, whatever. Let's trade it.
I
mean, I'm black, but you're racist. No, it's not racist to clearly look at you and tell phenotypically that you're Ethiopian. You're either Ethiopian or Eritrean.
Just a little bit.
I'm not. It's not racist to say he's Ethiopian or Eritrean. Look at it. You either, whatever you either. Or Somali. He might be Somali. But he might be like northern Somali. Shut up.
Chevy is unbridled. He's a.
I just told you I don't run that shit over and over. Oh, let's look through his houses. Let's look through his houses and see if he's Ethiopian. Yeah, do that.
Who's beyond help?
Chevy. We just have to do all right.
Oh, he's part of Talking Apes, so he's functionally retarded. If I had my house ready, they're ready, but you know,
I don't like anyone on Talking Ape anymore.
They fucked up people.
Yeah, they are.
So was I right? Eritrean or Ethiopia? You just fucked up. You know, I know I'm right. It's one of the three. It may be. Hold on. It may be Somali. But I'm leaning towards. If he's Muslim, it's Eritrean. If he's Ethiopian, he's obviously Muslim. But and if he's or Somalian, if he's Christian Orthodox, then he's Ethiopian. Which I'm guessing he's Orthodox.
Well, you can't deny there are some Orthodox in the country as well.
Right? That's what I
very
think.
small.
You too. Go get a room.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yes.
you guys fought over Islam and Christianity and gold. That's why you guys separated.
We're not fighting.
Oh yeah, he is. Wait, he is.
What are you two doing?
I'm just checking you. You know your stuff.
No. I mean, you guys fought over gold and Muslims and Christians. You guys are like the Sudanese and the South Sudanese.
Yeah, but who are you then? Like,
what do you mean? Oh my.
Who are you? Like that's what anonymous pictures of.
Oh, and he's drunk, so clearly he's probably not a Muslim. He's probably Ethiopian Orthodox.
Sammy, where you come from?
What?
Where are you?
Not from tranny land. That's where I don't come from.
And who's tranny in here?
Oh, Thai girls like yourself.
I'm not a tranny.
I mean, you're Thai and you're tranny.
Oh, then I don't like this guy anymore.
I don't like the guy.
Let's get rid of him.
Yeah, get rid of him.
He'll just come back. He'll ruin the room.
Chevy, what Uma says you have to pull it back a little bit.
So we found out that Hella is Ethiopian.
This is amazing. Rich
Translate my name. I got my original.
Rich
I asked the question.
Rich is a very powerful Clubhouse user.
Can you tell us a little bit about Ethiopia? Can you tell us anything that maybe us dumb Americans don't know?
Church.
Good stuff.
Church.
Not you. I'm not talking to you, Chevy. Chevy, I'm talking to Hella.
Jews that now currently reside in Israel.
But it's just not the way. It's not our selection process.
Jason,
Gandhi is not going to get elected in our system.
We did, Jason. We did have Washington and Adams. I mean, those were probably, and maybe Jefferson. I mean, those were a different school. Yeah.
They were a different school. They were a different breed. I mean, but really, you're just talking about a different concept of how we get a president. Maybe it's not a bad concept, okay, but it's a different concept.
But what Austin just said about being a good governor, I think that's interesting, and you have to really unpack that, because really the best presidents come from gubernatorial backgrounds where they managed, and they, the majority came from that, and they were in a management role. And some governors have more obligations and more that they're responsible for than other governors, like just how their state laws are. And I've made this argument before that probably the hardest job of all 50 states is the governor of New Jersey. The Jersey governor oversees so much more than other governors do, and it's a much more encompassing job. And you just look at, where did a lot of our presidents that came from New York governors, California governors, right? Texas. Just think about what was the breeding ground.
These big states, or big or complex.
Or complex. The Jersey governor has to appoint all the judges. They're not elected. It's just he oversees more under his control. And again, it's a good prep. I'm not saying that Chris Christie would have been a great president. I think he would have been a great attorney general. It's kind of sad that they had a falling out. I think he would have done a good job, but the people that I don't know all the different states and their laws and how much are under what's under his control or her control.
Yep, the governor of California, Texas, and New York, they're managing a sizable global economy that's larger than the economy of most nations. So they have a very important job. And another interesting and weird thing I just remember from Dan's placement in U.S. history, Ohio is really important to presidential history. For some reason, Ohio has been an interesting source.
Producing candidates.
Yeah, because we had Garfield and Taft and a lot of people.
I wonder why.
Well, it's one of the most popular. It's I don't even know how many electoral, but it's very populated. It has been kind of it was almost a frontier state in many regards.
It's because it's high in the middle and round on both ends. So that's what. I mean, we're talking about some interesting stuff here. I love this theme of like, well, how do we even get a good president? Because I think about, you know, people talk about Trump supporters, but you know, I spent a lot of time with a lot of people who support Trump, and people are like, oh, they're unpersuadable or whatever. Many of us are very dissatisfied with things that Trump does. We just don't have a better alternative. That's really what it is. Well, he's like the least bad option. You know, I think about like, just look at the Democrats in Virginia. They took over Virginia, and what they do? They immediately start taking everyone's guns. Okay? This matters to Republicans. You know, I wouldn't hate Democrats so much if I didn't see stuff like that. But, you know, that state is being ruined, okay, in real time. And so many of my fellow Americans are going to have to flee that state, which is not America anymore, and go live somewhere else. And it's just shameful.
That she's destroying the Klan, and the Jews will not replace us, folks. Marching on Charlottesville, and that governor is destroying those folks.
Well, but
They shouldn't have guns.
But isn't that the Southern Poverty Law Center anyway?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
The Southern Poverty Law Center, on this thing to the tune of $2 million.
Yeah. I hate to break it to you, Austin, but nobody's going to have guns there when the Democrats are through. It's not the bad people they're taking the guns from. It's good people.
What if it's...
Well, you don't understand what it means to be an American then. You don't understand the founder's vision. You don't understand the founder's vision for security and balance of power in this country. It's not that people you disagree with. It's not that people you disagree with don't have power. It's that you do have it. But the Democrats' vision is that nobody has power.
You know, one of the challenges is that we have 4 terms and 2-term limits. Imagine you extend it to a 6-year term. The maturation that you see in a president is pretty impressive. Sometimes it's astonishing, sometimes it's terrifying. I almost think that just the mere 2-term, 4-year term cycle in itself lends itself to a certain type of personality growth or persona growth within the space of the presidency. And that in itself is challenging. I mean, imagine if you were an employer, you were taking a position, you knew you only had so much time to get a certain amount of things done. I'm not likening it further to the presidency, but there's something about that makes it challenging in its own right that dictates how you behave yourself. If you knew you had 15 years, maybe you wouldn't be as threatened, maybe you wouldn't feel insecure, maybe you would feel more, I don't know what it is, but I think that is something that we need to consider.
Yeah, I think there is something to that, and I wonder if you could lengthen the terms but introduce an executive council so that there still is some change over some time scale. You know? So like if we had 7 presidents like in Switzerland, you know, and I don't know, 3 of them come up for election every year. And you know, or every 2 years or something, every 4. But they can stay in indefinitely, or they can stay in for 5 terms or something like that. Then you get a lot of changeover, but at the same time, people could build experience, and that could be more balanced. Could lower the stakes as well.
I mean, I've been so insecure in jobs where I have like a 3-month probation period or something like that. I mean, that in itself is enough to make the insecure employee act in certain ways, right? I mean, I just, again, I'm not going to empathize with a particular individual, but the office itself, to be under the scrutiny of government, of public office in this day and age with social media and TV, and broadcasting, it was just like, I wouldn't be able to leave the house because it's way too much for me. So, but some people can handle it. I'm quite frankly amazed at any of the presidents who handled it. Even the Nepo babies who managed, who had some exposure.
Hey, Fonny, what do you think?
About Trump?
Yeah. You can respond to the title or what we've been talking about. Either or. Or both.
I love last weekend. Trump is Trump's a crazy man, but he's the right president. He's American trends 250 years. He's the right president at this stage. I can imagine Kamala being president at this stage. I think look at what he's doing he has right message for DC, bringing beauty back into the country because, for public service, it seems like politicians, almost just don't care. Almost people everywhere. It's a nation's capital, but it's treated like, I just feel like bringing back culture, bringing back values, is something that's very important. Bringing back beauty is something that's very important that we should all look forward to. And he's doing a lot of things. The economy is leading a lot of deregulation. That's good generally. But of course, there's a lot of pushback. That's to be expected. But he's the right president at this time, and the system is working. If he got everything he wanted, maybe he wouldn't be the right president. But I think he's challenging the system, and the system is responding as it should. And it gives me confidence in the American experiments, for sure. And he's stress testing the system properly. So he doesn't like it, but he's doing a good job. Yeah, that's what you guys are talking about, like the active kind of came.
Yeah, largely. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head.
Yeah. So we'll see. I'm kind of curious. Honestly, I can't picture what's gonna happen after him. I don't know. For some reason, I can't think that far. I can't think beyond Trump. We'll see. That'll be interesting.
We'll get another president and it'll all be in.
Yeah, but it's so because after Trump ends, it's like the end of an era because it's been Trump or Trump-esque since Obama left. Right? It always has to, even though Biden came in, Trump has just always been this nervousness. Obama triggered him, became president, and feel like got bad. I wonder how the scenes snap back. I wonder how the country's going to move forward. And the next president. We can't even imagine who the next president is. Is it going to be Gavin? I can't imagine it being Gavin. I can't stand when that guy talks. Honestly, I can't stand it. He's patronizing. What he's talking.
The hardest thing.
We'll see.
The best. If it's easy, leave it to somebody else. Do you know that the hardest thing?
Yeah, I agree with you. We'll see. Abby, you researched that thing on John Roberts?
Once you get used to it,
I saw it, and then I tried to find other stuff on it, and it's a citizen's complaint. Like it just doesn't seem like it's pulling any weight.
So we don't need to be worried about it.
No, first it popped up with a sensational headline, and I'm like, whoa, okay, this is huge. And then the more I read it,
there's only one of these things that aren't like the others.
Those four have never made a salient point in their entire life.
Rich is so boring.
Yeah.
Anything goes.
There's John. There's John Kitover in his green and white.
Anything goes.
Cowboy hat.
What's going on, Samoa?
Chilling, man. How are y'all doing? You know what I'm saying?
We're hanging out.
Samoa, what's it like spending 80 hours a week in chillism?
The demon Samoa took over Chillism. Wait, who's doing that?
Samoa, what's it like spending your whole life in chillism?
I'm not in chillism right now.
Yeah, 80 hours a week arguing, debating. Oh, what's it like being a part of Nathan's art experience?
Yeah, when somebody says your whole life.
What's it like being a part of Nathan's art experience?
Yeah, but what does that mean to you?
I'm asking you a question.
Well, your question was a little bit off. Alright, your question was a little bit off.
Samoa is a great debater on this app.
Mm-hmm.
He is. He totally, absolutely is.
Yeah.
He does it for the sport. He could take either side, pro or con, anytime, any place. He might switch mid-argument. It doesn't matter. That's how talented he is.
Mm-hmm.
He's quite talented. And he's educated, so he's, well, why would you pay a debt if you want him?
Yeah, right.
And,
Hey, the crazy part, Big Man, is that he's the only one that still thinks that when everybody else has already understood it.
No, if you go into chillism right now and ask if you owe anybody money, everybody will say, of course you fucking do.
No.
Everybody.
Yeah.
No, you're wrong.
Samoa,
You're absolutely wrong.
I'm a reason.
Yeah, you're full shit.
I'm a reason you're $50 short, right?
Oh, yes, you are, bro. Yes, you are, bro. We were gonna make a bet with Joe, and
Samoa,
Necro jumped in. Oh, go ahead.
You still haven't told me, like, damn it, Necro.
Yeah, bro. I was like, stop. What are you doing? I would have split the bag with you.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for you to say, damn it, Necro.
Damn it, Necro.
Thank you. You're helping catch on now.
There you go, man.
so what is this whole, what did you hear about Fauci aide being charged with covering up or concealing COVID records? Did you hear about this?
This is old news.
Oh no.
Oh, is it?
No, he got pardoned for 10 years back.
Oh, did he?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
So he's not to be executed?
That is old news. Thank you, Uma.
No?
Yeah. No.
Yeah, fuck America.
Uma, not all of us.
Uma, take it easy. Uma, please. There's a lot of Americans in here that don't appreciate your potty mouth, Uma. Uma, you are an extremely annoying person. A highly annoying person.
Oh my gosh, John.
It's true.
Oh, my pussy hurts.
Oh, anything goes.
Hey, John, you don't ever go to
almost not like her.
Or Lisa's 420, like you don't ever go to those spots, John?
Yeah, I record all those rooms. What are you talking about?
You're an asshole,
Well, you don't ever hear me in there?
Yeah, you seem to have nothing going on for you in the real world because no one could possibly spend this much time talking, debating, ChatGPTing, all communication. Hello?
What do you think you're doing? You sound like you're
He's got a good point, John.
every room.
Where's my Uma? Uma, where do you live, Uma?
I live in the...
No, I'm not saying that all communication isn't projection. I'm just saying if my analysis of what you're doing is accurate, but it's still a projection, doesn't mean that it's not accurate. Hello?
That's exactly what that means, John.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard what I said, but even if I'm projecting, it could still be accurate for both of us. I am complete.
Absolutely. When somebody says that you're projecting, it has nothing to do with me.
Yes, because all the asshole want to fuck asshole, and mommy is like, mom is here, mom is like, you asshole, go away.
That was horrible, John. What the fuck? Crazy. Bima.
Shame on Abraham Rothschild.
Yes, tell me.
You see your peoples.
Who's my peoples?
You kind of rolled through with a little drive-by earlier.
Who?
You did an honorable act.
What, in Chillism?
Yeah, you kind of just roll through.
Okay, robot, bye bye.
I don't like to go in demon time. It's demon time.
So, Dima, if me and Rich were in a fight together, who do you think would win the fight over who stands up for human rights?
Depends on who's getting
Stands up for human rights or
Definitely Necro.
Fight.
110%.
Exactly.
Demon, who's your people?
Oh, fight. I'd fucking mop the floor with you.
The people that I don't like, just demons.
No, because you when you have, huh?
Yeah, I'm 6'4" and 260. I'd
Yeah, I don't. Well, and you know, it's not that I don't like. Okay, so I try to stay away from demons, but I know that they need to be loved. So it's a push and pull relationship, you know. You want to be able to, you know.
Pop demon hunters.
Yeah. You think you can catch me, Rich?
I am all starving. Look at this name.
Oh, but once I catch you, that's the problem.
It's a new
Yeah.
Honda.
Well, I'd love to see you try and catch me.
Yeah.
Necro, keeping score, USA winning or Iran winning?
Who's winning? I think that the world would win if both of them lost. I think if the war happens, the world's gonna lose.
So you don't think that there's a lot of people that are quiet right now, cheering in their minds, like, about time somebody's taking Iran out the way?
Like, China is really winning right now, is what I think.
I don't think they're winning at all.
You don't think?
China?
Yeah.
How the hell do you win when 70% of what you're using is not coming through?
But to be honest,
70% of what you're using.
How the hell?
Yeah.
But how the hell would you?
Yeah, so China has until June 8th China has until June 8th until they run out of oil and natural gas.
Yeah, they're gonna run out of oil.
They,
why would you?
I know. It's so crazy. It's actually 73% of all their oil production comes out of the Strait of Hormuz. 55% comes out of the Gulf nations, and 18% out of Iran.
For what? Only?
I'm just trying to say, like, you would think you live on
10% from Iran, but their biggest suppliers are
Does that mean that
See how men cannot talk with one
They can't, Uma. They just can't. They can't handle themselves.
Does that mean, Rich, that you're admitting that the Iraq War is about oil? Or the Iran War?
Nobody can ever
You can't have each other out.
That's not enough.
No, it's about leveraging, right?
It's like we're fucking each other.
But you can't deny that.
Oh, Necro, I would never say that because I don't think so simplistically. And I'm not fucking wrong. I would say that the Iraq War was specifically over the U.S. petrodollar. And the control of it started insane. It was initially appointed by George Bush Sr. And it was taken out, and then the second we took back gas, we switched back over to the U.S. petrodollar.
I just came across.
Demon, who do you want to hear?
I'm not saying like
let's hear from A-Check first.
Okay, be a man.
Oh, let's not hear any salient points on it.
Chevy.
Wait a second, Chevy. Wait a second.
You don't know
I'm gonna be a
you have so many fucking accounts and it's
who
so
correct
fucking
your
annoying.
manners.
It's ridiculous. You know?
Bro, John's a monitor.
Yesterday, Rich, we were talking about Islam for like 1 hour. I actually thought you actually smart.
You only like because I was talking about Muslims, how dirty they are.
1 hour, I actually thought you're smart. Now you just speak and you're retarded.
Bro, I kept telling you during the time. Okay, hold on. A-Check. The entire time that you said you were agreeing with me and you were on my side, I kept telling you during that conversation to shut the fuck up, A-Check, and that you never make any points. It was funny. You were sucking my dick while I was fucking telling you to fuck up. I was saying shut the fuck up, A-Check.
Chevy, are you going to be able to control yourself?
Is A-Check control himself?
Yes. A-Check will control himself. Right, A-Check? A-Check does control himself.
Yeah, so I gotta restate that peanut now. Restate it, because it's been sitting for like 20 years.
Make sure you take before and after photos.
Yeah, I have a, this is what it would look like if it's finished resaying.
How about you just shut
Hold on, A-Check, I'm gonna show Bimo the before. what it looks like currently.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's crazy. All right, PTR.
Okay, but show us, yeah.
Yeah, that's PTR. It needs sanded down and restained. And it's missing the middle pedal, the brass pedal.
Waste of time.
But it was built in 1910.
That's gonna look beautiful.
Oh,
that's
I know.
Gonna look so beautiful.
I just know my son. I know my
Oh
son. He's the way he is. Once he starts learning shit, he's like very fucking OCD.
When are you gonna talk to your wife?
Well, A-check's gone. Chevy, you ran everybody off. You ran A-check off. You ran Simone off.
John's still here. Necker here. Almost here.
And
I didn't say Bree because I don't want Bree to
John's not even on. He's walk.
Oh, I'm here.
No.
I'm here. I'm listening.
He's in a green and white golf shirt wearing a cowboy hat, leaning back in his chair, looking at his phone.
John?
Yes, that's accurate.
Is that him?
It's in his YouTube. Go to YouTube.
Hello? I'm here. I'm here. Hello?
And that's really John? What? Alaska is John?
I'm gonna take some rosemary.
I just tried. Uma, FY.
It almost looks like lavender.
Uma, FYI, I just tried kicking you from the room, but apparently my green bean mod powers aren't strong enough.
If you let rosemary get like extra big and shit like that, I can't remember what the fuck it does. It turns into like a tree or something. It turns into like an actual plant tree.
Yeah.
John, you can't kick a mod.
I know, it's unfortunate.
But it's no longer useful
Cannot
for
kick
like
Uma. Uma stays.
I know, I can't, I have no power. And I mean, I could boom the room, but I don't want to do that. I'm having fun.
Ooh, John, an old SL Mercedes hardtop 70s.
John, you wouldn't do that, right? You wouldn't do that? You wouldn't boom the room?
Yeah, of course he would. No, he would kick all of us to the audience and then start playing This Is All Hypnosis fucking like psychology fucking videos.
No, it's Beamer room. If she asks you anything, you have to do it.
No, he'll kick everybody in the audience and then he'll start playing fucking like audio.
No, it's too late to play those games. I'm getting ready to go to bed pretty soon. Those are more things you do in the morning, you know. Try to break up people's patterns and habits here on this app. Because what, you know how they say in those rooms where they're like, I'm an expert at pattern recognition. I'm good at looking at finding patterns and such. Like those types. What was that, Uma?
Why do you make them sound black?
All I'm trying to say is that it's true. We are actually more of a pattern and an action pattern than anything else. Like being a, you know, I unfortunately, after 5 going on 6 years of observational studies, it turns out that people haven't learned anything in over 5 years. They're just as stupid as when they started. Hello?
John, is that Joe Biden in your fucking John Kitover Instagram showcase?
I'm not sure, but go to mayorkitover.com and join the fight to liberate Chicago from the Democrats. Hello?
John, you know what it looks like? Go look at it real quick. Click on the link. It looks like Biden's staring at the flag, looking away, looking when he's supposed to be like looking at the audience, and he's like just staring at the flag off into nowhere.
Alaska, I asked both of you, why Clone War happened?
It does look like Biden.
No, I asked you both, all gentlemen of America, why is Clone War happen?
How about gentlemen of Thailand? Uma, you go.
A gentleman of Thailand down there being in an ass is stalking me already. In my name, you know what he said on his name? Uma, you're dead.
What I don't understand is how can Stinny even tolerate this app? Like, part of this app is to actually be annoying and to talk. But how could you spend so much time just listening to these horrible people on this app? That's what I don't understand. What kind of a sick person who likes to inflict harm on themselves actually listens to the people on this app? Because people on this app are horribly annoying. Highly annoying people. Like Uma here. Uma, if it was up to me, I would kick you off the stage. I'd kick you to the goo and never let you up. Hello?
Not.
Uma, you're like part of the immigration crisis in this country. Hello?
I got my Odin shove it in your ass.
Oh, Uma's getting triggered. Oh, poor Uma's getting a little triggered. That's okay. You're a highly annoying person.
This is what I don't understand is why there are some types of lavender that are more like expensive.
Hear that fat girl laugh? You hear that fat girl laugh?
Like, is it lavender? Hello? Like,
hello?
What's the difference between lavender and sensational lavender? Like, this is really two different.
It's all lavender, Bima.
Lavender. Yeah, but lavender. This is phenomenal lavender, and apparently this is $16.99.
Yeah, BB, please. Please open a room.
BB, take him. Where is BB? Where's BB?
Anne's gonna go tell BB to open a room.
Bima, I want to know though, will you be my,
Then you could go, Chevy, you could go.
Bima, I got a question for you, Bima.
Is that your boyfriend in the 7
No, I don't do that.
Oh my gosh, that's your boyfriend?
That's what I was
Oh my god. Bima, I got a question for you. Bima, I got a question for you. Can you hear me? Hello? Ooh, you're dating a bisexual?
For a man, for me, that's way too much threat for my mind.
Oh yeah.
I can only take threat from one gender.
I pierced my nipples when I was in my 20s and that took them out.
That's pretty. I think
I kept getting hooked on the fucking anytime you get out of the fucking car, the seatbelt fucking hook them.
Oh my gosh.
Motherfucker.
Damn. That's crazy.
Chevy, go ahead and hang out. Okay, Chevy, bye-bye. You're gonna go hang out with BB, okay?
I'll come right back.
Come back, Chevy.
All right, go ahead.
Bima, I got a question for you. Bima. Bima!
The room's going fine, Bima. I don't know why you're crashing.
No, go because I want you to go and hang out with BB.
No, BB's not opening her room yet.
BB, open a room.
When BB opens her room, I will.
Oh my god. I have no choice. 3, 2, 1, lift off!
There's a lot of these kids are living a lot, and they don't get credit for that. Maybe because they can't name it, they can't say, "Oh, I'm living this element," but they're born it.
Okay, who boomed the room? That's the name of the room.
Did you do that?
That was me.
Why would you do that? I trusted you.
Oh, I just couldn't take it anymore. The room was pointless, and that girl, what's her, Uma, is beyond, R-worded out, and it's just a waste of time.
I trusted you.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to ask you a question. Why would you do that? What do you think? Things in life are permanent? Everything is entropy and temporary. Welcome to reality. It's a philosophy. It's a philosophy.
Because I trusted you, but I trusted you with that. Why would you do that to me?
It's not. This is a game, Bima. This is just a game. This is like playing a game. I hit the reset button, and look, we're still doing the same thing. What's the difference?
Because I trusted you. This is about principle.
Well, do you want me to moderate you so we can, do a room together again right now?
I can't. I'm not. How can I moderate with you now and I can't trust you? You said that you wouldn't do it, and you did it, and you betrayed my trust.
Well, we needed to have some decorum there. I couldn't let Uma just continue to rattle around my brain, for free.
Let me know. You could have let me.
I couldn't get a word in. It's just an obnoxious fucking bang room.
Let me know. Well, no, but you betrayed my trust. Out of all the options that you had.
Well, just go get kidnapped again and go do some drug deals to build up your low-level trust factor again. I don't know what to tell you, Bima. This room is called Who Boomed the Room? Who boomed the room? Who boomed the room? Who boomed the room?
And Rich, so disappointed. I'm sad and I'm hurt and I'm leaving.
Oh no! She's sad, disappointed, hurt, and she's leaving. She still didn't answer the question. Who boomed the room?
It's like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off.
You knew.
Started counting. Yeah, I do.
It was coming. I wasn't gonna sit there and listen to all night long. It's fucking retarded.
Oh my shiny.
Who boomed the room?
That shit. Now they.
Illumi, can you go ahead and give the defense of your position?
Yeah, no problem. We have it here because I actually don't want to waste my time with these subjective conversations. So we're going to do...
These people are insufferable.
We're going to do a quick L. So, calling it raping. Pasted onto a 7th century wartime legal system. Islam didn't invent slavery or war captives. It restricted, regulated, and humanized a universal practice and explicitly forbade harming captive women. Learn the law before moralizing the past. Slightly expanded, wartime sabaya, a universal reality in all pre-modern civilizations. Islam did not introduce it. It regulated it. Rights, protections, no coercion outside of lawful framework, push towards manumission, which is a big deal. And usually people in America don't know what manumission means. Core text critics ignore. Quran 24:33, do not compel your slave girls to prostitution. That alone destroys the idea of open coercion culture. Context, every major civilization at the time, Byzantines, Romans, Persians, Europeans, Africans, all had slavery. War captives, sexual rights over captive. Islam restricted it legally, freeing slaves constantly. Closed most avenues into slavery except war.
What's he doing?
Real framing. This isn't Islam versus modern morality. It's 7th century regulated system versus everyone else's unregulated brutality. Cold closed.
What do you mean what he's doing? You haven't heard of ChatGPT psychosis? This is ChatGPT psychosis!
Not comparing, no, it's called research. That's what it is. You're not comparing Islam to its historical peers. You're comparing it to 2024. That's not analysis. That's moral cosplay.
I want Deepak to respond. I just want to inform everybody the definition of manumission. It's when you put a dwarf in the end of a cannon. Go ahead, Deepak.
I see.
Wow. I mean, I don't know what I'm supposed to respond to. There was some gibberish he read up from somewhere that had nothing to do with
Gibberish? I was pretty sure that was high-level English.
I mean, high level, well, barely any kind of sentence structure there, but like sure.
That was literally an AI. Are you saying you can articulate better than an AI? I highly doubt it.
Like, which AI was it? Can you actually link to it? Because like
ChatGPT Pro, $200 a month. That gives me everything.
You need your money back then.
I don't need my money back. You make your argument. Let's just stop talking shit. Let's stop talking shit, you Punjabi loser. Let's freaking get to the point of it. You got a point. You got some induction. You got some deduction.
Illumi, can you put a link to the AI thing to where we can all hop in the room? I want you to show Deepak how this world immersion thing. You tried to take MJ's. No. Listen, Deepak.
Again, you give me an atheism. Let me pack one.
The structure thing is only like, a passing for the comment.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, no, but I'm an atheist Punjabi loser, but
he's not an atheist.
This has nothing to do with anything, right? Like the whole sort of field rape, wartime rape thing was a comment about how Illumi, what was he before? Cynic Mikhail, right? Was like.
We're talking about the past, your memory, I highly doubt is bad. Well, or are we talking about a specific topic and you want to present the truth about it?
Yeah, the topic is you, and the truth about you
is that in the past, like,
You're saying I had a different perspective from the Orthodox Islamic framework in the past?
No idea what perspectives you have.
If you have no idea, why do you want to continue to articulate something in the past?
Because I want to make fun of you. That's the whole purpose of
Okay, so you want to make fun of me, so this isn't in good faith. So if I fucking pull my dick out and put it in your mouth right now, that's valid, because this is like Texas rules, PvP. You decided to go into PvP with me.
I mean,
I really like that. I'm going to use that from now on. PvP.
I just want to make sure people, I mean, they're already seeing it, given how much
Just manifesting. Look at this guy manifesting, because he's literally telling me I want to talk shit to you, and I'm supposed to let this.
Deepak, why
you are everybody.
Shit stain.
Deepak, hold on. Deepak, why didn't you want to go good faith conversation with him? He was
You know Austin would shoot you, right? Because he'd probably think you're Mexican.
I wonder why I wouldn't want to have a good faith conversation with someone who calls me a Punjabi loser. I'm sure there was a reason.
What?
Bro, get over it, bro.
You wish you were a Punjabi. Come on, let's be honest. You wish you were a Punjabi. No, you ain't no Punjabi.
Did you call him that?
I say Punjabi loser. Dude, a Punjabi for an Indian is a compliment.
That's what that was. Okay. Well, look. I mean,
wait. Which group is better than the Punjabis? They're the white people of India.
More sure that it's something horrible, right? I mean, like, well, there was the funny thing about you. The funny thing about you is that, like, you are pro-Palestine, like, in the conflict, which we like.
What are we doing? What are we doing, man? Come on, man.
Also the case that, like, I mean, and Timothy
talking about Palestine now. Be careful, bro. You're on the red line now.
I mean, look, it'll just look at some point.
Don't violate the perimeter of the Ummah, Deepak.
You just want to move me.
You're just a non-believer, Deepak.
He's already threatening to move me down, bro. We haven't even started.
I'm going to ask him not to intervene. How about that? Because I'm just not allowed to.
I'll do it myself, Deepak. I'll do it myself.
No. Just don't. Okay, well, whatever. Go ahead.
Right. Well, there were two things about him. One was that, like, this was what, like, amused Timothy greatly, was when it turned out that despite being super pro-Palestine, whatever, which is good, it turns out he was actually, like, a member of the U.S. military for a while, and he was, like, doing, like, air support. He was in some sort of support role in the Air Force, right? For, like, bombing missions.
Sucks.
Thank you, pretty much. So that was one thing that was funny about him. The other thing is that, we were discussing, like, wartime. No, I mean, the thing I was referring to earlier was, like, how, like,
family. Didn't he say he had family in it, though, too? And Timothy called him out for that, because he called him, like, saying, wait, if you had family, why were you bombing your own family or something?
You guys, Michaela's an Ifitata survivor.
The thing I've been trying to get out is, like, this is how it all started, right? When we were discussing just, like, war, like, I don't know, the ethics of wartime stuff, right? Like, turns out, and he was making this case that, like, that rape during wartime is justified by,
This is his song. My wonderful.
I love the new title. Thank you. You honor me. Is it a projection?
Oh, that is you again.
He boomed the room, Uma. We trusted him and he boomed the room.
Oh, yeah, maybe Emma.
Can you stand it? Can you stand he boomed the room? So disappointing. So this is a song. This is a quick song. I hope you could make out the lyrics. Okay, here we go.
It's funny how your goals seem to change, but the hustle remains the same, you know what I mean?
Listen to the lyrics.
Like that shit,
Can you hear them?
Are you a different animal?
Yes.
And the same thing.
Are you a different animal and the same beast?
Investigating hard work, focusing games. We all got 24 hours. How you living your day? Are you working off a plan or just floating in space? If you could watch your life over, what would you say? Did you really go and get it like no one who ever did it? Or did you half-ass it with excuses for your absence? How many heartbeats you got left before casting? Tomorrow is the end. Is today a good last one? That's just a few honorary questions you should ask yourself. I pray that give you motivation to go craft yourself. Make improvement for physical and spiritual health. I pray you smile through it all and come through it like God. Miracles every minute, we heroes and we infinite. I dare you to zero in and be careful with every minute while living life with no limits, no fear. It's already we cheers, cause we be winning shit tears for happy endings. It's a gift, it's a journey. See you laying on the gurney. You must evolve like the blend you. And be the star of the planet, you. Then get your goddamn hustle. And go hard till you go home. This that mama mentality. We'll make everyday legacy. And I dare you to go and get it.
Isn't it so good? I love him. That is Cess the Fifth. That is Cess the Fifth, Mamba Mentality. He is incredible, and I'm just so proud of him. I just love it.
Yeah. It's interesting though. It's like I don't have a lot of poetry that I've made in a while, because a lot of it I did, I got like all my energy out during like the Obama years. So
wasn't it just so good?
Yes. Why do you like it so much though?
Because it really captures the, what is it called? I don't want to use the same word. Oh my goodness. One of my favorites is Mr. Edward. Hello, Mr. Edward. And Raya. Hi, Raya. Hi, everybody else. Mr. Edwards, what an incredible, encouraging, uplifting, positive man. The best that I've ever found on Clubhouse. If I could choose one person to listen to every single day, it would be him. Nobody else. Nobody else. Mr. Edwards right down there. Yeah, Mr. Edwards. Down here, Edward Lynn. Mr. Edward?
Love to come up, Mr. Edward.
Oh, I'd listen to him every day. He's so encouraging.
What does he talk about?
He gives out very just encouraging, positive, uplifting reverberations of go get it. You craft your own legacy. You could do whatever your mind.
I was discriminated by a black female at the IRS.
To be
This
refreshed.
little whore
We get
at
in these
lunch
cycles of
repeatedly
depression,
sexually
and then we
harassed and
think that we're
retaliated against by
helpless and we don't have, options. And
EEOC.
it's just so good to be reminded of our incredible power. And so yeah, hi, Mr. Edward.
I gotta say, Mr. Edward, I kind of find you a little annoying because you're like a broken record, Dr. Edward. When I look in the mirror, all I do is I say, Edward is the problem. Edward is responsible for this. And, I'm just saying, Edward, try to get something new material, something inspirational to help the young people instead of just telling them about personal responsibility. Maybe just read from the Bible, Dr. Edward. Just read from the book of Proverbs.
Well, you know what the Bible says, right? Personal responsibility. You got to do it. So I'm going to keep doing the same thing because at the end of the day, we are responsible for ourselves. So you got to make it happen. So.
And because I'm the mod, aristocratically, you have to behave.
No, he's behaving.
That's right.
But it's my honor to hear your voice and this picture of you and your wife. Is that true?
Right. Yeah, that's my wife.
That's so beautiful.
The woman who said yes to me. So I'm very happy.
How did you ask her to get married?
Well, we've been in the same fellowship for 47 years.
You not getting sick of her?
Nope. Why would I get sick of her?
Okay.
No, we've been in the same fellowship since she was 16 years old.
No, I see now.
Wow.
We have the same foundation, the same understanding about what we both agree to,
do, what we believe in. Our children have the same philosophy, ideology, because like Mr. Ellis just said, our foundation is the Word of God, which never changes. So that's what we do.
What a sweet love story.
So, well, you know, Bima, I always tell people, if you really want to have a good relationship, you have to meet people in your community. Unfortunately, so many people are meeting people outside of community, outside their zip code. They meet them online, swipe left, swipe right, all this other stuff. And then they wonder why they have problems. Because they don't know the background of people. They haven't been around them long enough.
Then your life is small then.
Huh?
Then your life is just a small radius of people.
Well, not necessarily. I think your life is large when you have community. Like if you just take the zip code you currently live in, just Google it. How many people live in your zip code that you've never met?
But I don't care anymore about people.
No, I know. but you do care about people. You shouldn't say that.
No, because I can hear when people care or not. And it's 0 point. No, if you think about God, I was like, can you explain to me about just that word? And why is your wife is not a goddess in their God, stupid fuckery of programming?
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Bima, can you translate?
That one's her mom, sorry. I can't translate that one.
I mean, like, if I look at you and your soulmate meet at 15, some of the people here are still lost soul and being an asshole, like the one who copied my name, follow my ass around this app and thinking he is doing the right thing, cursing my dad, my parents, and all he does is just following my ass around and thinking he's doing the right thing as a lost soul in his own ass.
Oh, see down in the audience. Okay.
And listening from the website and thinking he has power, anything over me, and he's just roughshod.
Could we?
She looks angry.
No, you cannot block him. So this
She
one
looks
you
angry.
just don't know how to take this.
Crazyville.
Yes,
you hear me, Mom?
We hear you.
Yes, not step, and I can hear your soul.
Okay. So there's a couple things that you're doing right now that you may not be aware of.
No, I am aware of all of my words.
Okay. So what
do you not speak for me, and I'm
not speaking for you. I said you may not be aware of it.
Oh, you get rid of them. How did you do that?
Okay, the number one thing how you do is stop focusing on them.
No, all right. No.
I'm going on.
You don't know the whole story. I mean, I'm using this app to be a tool to learn how to read listening to soul and voice. And I let them bully me. I give them unconditional love for a certain period of time.
I'm sorry, but I don't even know what you're talking about anymore.
You're talking about Aleister Crowley. Because that's your name. And Freemasonry, fuckery, occult, of whatever America has.
Oh, you don't like books? You don't like reading things and then talking about them or trying to incorporate it into your personal psychology or your own artwork?
Freemasonry game of fuckery.
I know, but English isn't your first language. What do you speak? Tagalog?
No.
Vietnamese?
No, I don't want to speak to Aleister Crowley.
Okay. Uh-oh, go to hell. Ladies and gentlemen, is that personal responsibility? Edward, if somebody was personally responsible, would they ad hominem project like that? Hello?
I'm surprised she hasn't kicked you, Mr. John Kitover. You boomed our room and we trusted you, and we're not happy with it.
Yes, we are not happy with it.
Well, you guys are in the same room doing the same thing. It's just nothing new under the sun. No one can boom a room. That's just an expression.
That doesn't. No, you know what you did, and this is. I would say.
This is retaliation.
Disorder. not taking accountability.
Oh, NPD. Now I got NPD. It's just one of my problems is narcissistic personality disorder.
You were entrusted with the green bean in the room, and you did it anyway.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Uma is a highly annoying person.
It has nothing to do.
I couldn't take that. I wasn't gonna leave. No.
Betraying my trust. You understand that? It has nothing.
I never believed that I had your trust. You're putting out false beliefs. Oh, good, Dennis is here. Hey, Dennis. Dennis is one of my top students as a coach. Dennis has been a huge success story. Dennis, maybe you could share with everybody about your bull riding journey in Spain, how you flew above the bulls.
Jesus Christ, nobody fucking cares.
Mr. Edward, I think I would advise you to close your ears.
Tread fucking lightly.
It's bad now. It's bad. The room has turned. It's turned downward, and it's only down from here, Mr. Edward. I would not want to expose my incredible.
Edward's gonna talk down to us now. Hold on. He's gonna stand above us
do
and
not
look
want
down
to
and
expose
spit on
my
all of us.
Mr. Edward to this podcast.
Go ahead, Edward. Talk down to us.
Well, so one of the things I've learned in life is to be motivated. So my motivation is really simple. I'm very careful how I hear. It just makes the world bigger.
Edward, do you still use an AOL email address? Try to get ahead with the times, Edward.
Maybe you should listen, Edward, when everybody tells you that you're very fucking condescending.
Listen, Mr. Edward.
Be like, oh, everybody says I'm condescending and I talk to other people.
Please allow Mr. Edward to respond.
No, it's okay.
Because he's black.
Okay, so do you think that's
Holy
appropriate
shit.
because you say I'm condescending, right? Do you think that because you say that I'm condescending, that means I'm condescending?
No, everyone on this absolutely condescending except for Mud Shark.
No, I do not say. I don't think, Edward, I don't think you're condescending, so he's making an all or nothing statement here, Edward.
Liar. You gave me a laughing emoji when I said it.
Well, you're teasing him, but it's not totally accurate.
No.
Hey, bro, how you doing today, bro?
Make John great again.
What's bro?
You know, one of my favorite Tony Soprano... Pro, you know what my favorite Tony Soprano quote is?
What are they doing, Omaha? They're adding me. Like, they just come in and they add me.
What do you mean? Those are my burner accounts. I added everybody on stage with my burner.
I'm not sure.
She's referring to me.
Edward, can we try to keep this topical and stick to the room title here?
Mr. Edward, I've given you authority.
Oh, no, I just want to talk to Pro today, find out what was the most motivating thing that happened to him today. What's going on, Pro?
Hearing me speak was the most motivational thing he's done all day.
What's up, buddy? How you doing, boss?
Best day of my life, Pro. What's good with you?
Nothing. I just got home here. My mother's apartment, watching some UFC. Yeah.
Nice. Well, I'm headed to the airport. Get ready to go to Fort Worth. I'm flying to Dallas. We have a cemetery funeral convention for the next 3 days.
Something positive, or I'm hoping.
Yeah. Well, it's convention. You know, convention season comes. You see all the new stuff that they have, all the new software, and how to grow our businesses. So it's going to be very positive.
Edward, do you think...
What's the name of the convention?
Edward...
ICCFA, the International Cemetery Cremation and Funeral Association Convention in Fort Worth, Texas.
Edward, don't you think there should be federal funding to preserve our national treasures of, burial sites, and then maybe even money to, support families so they can, get a proper burial? Don't you think the government should help pay for some of that? Hello?
No, I do not think the government should be involved in responsible for their citizens. I think the citizens, remember what JFK said? Do not ask what your country can do for you. You should ask what to do for your country.
I get it, but
oh wow!
You know what the socialists said?
Tax
You know what Bima the socialist said? She said from birth to death, from the baby ward to the crematorium, Bima believes the government should help you at all steps of life, and that universal health care is a human fucking right.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, this should be free. Everything on this planet should be free.
Yeah, everything should be free. I mean, I should be able to just.
Assignment surgery for Uma.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Okay, how do you come to the conclusion that something should be free?
Because we just say it. We don't think about it, Edward. We just fucking say it. That's what a good communist socialist does.
That question was presented to Bima. Bima, please answer.
Every fucking thing. Everything I answer.
Bima's the one who made the claim.
Okay,
Not Tom.
I'm just going to ask the question. Bima, why do you believe that things should be free?
Because the ass free to breathe.
Wait, wow. Bima sounds so fucking different.
I think things should be free. I don't think things should be free.
Okay, so what do you think should happen?
I think that each individual and human being in the world is their own sovereign, wonderful creation. And I want to make sure that they have the full freedom scope as much as possible.
Murderers and rapists.
Excuse me. You're interrupting my flow. And
I'm going to kick him out if you do that again.
Shut the fuck up, Uma.
And so, you're gonna go. And so I believe that he left. Great, thank you.
No, I kick
So good. And so I believe that each human being should have full authority to the maximum capacity of freedom, as long as they're not interfering with the next person's personal property, which would be starting with their person and the extension of which would be their personal property. So ultimately, I want maximum amount of freedom, least amount of harm, ultimate sovereignty over one's life.
Okay. So, do you know the breakdown of the word freedom?
Well, the way that I understand it is how I would explain it is the ability to move and make choices without negative consequences.
Okay. So if you look at the word freedom, it's made up of two words, free and dome. Free means dominant. Okay? Free dominant, meaning I should be free to dominate over Edward. That I should be able to control.
No.
Okay, Yuma, please, 1 second.
Yes, no.
All right, go ahead, Yuma. You can speak.
This is the priority problem. Because in seeing, what is the most important for you, Mr. Edward? Your soul or your wife's soul? Can you answer? Which one is more important for you, mister?
We're equally responsible for life. Every human being's perfect.
We are soul. We are Celestial or we are celestial. Or what are you doing, sir?
Okay, so
you're acting like you're a god over other, and where are all the goddess?
Okay, so I trying to figure out where you're heading. So could you please explain to me?
There's no goal or objective here, Edward. There's no goal or objective, Edward.
Okay, all right. So this is what I will share with you is Ms. Bima. We have sovereignty. We have agency. Every problem I've ever had in my life is the one that I made a choice, and I suffer consequences of the choice I made. So in life, I'm going to continue to live that way. So I am personally responsible 100% for the outcome of my life.
What about that Cameroonian kid that put the copper in your phone? That put the copper in your phone. Did he have the same ability to do whatever you're doing?
Before that, he was just not listening for what Bima was.
What about like all the people that have to sacrifice their lives?
Yeah.
For you to just, you know,
for the woman.
Edward, I recently bought a.
Want from a grocery store. What about those people?
Edward, I recently bought a new iPhone.
People don't think about those people, do they?
They don't.
You can go ask your wife and ask her the same question, sir.
Edward.
And I would say, oh, woman, would just take the pain and the blame for
Edward, I recently bought a new iPhone, and unfortunately, there was actually a Chinaman's finger in the box. Was it my personal responsibility, or was it the Chinaman's responsibility who manufactured the phone for me, or was it me, the buyer? Edward, do tell. How do we, what's the silver lining in personal responsibility
Should we tell those
in exchange?
Like, hey, if you just pull yourself up by the bootstrap, you'll just
Exactly.
You can really do it too. Everybody can do it.
That's what I wrote back to Apple. I said, unfortunately, I found a Chinese finger in my Apple iPhone 19 box, but I'm writing back a letter to say, accidents happen, and this young man can pull himself up by the bootstrap. And if he does,
should we tell him the truth? At your expense, I'm blessed. Could you say that? Could you tell him the truth? At your expense, I get to do all these fun.
Yeah, I get to sit on Clubhouse all day and just conference call while he has to assemble, phones all day. And there's also security jump nets outside the window if he can't take it anymore. That's how charitable we are.
Sweatshops.
Yeah, slavery is actually just, called something else now to try to keep it polite. But the truth is, many people's lives, they will be slaves for their entire lives. How does that make you feel, Bima? Hello?
I'm still reeling from the violation of personal trust that I afforded you and you broke.
This isn't a consensual contractual agreement. That was a non-consensual implicit contractual agreement. And unfortunately, you arranged it. You set it up.
I asked you.
You Solomon tested yourself.
I trusted you, and you said I asked you.
And
you said no, you wouldn't. You said
you
you wouldn't.
So just for that alone, I'm gonna punish you.
Ooh, you gonna spank me, Uma? Ooh.
Yes.
She kicked me.
Generally,
is that RNA vaccines were new, right? Except for like maybe experimental treatments at the time when the COVID vaccine was developed and widely deployed.
This is all pedantic, like nitpicking on the part of Bob. He obviously knows what I'm talking about.
It's not nitpicking. You're like presenting it like there were only 2 kinds of vaccines, and I'm saying there are like 5 or 6.
Well,
I'm not disputing that mRNA vaccines were new.
Yes, it is nitpicking because you're focusing on technicalities and missing the point.
I'm not focusing on technicalities. I'm just correcting the wrong thing you said.
Shut up.
I'm not trying to argue against.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is there anybody here that took the COVID-19 vaccine that has sour grapes and buyer's remorse? Hello?
Sour
grapes. If I can just finish.
Hey, go ahead.
Right. So the idea is like we have all these proven ways of making vaccines that have been used for decades, and yet now along comes COVID, and people have to use a completely novel technology that has never been tested in humans. Not only that, it has to be administered universally to people who never come into contact with anybody else, so a very low chance. I don't know, like truck drivers in Canada, or blah blah blah, or people who have COVID in the past 6 months. It suddenly doesn't matter if you had COVID and you're likely immune for I don't know, like how many months or years. You have to get the vaccine universally.
Universal vaccination.
Not only that, we were told you're stupid to think this vaccine is not safe. Not only
trust the science. Trust the science.
Exactly, trust the science. It was all like completely.
You guys are all potatoes. None of you went to school. Just them. They went to school.
Right. Why does it have to be completely novel technology never previously tested? Why do you have to lie to people and say you can test the vaccine in 6 months or like a year? And traditionally, FDA tests require like 10 to 15 years prior to being approved, a medication being approved.
It's because it was a national emergency and Operation Warp Speed was a $2 trillion federal fund package. They had to rush it through. Don't you know that Pfizer, Moderna, J&J have your best interest at heart and they would never, ever lie to you? And they gotta make their billions in profits at your mistake? It's called propaganda, and it was long in the making. It's called Operation Warp Speed. It's a federally funded program underneath the George Bush administration. Look it up. And they just recently arrested Dr. Fauci's assistant, and the whole criminal network is coming down. But it probably won't, because no one actually cares. Hello?
Let's wrap up the meeting soon. Like, Bob, you're the medical professional. You want to answer any of this?
I mean, I agree that maybe some places, I think some of the policies were taken overboard. Like, I'm not sure to which extent it needed to be. I don't think it was, like, it wasn't forced here on anyone. So maybe it was in the US, maybe some groups like that. As far as I know, there wasn't any vaccine mandate. Like, you weren't forced to take it unless you were, like, in the military or work for healthcare or something like that.
Right. We're not discussing Sweden. Like, Sweden had a completely different policy. We're discussing most of the West. In the most of the West, you are forced to take the vaccine. You can't travel. You can't go to school. You're going to lose your job.
I'll travel, but
yeah,
that's different. Like in the U.S., like the
but sorry. What I would be concerned there is like state enforced mandates, not like your private company.
Yes, state enforced mandates at scale in almost every state.
State enforced mandates.
Yes, there were, Bob. Yes, there were, Bob.
No, I don't think so. Like, not in the sense that I think Bob means. Like, you could argue, like, to what degree there was compulsion based on, like, say, like, I don't know, when you traveled, did you have to, like, did you have to show, like, the tier?
Yes, you can't even come into the United States unless you're vaxxed. It was Thomas Massey that got rid of that.
Say you're vaccinated or something.
If you travel to a different country, you have to show your vaccine card.
No, look, we're talking about the U.S. now, right? Just for simplicity's case. I mean, we could talk about every single country as opposed.
Yes, we're talking about the U.S. You had to get vaxxed, otherwise your ass couldn't come into the country.
Well, that is different, right?
That is different? How is that not forced compulsion? Do what we tell you to do and take an experimental cocktail in your bloodstream, otherwise you can't come into our country.
Compulsion. I'm saying it's different in the sense that, like, you know, all countries have, like, far more stringent requirements for crossing their border. Like, if you're going to go from, like, fucking, I don't know, well, here's an example. Like,
Except for the illegal aliens, the millions that poured in over the border, those didn't count. They didn't have to vaccinate.
If you're just going to overtalk, right, then just don't participate.
Okay, just kick me, because I already said what I want to say. You vax miserable people can live with it. I could care less at this point.
Take care of this.
Yeah, take care of the anti-vaxxer, because you guys all got, buyer's remorse. Hello?
Go ahead,
No, I'm just saying, look, obviously, like,
bye-bye.
The regulation...
Bye-bye.
Like, crossing a border,
bye-bye.
We're not talking about that. Like, those are just going to be far more stringent. You know, like, for example, if you have the HIV virus, you're just not allowed in the U.S.
Oh my God, you're not? You have HIV virus?
So, for instance, you can go to school.
I don't know why we all know that. It depends on what we mean by compulsion, right?
What is compulsion? What does this mean? What is compulsion and what does it mean?
Compulsion.
What is compulsion and what does it mean?
My company had...
Don't tell me what your opinion is. I know the facts.
I started talking and you interrupted.
You are interrupting me. Do not talk over me, mother chort.
Right, and make largely the same point you were going to make, which is that there was a degree of compulsion.
You mother...
workplace mandates.
You mother chort, you.
So yeah, look, I'm not
saying that we need to determine what the word compulsion means.
And even, given the information we had at the time, might have been like...
Hello?
The wrong judgment to make, right?
Right.
It's just like the anti-vaxxers just horribly exaggerate what happened.
It's poor judgment.
It's difficult to take seriously.
Poor judgment. Because you use an unproven vaccine technology to globally vaccinate everybody, right? The potential negative consequences from this could be catastrophic. And there are plausible medical reasons to think that the side effects could have been catastrophic. Like, specifically, it contains a substance that, like that crosses cell membranes. Like the mRNA was enclosed in a type of fatty acid that can cross cell membranes into any tissue, and it delivers a foreign substance that your immune system can recognize as foreign, and it affects all your tissues. So plausibly, it can increase autoimmune disorders. Yeah, so there's that plausible medical reason. That plausible biomedical it had plausible side effects. So why do you have to use this unproven technology and globally vaccinate everybody?
I'm not sure, you're saying it's unproven, right? But, this medicine did go through, this thing did go through, stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3 trials. They were accelerated in the sense of, being parallelized, right? Which trials, the FDA trials usually aren't, right? You go through stage 1, then stage 2, then stage 3. But, the kind of trials we kind of require for any such, vaccine, right? Any such category of drug, right? It went through. Right.
I don't
So I don't know what you mean by unproven. Every new thing is unproven. Right? Ozempic is unproven. Why are we letting people take Ozempic?
Okay, explain to me, because it went through the usual FDA approval process. Explain to me if the typical FDA approval process for any medication, let alone a medication you're going to force everybody to take, takes about 10 to 15 years. Is it reasonable for you to say that this vaccine is the exception, and it could have undergone those processes in 6 months?
I don't know, actually. One thing I do know is that stage 2 and stage 3 were done in parallel, right? Which is supposed to shorten the time. Now you're saying that a typical thing takes 10 years, right? So it's reasonable, I suppose, to ask how could it possibly have been shortened to 2 years? I mean, I'd have to look up what an answer to that is. But I imagine
it takes 10 years to debug.
Because you're looking for longitudinal studies of the long-term effect.
Yeah, right. Stage 1 and stage 2 are not the problem. Stage 1 is just looking at cells in a petri dish, or giving it to animals, and then stage 2 is giving it to a couple of people. But then stage 3 and 4 is you give it to 10,000 people, and you observe for long-term side effects. How could you possibly determine if this thing has long-term side effects, specifically autoimmune side effects, just from studying it for 6 months?
Off the top of my head, I don't know what the answer to that is, right? Bob, do you know?
Well, obviously you couldn't.
No. I have no idea. I'm to check deep into that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of question that...
I assume there were screenings, but they probably weren't as rigorous as one would want.
They did have, just so you guys know, they did have multiple states that were vax or fire. The more stricter states, they'd have a vax or fire. It wasn't even an alternative. You couldn't do testing. You had to do a vaccine. If you did not do it, you would be fired. It was straight up.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's what I said. They were work-based mandates. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm talking. Sorry. I mean state mandated. No, I'm not talking about just private, corporations. That's fine. Or private companies. That's not a problem. Obviously, I agree.
State mandated that you couldn't work anywhere unless you were.
No. Sorry. You couldn't work at a state-funded job. Yeah.
Yeah, and the level of
and a lot of states allowed for testing. A lot of states allowed for testing as an alternative, but there were some like New York, vax or fire, Washington, Oregon. There were several states that were very strict, and they would basically say if you didn't get a vaccine, you would be fired. That was it. And so it was immediate vaccination or immediately subject to being fired.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the most astounding thing about this is that the level of mind control was just I've never seen anything like that from the beginning to end. So I was working in I'm not going to tell you where, but I came in a mask, and they told me to take the mask. This was at the beginning of the COVID epidemic, like maybe like 2 weeks in or a month in, and I came to my workplace in a mask, and our facility had a policy that you couldn't wear a mask because Fauci declared that masks are not effective, and if in fact he wrote an article.
What the fuck do you have to do with hungry? Why is it? What? Look, are you just like living in like this bubble of U.S. right wing media that like?
These people.
Masks are going to decrease transmission, but my facility boss told me I have to take off the mask. I can't wear a mask because like there was this policy that it's just like a random policy that you can't wear a mask because I think Fauci wrote an article in New York Times. I don't know where he wrote it, that masks are not effective, that it's like magic, it's like akin to magical thinking, blah blah blah. Suddenly,
That
like,
distancing needs to be maintained. Distancing is the priority, not the map.
Yeah, anyway, suddenly a month later, everybody has to wear a mask. Doesn't matter where you go, blah blah blah. And you have to be stupid for thinking that you don't wear a mask. You have to be crazy for not wearing a mask. Then suddenly, you have to, it obviously came from a lab, and then they told you, no, you're just stupid, you're crazy. You think it came from a lab? You're obviously crazy conspiracy theorists. And it turns out that the US government, at least like I think the CIA, thought all along that it actually came from a lab. And then suddenly with the vaccines, you have to be crazy for thinking it's not a safe vaccine. Like blah, blah, blah. It just goes on and on and on and on. Like it's pure gaslighting.
It's like impossible to have these conversations when all Agamemnon wants to do is its polemics. Like, these are just like widely exaggerated points.
Yeah.
I can't take it seriously. So
what is exaggerated about it?
I mean, like the masks.
Nobody. First of all, nobody was vindicated about lab leak thing. Maybe some part of the CIA thought it was a lab leak, but the vast majority of the scientific consensus didn't lean that way and still don't. So that's about all the exaggerations about like, everyone has to wear a mask from 1 month to another. When was that? Like are you saying from 1 month nobody should wear a mask, and the next who said that? Which government official or said that? Oh, you're a fucking idiot if you don't wear a mask in a matter of like a month. Who said that?
Oh my God.
The problem, a lot of the problems with COVID, and I encountered, and nice insult. A lot of the time, now you're just filibustering.
Like everybody.
You just hate to do when someone does it to you. You're not a serious person.
Okay.
A lot of the time, what's wrong with the conversation? A lot of time, what's wrong with the conversation about COVID? Thank you. A lot of time, what's wrong with conversations about COVID is that everyone takes all of the stuff that happened in a time span of like 2 years and compresses it into the meat grinder. It's like, this happened, then that happened, and it was like, but those were like 10 months apart, bro. And there were good reasons for saying one thing at one point, another thing at another point, but people just go, they said this, and then they said that.
No, we understand that everyone's trying to figure it out.
Are you done with your epic monologue, Bob, and can other people...
Epic monologue? That was like way shorter than any of the monologues you've just had.
The lack of preparation, even though they knew. We have correspondent Epstein was talking about this. Epstein, and that these stages that we didn't have a mock, we weren't prepared. That is where I believe someone can contest. And someone can criticize.
Which healthcare official said from 1 month to the next?
Official said that, but you're not letting people speak.
No, but which government body, which scientists, which doctors even remotely hinted at that?
Well, like
I'm sure it wasn't Fauci.
He's framing it in an exaggerated way, right? But what did happen? What did happen within the U.S.?
He's going to overtalk everybody now. Your sidekick Deepak, he just wants to overtalk.
just want to like try to bring some clarity to this.
This is what Aga does when he's nervous. Like when he thinks he has a point, and when he thinks he has like the argument locked, he'll just patiently wait, and then he'll give his rebuttal, then patiently wait. When he knows he's completely out of his depth, he just flounders, filibusters, complains, bitches, cries.
This is exactly what.
Come on, we both know it's true. Come on.
Calling black. This is exactly.
Come on. No, it's not exactly what I do.
Well,
I actually behave quite consistently.
Look, if you had a point, you would just let me respond.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, so you're not gonna let me.
I have points, but I frequently call you out for your like dumb rhetorical shenanigans.
So you're not gonna let me respond.
No, of course I am. Well, you were in a dispute with D5 just now. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Well, look, on the mask thing specifically, like there is a version of this that's like greatly exaggerated, but it is true that in the U.S., like in the month like immediately after, like the disease spread, right? There was this general guidance from the FDA that like masks are ineffective, unless like maybe there's an N95 or something.
Right.
A month later, yeah, I mean, I think like the science just improved, right? Our understanding of the transmission improved, and they were like, yeah.
That's the biggest thing
I didn't say turn out, and what we found out later is that like, there was a great deal of uncertainty. Right? It's not like the FDA knew that masks worked, right? They just had like they did kind of over-report their confidence, right, in their belief that like masks would be ineffective. Because there were studies that showed that masks could have been effective.
They wanted to highlight that they were ahead of this and they knew what they were talking about, and that's what they wanted to highlight.
Look,
I agree, the government gaslit us, yeah.
Yeah, it's completely false. It's not that there was data that masks are not effective, and then suddenly the data came in that masks are effective. You can know from the beginning, from the first SARS epidemic. In fact, this is what I did. Like when COVID started, I looked up like data on masks and SARS transmission from this first SARS epidemic. And there's data that it reduced transmission by, I don't know, like 80% or something like that. And in fact, this is the data I took to my facility administrator when they told me not to wear any masks because they're not effective. So this is the way I know this stuff. But it didn't change. What happened is that they were trying to conserve masks for healthcare professionals. And that's why they lied to people that, hey, masks are stupid. They're like it's akin to magical thinking that a mask is going to decrease transmission. And then suddenly when more masks were available, like I don't know, a month or 2 months later, suddenly, oh yeah, the science just changed. It's a complete lie.
We should have all been listening to Agamemnon, you guys.
Well, you should have been using your common sense and your God-given rational faculties instead of being led by Fauci.
Again, what is with you and Fauci? I don't get it. Like, have you always been like living
Yeah, they're all very mad about Fauci.
Either the fact that
this poor man trying to do the best he could. Fauci,
you're right. You just want to latch on to this general right-wing, Huh? I don't get what Agamemnon has against Fauci, who lives like a continent away from him, right? Like,
it's just the same right-wing spiel. Like it's not very deep.
Like shouldn't he be like stopping
tribalistic polemics? Just like what was the talking point that was supposed to say?
Honestly, it is an easily defeated talking point when you look at the whole international
Just do a poll and ask the vaccine
States or the United States government is conspiring against
the
the science, then what about Turkey? What about all the Muslim world? What about India? What about China? What about all these guys? Are these guys all sitting in the White House and conspiring around the same satanic globe as what you believe, Fauci or Trump or anything? No, I doubt.
No, they were doing exactly the same.
I completely agree.
The mass vaccinated are extremely defensive, ignorant, and super uninformed, brainwashed,
was like
propagandist fools.
Which involved lying to people, not giving them complete information.
I'm sorry, I trust Erdogan. Like, if Erdogan is saying there need to be, and we got their scientists over there, and they're like coming up to the same conclusions, that's fine. And Pfizer was a Turkic guy too, like the guy who's in China. So if there's Muslims, I understand. I do believe everything to be skeptic of everything. I agree. I'm skeptic of governments. I think that's just an American thing. But nevertheless, you got other people who don't align with the United States. You got Israel, for God's sakes. These guys, you know, if Fauci and the whole him being Jewish, you got Israel. What are you going to do about that?
Yeah, I'm merely talking about the quickly changing recommendations in the United States and most of the Western world. I don't know what happened in Turkey. I'm telling you that the recommendation changed quickly and radically in such a way that it was obvious that the science didn't change because science was there all along. It was more like a pragmatic recommendation designed to maximize masks for healthcare workers, but ultimately, it involved lying to people.
That's not how I remember it. I remember it being far more complicated than that. But there was an element of deception. Maybe that's too strong a word, but yeah, there was certainly like at best it was like a sort of paternalistic response, right?
There were some bad messaging for sure. We could have done better.
Deception about coercion too.
That's a different matter, though. Like there might have been more coercion. Like even Bob said, right? Like in many cases there might have been more coercion than
meets the eye.
Again, we'd be like comfortable with. Right.
No, but the problem with this type of coercion and deception is that it had long-term health consequences.
Those aren't pertinent to the medicine itself, of the medical science itself, right? That's the point that I was starting with. Anyway, I don't know. I feel like we've been trying, at least I've been trying to honestly reevaluate, right? What we got right and what we got wrong. I'm not sure. Anyway, I have to go see.
I think you're doing maybe a good job, but you're underestimating the negative consequences, the pernicious negative consequences of deception and coercion. Specifically, when you lie to people, then first of all, their trust in the medical community obviously is gonna go down. Second, these policies had such negative long-term health consequences that a lot of people with cancer or heart attacks simply didn't come to the hospital. They failed to get cancer screenings, and so it wasn't simply that people died during the COVID epidemic, rather the negative health consequences are long-term.
People were neglected.
Yeah, people were neglected and died. So, for instance, there were dying patients in the facility that I worked in, where the staff didn't allow family to go in, and they just inflated plastic gloves for the dying patient to hold, just horrible stuff. And by the way, that patient didn't have COVID. They just didn't allow any family members to go into the hospital.
Did we learn from the lessons of COVID? Is there funding meant for these emergency epidemics? Nope. Were we prepared as hospitals in major metropolitan areas to prepare for the same numbers that we were receiving during COVID? Nope. Are nurses being backed up and medical professionals are being backed up and their opinion is put front and center on how things should take about change? Is there a committee of nurses or doctors that we got together just to analyze and assess and provide recommendations and we went by their recommendations? No, we didn't do this. See, we got Trump and we got into the political debacle and we let all the people whose opinions, all those soldiers, all those medical staff that literally were on the front lines and no one took their consideration, and we still don't take their consideration into regard. And so when we repeat this problem again, and I believe this will happen again, we'll see where the American people are at. But unfortunately, after COVID, that we didn't hit the streets, We didn't force accountability, and not only that, but we re-elected Trump. It just seems like people don't really care about the.
What does Trump have to do with any of this?
Holy
Trump
base.
Seriously. Trump is the source of misinformation. He was a strong source of misinformation, contradicting the expert. Like, listen, Trump, you're not an expert. If you can provide me an expert that holds to your views, I'm down to listen. But you don't got no experts. You're leading to confusing masses. And then we got people running around, and you're dismantling the whole system that we have to prevent this disease from spread, regardless of whether you hold to the legitimacy of these strategies or these implementations. It doesn't matter. You know, I'm just saying.
When did you become so base?
I've always been base, but you gotta just always ignore it because I'm a Muslim.
I know. I'm sorry. I shouldn't do that. Extremely base takes, though.
This is my country. I'm an American, and I believe that in the prosperity of this nation. And obviously, we have problems, and we need to really address those problems instead of gaslighting each other into ignoring the crux of the matter.
I'm waiting for Agamemnon to defend the RFK pick.
The RFK pick. I think picking RFK has certain positive, like from the perspective that there's not enough resources for public health. And so, for instance, there's a massive obesity epidemic in the U.S. And there's a massive, and like the roots of the obesity epidemic is like never directly. Right? At least RFK is going to have positive effects on that.
Right. Yeah, we started blaming fat people.
Let's ignore all the negative effects.
Yeah, we started blaming fat people. We're saying the death toll has to do with people who vape, who do weed, who are fat, who are lazy millennials that are sitting at home. That's what we started blaming. Now
theory.
Oh, he doesn't believe it. Where are you getting that from?
It was an interview he did. I don't remember if it was Joe Rogan a while back, a few years ago. I mean, I'm sure you can find it if you Google it. Yeah, I typically just lie. You're right.
So you think he doesn't believe?
Yeah, typically what happens is I make a claim and then someone easily finds and debunks it, right? That happens.
Yeah, Bob is Trump, and we just believe anything he said.
So you think he doesn't believe in influenza?
I believe he believes in the disease.
Okay, so
like, have you missed that he's like an enormous vaccine skeptic, conspiracy theorist?
So wait,
has this somehow eluded you?
Your theory is that he's a vaccine skeptic.
No.
Okay, what is the other?
Just saying that's one part of the puzzle.
Okay, what's the other?
It seems like you don't know much about him, so maybe you go read up. No, maybe you go read up and I don't do your homework.
Oh my God. Okay.
Like I do every time.
Bob.
Typical Bob. It's not like if you just Google right now RFK and then you go into his Wikipedia page, there's like an extensive, really long list of stuff you could read. No, I have to sit and do it for you.
Yeah, make an extravagant claim like.
Okay, let's go. Okay. RFK Junior, Wikipedia.
That's the only thing that Agamemnon.
I'll do this for you, Agamemnon. I'm feeling particularly RFK Junior. Here he is.
Remember, the claim you're trying to support is he doesn't believe in germ theory. Okay.
Right. Here says epidemiologist Tara Smith suggests that Kennedy's book even flirts outright with germ theory denial, quoting from a portion in which Kennedy contrasts the germ theory of disease with terrain theory, and another one in which he writes that Louis Pasteur is said to have recanted germ theory on his deathbed. There's lots of unproven claims among which is a common trope among germ theory denialists.
Wait.
And then I do remember he was on Joe Rogan one time and spoke. He has this. He believes, or that's what he heavily implied in that interview, of some particular version of miasma theory. It even is in this article. Kennedy praises what he calls miasma theory, in which he says he emphasizes preventing disease by fortifying the immune system through blah, blah, blah. Historians say this is an inaccurate understanding of miasma theory, which has been done.
What are you talking about? to slow down, man.
Well, maybe you should just educate yourself instead of me having
points you brought up is there's this person who claims he doesn't believe in germ theory without some explicit statement he makes.
Okay, we're playing that game, alright.
Okay, so what is the statement he made which entails he doesn't believe in germ theory?
For example, he doesn't believe in HIV/AIDS. Like, dude, just like he's a huge conspiracy nut. The fact that he denied germ theory, or at least, again, let me just flirt with germ theory denial, is like completely expected given all the batshit insane things he also believes. But you are just trolling in this conversation, so I don't care to have it anymore.
Oh my god. Because I asked you to provide the sources for an extravagant claim, which is the director of the NIH doesn't believe in germ theory. You're saying
no, but that's completely expected given all the other batshit insane things he believes.
Yes.
Yeah, as if Trump is like somehow understands or sniffs out, or is like a good
Trump is a moron.
bloodhound.
Talking about science.
As if Trump is a keen bloodhound of competence, and it would like be completely beyond the pale for him to have appointed some complete whack job. I can't.
Yes,
such a stupid idiot.
Way I'm gonna support my claim.
I love you though.
Say it's completely expected in the universe where the sky is pink.
No, but I'm just speaking about your incredulity. You're like, oh, could it did something? Yes. One reason to think that could have happened, that the secretary of the HHS could have been a germ theory denial. One piece of big evidence is that he believes in a lot of kooky shit. A second one is Trump is a horrible, horrible, horrible judge of character, and he doesn't care that the people he surrounds himself are competent in their fields. He just cares about the fact that they're loyalists. So those two in conjunction makes it, really, really plausible. Like, we're past the era of cabinet members being competent at their jobs. Like, the person he picked to be Secretary of Defense is some guy who holds the rank of major in the National Guard and has since been a drunk. And has since been a drunk and a Fox News host.
Yeah,
like, who expects Trump to appoint actually competent people?
And an extremist who has a tattoo on his arm that literally says idolater on it.
You have monologues or becoming longer and
Oh,
longer?
now you're just doing the rhetoric. All right, look, I'll take the concession.
Just fact check what you said. Okay, you said denies AIDS or AIDS.
No, he's gonna very, very autistically. Yeah, I never claimed he explicitly said I'm a germ theory denial.
He's been reported to question whether HIV causes AIDS.
So to fact check your extravagant claims.
The claims about the Secretary of War. The claims about the Secretary of War. That's where you're fact.
No, I think he's fact checking the first thing.
Checking whether
because he's gonna if I said that he's a germ theory denial, that means that unless he himself explicitly said I deny germ theory, then
no such thing as implying. They don't imply all the time.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Never.
Brought up. First of all, it's a huge leap to go from HIV denial to germ theory denial, because a lot of people deny that AIDS is caused by HIV, but they're not.
Yeah, a lot of complete nutbags, a lot of absolute grifting quacks. But the point to bringing that up is just to establish plausibility that that's the sort of quack he is. So once you have that, it becomes much easier to accept the fact that he rejects germ theory.
Oh my God, you're such a toddler. Okay, so
right?
That's the evidence you brought up.
Right, Aga? We agree, right?
Fact check it.
Right?
So he doesn't deny that AIDS is caused by HIV.
There it is.
He said that AIDS isn't.
Why are you defending Trump, man?
Because he's a polemic. He just cares about the tribalism. That's all. Like he doesn't actually care about atheism or theism. He just wants to play.
Throw another temper tantrum, Bob. Okay, thanks.
It's not a temper tantrum. What do you mean? I'm just calling you up.
Yeah, you're ranting. I'm not allowed to fact check your claims. You're ranting monologue.
You are allowed to fact check my claims.
Okay, so let's fact check it then.
Let's fact check. Let's you and me fact check right here. I'll have my fact check goggles on.
Okay, that sounds kind of creepy, but you said that the evidence he's a germ theory denialist is that he denies HIV causes AIDS. Which is a huge jump. Okay, you.
I didn't say that.
First
actually.
evidence you brought up. which is obviously demonstrably false. He doesn't deny that AIDS is caused by HIV. He said AIDS is partly caused by HIV virus. Rather, there are also other factors, like he says amyl nitrate, also called poppers, is another cause of AIDS. Okay, that's not as ludicrous as saying AIDS isn't caused by HIV, and it's completely.
Yeah, but I didn't say any of that in the beginning.
Right, but you said he denies that AIDS. He said he denies AIDS is caused by a virus.
That wasn't me who said it. I don't think. Well, no, I might have mentioned it at some point, but it was way after the other evidence.
Like lying or like have memory loss.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that's not what I started off with. That wasn't the first, second, or third piece of evidence I gave you.
Give the strongest piece of evidence is a germ theory denialist.
Well, for example, he's talked a lot about terrain theory, if you know what that is, which is like a germ theory denialist alternative. He talks a lot about that. He thinks that's more important than pathogens.
Okay, what's the evidence?
He's like skeptical about viruses being the cause of certain illnesses. Another huge piece of evidence that he's a germ theory denialist. It's just like a lot of rhetoric downplaying the roles of bacteria and other similar pathogens. He's never actually explicitly said, I don't believe in germ theory, but I don't think you have to go there. Also, he's a complete nut job in basically almost every field. So it's not, there's like you can create a very, very plausible story about him just believing in wacko shit stuff. And so germ theory, like this incredulity about him not like rejecting germ theory, just, I don't know where it comes from. We already have high priors about him believing this sort of nutty stuff. Then you have these various pieces of evidence that heavily imply that he denies germ theory.
Okay,
just like,
so you said the strongest piece of evidence.
That's where I'm placing my bets.
Okay, so you said the strongest piece of evidence is that he advocated for terrain theory. I've never heard of terrain theory, but I just looked it up. It says, terrain theory posits that the body's internal environment or terrain determines health, suggesting that a balanced, healthy body resists disease, while an imbalanced one allows microbes to cause illness. Okay, like, is there something really wrong with this? Like,
oh my god, yeah, you're gonna do the hyper charitable route of this. Well, actually, if you look at it in some way, doesn't this kind of make some sense? Kind of. I don't know. I'm not interested in this. Like terrain theory is a very well established trope of germ theory denialism.
But this is not.
You just want to make. Well, if we look at it from this angle and squint, does it kind of make sense though? I'm not interested in that. This is all like this office anyway. It's not like you think Trump is a moron. You think RFK is a quack. Like I don't know why we're having this conversation.
It's not incompatible with germ theory. From what I read here, it's not incompatible.
Okay.
Like look, it just says if you have a balance like this.
Talk to Cynic Mikhail. I like when you troll other people.
Hey Bob, I gotta tell you, Bob, you are a horrible person to talk to. You don't even know how to have a conversation. You say nothing intelligent. You're highly brainwashed, completely programmed. You're just a fucking highly annoying person, an extremely annoying person.
So the Swedish government.
Bitch Bob! I hope he kicks me.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
Base. Extremely base. You are a bit brainwashed. You should read it.
I just found a book. Apparently, there's a book. Robert F. K. Wrote. It's the book. In the book, Kennedy promotes HIV and AIDS denialism and misinformation about Fauci's role during the HIV epidemic and COVID-19 pandemic in the United States. The book's called The Real Anthony Fauci. It is him denying HIV/AIDS. Shit. Jesus Christ. Why does
I said it. I didn't remove that. He just left. But it's like if you call out his trolling, he just becomes impatient and leaves sometimes. He'll be back.
I don't know why he does that. Why he's...
Dude, I love when he trolls other people. I just get like, dude, like we know each other, right? It's like I know who you are, you know who I am. Why are you and I doing this thing? Why are we doing it? Like,
Nostalgia.
Well, I do think it's like widely